Father na Wakristo wenzangu, mrembe handi, lakini kama alisema hata Kijaluo pia naweza kusema amusu untiere. Kwa jina naitwa Otiende Amolo, natoka sehemu ya Rarieda, na mimi ni Mkatoliki kutoka parokia inaitwa St. Sylvester's Madiani. Kwa hivyo nimetoka salamu. Nimeleta salamu ya watu wa Rarieda. Mmepokea? Ukao. Thank you. Tulikuwa tumefika vile gavana amesema ili tuomboleze na wenzetu kwa profesa. Na pia kwa sababu leo ni Sunday, pia tukasema tuje tuombe na nyinyi. Sisi kwanza, Father, nataka kukupongeza. Umesema umekaa Kenya ukifanyia Mungu na kutunza watu for 40 years. Makofi kwa Father. Mimi babangu aliaga sasa ni miaka 13. Na wakati huo kwa kuaga kwake yeye pia alikuwa catechist for 40 years. Kwa hivyo vile umesema unapanga hiyo maneno ya 40 years, hata mimi pia lazima mkono yangu ingie hapo. Nataka nimshukuru pia His Excellency Governor Oparanya. Sio wanasiasa wengi wanamcha Mungu. Kuna wanasiasa wengi ambao kazi yao ni kwenda kwa magicians nini, kupata mwenye siasa mwenye anachukua pesa yake aweke kwa nyumba ya Mungu. That is special. Makofi kwa hizo. Mimi sina mengi, najua, nasikia. Kile tu ya kusema ni kwamba sisi tuko kwenye ODM. Hello? Nasikia? Na mwenye tumemweka mbele ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Kile hatutaki ni wale wa kumpotosha. Hiyo nayo haitafanyika kamwe. Sisi tuko kwenye ODM. Ukweli wa mambo ni uchaguzi uliopita tulishinda wakatunyang'anya, si ndio? Lakini tunasema hayo ni ya dunia. Raila akaja akashikana na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Lakini kushikana kwao ni ya kusaidia nchi ya Kenya. Isiwe kwamba ni ya kumpotosha Raila. Sisi tuna insist kwamba wakati huu na Oparanya ako ndani hapa, amewafanyia kama mbunge 10 years, amewafanyia kama governor 10 years. Lazima yeye pia awe wapi? Hello? Unanisikia vizuri? Nisiseme mengi, wacha nitoe sadaka yangu. Kwa hivyo vile tulifika Father, nilikuwa mshatoa sadaka, nami pia
Orengo amekuwa mbunge miaka mingi, hata pia yeye alitafuta upresident. Saa hii ni senator wa Siaya. Siaya ni hapa jirani zetu, majirani hapa.
Unmute your mic.
Yes. Ndio nasema tunaona Oparanya amehost kina Orengo and Otiende Amolo some few days after Otiende ametolewa. So tunauliza hii iko na impact yoyote kwa baba? Rupia, tuanze na wewe tuende kwa Benson.
Asante sana Mtembei na mjambo. What I would like to say about Orengo and Otiende meeting Oparanya, hii ni ku strengthen our party ODM, and it's also a strategy, because looking at things, if you don't have Baba at the going for the top seat, the next person that can go for that seat from ODM is Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya. And in any case that Baba has said that we back Oparanya, tutamsupporti na kila kitu yetu. So in fact, we don't have any issue, because if you look at the things that were said there, they are very friendly. And that is to confirm that the ODM party is very strong under the control of Baba. So hii siasa isiwatie wasiwasi, kwa sababu everything is under control. James Orengo is our person. Na unajua Orengo akiongea hapo naye you have to be very keen, because Orengo akiongea what he says is what is at the top. So if Orengo talks about something, you have to be very keen, and let nobody put it that there is any friction between him and Baba, any friction between Oparanya. And we are in ODM. In fact, ODM has the best candidates to become president in this country. We have most discipline, most you call it all the good characters. People who can become president and lead this country, starting with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga can lead this country well with a lot of discipline. Look at Oparanya. Oparanya is now, in fact, he can be one of the best leaders for me. He can make one of the best he can be the best president. This country will, by that time, we'll say, Oparanya will be the best president that this country might have had in all the years. So for me, I don't have a problem with any kind of meeting. It was a meeting that had a blessing of Baba. It was a correct one, and it was well timed, and it was a good one. That is my contribution.
Okay, sawa. Benson.
Yes. Niko salama. Habari ya Mr. Rupia.
Nzuri.
Nadhani what I can say about Otiende Amolo and Orengo meeting Oparanya, I don't think like it can have impact on Raila based on what we know. And like even if you listen to what Otiende was saying, Otiende was just saying they do not want people who will come and kind of like to this advice Raila. Yeah, they are in ODM to stay. And I think this is sometimes might be also like a political strategy that like for Orengo and Amolo to go to Oparanya place, they're just mending by like this inter-party dispute. And I hope it will bear some fruits, but like I don't think like them meeting can create it can only create positive impact, but like negative impact on Baba the way like the BBI stands, I don't think so. That's what I have.
Okay, sawa. Tuko na Elias. Elias, unmute your mic and
Okay.
Elias bado unazima mic tena. Changia bana.
I get you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Hello.
Endelea. Mbona una unmute tena mic? Tuko na Bernard Kodero. Okay.
Hello. Wanipata?
Yes. Changia.
Hello.
Yes, endelea Kodero.
Hello.
Kodero,
Hello.
endelea. Unasikiza ama unasema halo tu? Kodero. Okay, Ivo.
Yeah, hi guys. Unasikia?
Yes, tunakusikia sana.
Good evening. So kulingana na vile hiyo clip nimeona tu kidogo hapo hivyo mtembeo ulikuwa umeweka. Obviously with the information ambayo I think Benson na Rupia wameongea awali hapo hivyo. They've mentioned that it wasn't a big deal anything happening there which kama hizo nini na nini, but as we know Kenya politics in Kenya it's all about betrayal nini na nini. We've just seen what happened in the parliament when they were voting for the BBI, and we know what happened between the Raila camp and our that were kicked out of the whatever the ODM thing. So there's nothing wrong with those two guys meeting, going to meet those other guys, or meeting the other camp to discuss anything. At the end of the day, it might not have a bigger impact on Raila because that's just my opinion. The way I look at it or see it, it might not have a bigger impact on Raila because Raila has been there for quite some time, and it might not shake him a lot one way or the other. But for this other group, it's for their own political goodwill, for them to look for greener pasture. If unajua ukifukuzwa in one place and you still unataka kuendelea na siasa yako, you have to look for somewhere else, so you don't just become in limbo na unabaki kama umekwama hapo. Unaona, and that's what I think. But again, we're playing another politics. Rupia just spoke a while ago there, anasema he think Raila anaweza kurule this country or Kenya for very well. He knows 100%. And the rest of it, we don't know. I mean, he's never been a leader, and it doesn't matter. We've got loads of people that can lead Kenya. Kuna Raila, kina Ishungwa. We've got a lot of smart people in Kenya that can lead Kenya. Then watu ambao wanapa kwa panel, the entire panel, they can. I'm pretty sure that everybody can lead Kenya very well. No. So that's just my maoni for now. Anyway, but it's an early stage. So tuendeleeni. Thank you, Mutebe.
Okay, so Leonard Arome. Kwa hiyo kelele bwana. What's wrong with you? Unaenda live then unaweka kelele mingi hivyo, nani atakusikiza? Moses, naona ushakuja.
Niko ndani.
Yes, mnafurahia Oparanya kumiti nani? Was it just a coincidence?
I can't hear you.
Nauliza Oparanya kumiti nani, is it a coincidence?
No, it's not. It's smart people meeting up. Smart people meeting up, to decide what's next for Kenya, because we are tired of politics of conmanship, and machi ya Orengo na Otiende imefunguka, because next week also Orengo is vote no for BBI, so that will be one of our reasons to, because Oparanya has been meeting DP as well, and they are trying to trying to consult and See, because the lawyer is one of the learned friends. I don't know what Mr. Rupia has to say, but people like Orengo, they are going to vote no for BBI. And meeting Oparanya today, that was a way they're just trying to consolidate their circle, because ODM party has reached an inflection point, and yeah, that's what I can say. Rather than that, I'll say more.
Mutembei unmute.
Oh, Felix.
Yes. Habari zenyu. Saseni.
Poa sana.
Sasa mi wacha niseme maoni yangu. Orengo kumit Oparanya, kama wamemit ile kusabotage ODM, wacha nikwambie hiyo Orengo ataenda nyumbani saa 2 asubuhi. Wacha nikwambie point moja. Wakati wa by-election ya
Mr.
Uganda
Felix,
na
I am one of the voters in Siaya County. I am one of the voters in Siaya County, and I will
even me, I'm the one of the voter. Let me tell you, me, even personally, when the campaign was being done by election with David Uching and Orengo, even the car that I have was being stolen because of the Orengo's place. No one wanted him. This is the truth. So let me tell you one thing. Kama Orengo saa 2 asubuhi ataenda nyumbani. This is
okay,
sure.
Angalia internet yako vizuri, iko na shida. Moses, unasema Orengo atapiga no.
That's the fact. Ulikampeni gani?
Yeah, I'm saying Orengo will vote no for BBI, and that's one thing that I'm very sure of. And for Felix Otiende,
Hi guys.
Hold on. For Felix Otiende to say that if Orengo votes no, BBI atanguka saa 2 asubuhi 2022, I am proud to tell Mr. Felix that I'm one of the Siaya County voters, and I will proudly vote for Mr. Orengo, and I will even consolidate a lot of people, because we need people whom are the future. We don't want.
Wambua mute your mic.
Huh?
Wambua ndiye anataka mute mic yake. Kama uongei tafadhali mute your mic. Ukipewa chance ndio unanimute.
Yeah, so I was saying I'm one proud voters in Siaya County, and I will proudly vote for Orengo if he votes no for BBI. But if he doesn't stand up for the people and say what it means right now, he will go home saa 2 asubuhi. But if he votes,
but Moses, kama umekuwa ukifuatilia Orengo argument, he has never said that I vote no for BBI. Sijui no yako inatoka wapi kwa BBI ya Orengo.
My instinct tells me what it stands for. The how do you call it? What changes they wanted to make for BBI were not made, But he cannot. Somebody who stands for a constitution will never vote against the constitution. And I'm sure Orengo, hata kama ananisikia, I really beg him from the bottom of my heart to stand up for the people of Kenya, including Mutembei, to vote no for BBI.
Okay, and Moses, Orengo and Otiende Amolo end the same argument on BBI, but when it came to vote, Otiende voted yes. So how do you think Orengo anaweza vote no for what?
In the National Assembly, members are easily bought, and they are easily bought, not like in the Senate. In the Senate, this is where I'm expecting a lot of showdown. For this fraudulent document called BBI that my brother Rupia is supporting a lot. But I have hopes, my friend Mutembei. Regardless of how Otiende Amolo voted, I'm sure my brother Orengo is going to vote no.
Okay, so Edwin.
Yes.
Edwin, tusikie maoni yako.
Hello.
Tusikie maoni yako bana.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Unanipata?
Yes.
So the thing is, I think he has a problem with the Rarieda members of parliament. You know, Rarieda members, they are well equipped. They are development-oriented people. They are sharp upstairs. So Raila sees them like they want to outshine him. You see, when you look mtu kama Rafael Tuju, mambo alifanya kusaidia shule ni Amolo, pia ule Gumbo, wote Agwambo alikuwa anajaribu kuwanyamazisha vile anajaribu kufrustrate huyu Otiende Amolo. So I think Agwambo is losing. He is totally losing because he has kept on little guys like Wakina Sifuna, Junet Mohammed, Mbadi to be his advisors. How can such people advise him when they go to rallies, Matusi, heckling people? So I think he is losing and he has seriously to look on, or else atarudi nyumbani saa 3 asubuhi na atapoteza sana. Hata Oparanya, I think Oparanya they are lining. If he continues frustrating them, they can easily cross the line to the other side.
Okay, sawa sawa. Tusikize bwana Kodero.
Yes, mnanipata?
Yes.
Yes. I just wanted to start by saying that for all law student scholars, they understand that the BBI we have is still work in progress. And even from the political view, many politicians like Moses Wetangula and others have just said that it will come from better to better. So supporting BBI will move us from one area to the other as we still work in progress. Orengo and Otiende Amolo, these are people whom we understand about their state in terms of being student of laws and practicing laws. Saying their opinion as far as BBI is concerned was right. But I want to say without fear or favor that Orengo, we are aware that even those people who understand the law and the political dimensions back in the years, there's even a time Orengo stood and actually vied for presidency, if I'm not wrong. So it's not something that, it is not something that is new. It's divergent thoughts in terms of not supporting what people are supporting is something that everybody knows. Especially when something happens like that, that is maybe sure of in terms of law, and that maybe is advised in a different way. Divergent opinions are always correct for strengthening our political agendas, as well as strengthening our understanding in what next. Meeting of the trio does not, and I say does not, make BBI lose its value. And that is their opinion. So for me, in their opinion of meeting and maybe talking against the BBI and maybe thinking of the otherwise, it doesn't have an effect on anybody. And therefore, we have just to continue with the right thing. We understand that Oparanya is meeting the DP, and that is something known. The political realignment that will happen in 2022, no one is even aware of. And even we will even realize that maybe later or sooner, Even Raila himself will even come to unite with the DP. We are not knowing anything has taken place. And what before Wakoli always saying that sisi wanasiasa ni kama shetani. We can be following these people blindly and they are making something in their own way. So maybe Oparanya is bridging something, as well as for people to see that these people are not in the position to unite. It is maybe a political strategy that these people, maybe some people defy in terms of our opinion to show others that they are not in one, so that something starts working there and starts cooking. Why is Raila silent? As Raila talked about whatever Otiende, Amolo and the other person, Nani, Orengo said, he has not talked and he cannot talk about that. So ameachana na these other lunatics to talk about that, and he's just silent. So for me, I cannot comment on the meeting. It doesn't have any effect, but it has the future effect in the political dimension that might happen in the realignment in 2022. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. Leonard Arome. Leonard, unmute your mic. Aya, huyu anaonekana alikuwa hapa kusikiza. Edwin.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. So I think, Mutembe, you are well known and a well connected person. You normally do
Apana.
blocking. You can try to
I'm
reach
not
Baba.
connected.
Yes?
I am not connected as you think.
You are, because I wonder how the other day you were in Kakamega where a person was killing his wife and he is my neighbor while I'm here, but you are there. I saw your post on FB. So back to our topic is, maybe there is two chances to why the deputy of ODM, that is Oparanya, met the two. Maybe it was strengthening the party. He was telling them, please tone down, let's see, let's give him a chance for a better tomorrow, or that is our homestead case we will solve internally. So it's a two-way traffic. It's either he was talking to them to advise them, or they are aligning themselves. Because we saw the other day, Oparanya met Ruto, and they talked. What they talked, we don't know. But the mistake that Raila is making, anaacha vigogo wake, watu wake wenye amesafa nao, his neighbors, wanatusiwa na watu wageni kama somebody like Sifuna. What can Sifuna tell Orengo and that Rarieda MP? It's very... Sifuna tried to vie in their homestead, akaanguka. Wakaleta kudanganya hapa Nairobi, baada akaanguka. So I wonder why Baba amemchukua kama his footstep kutusi wenzake tu. So I think he has to look for that case, or else something is cooking.
Okay, unapotea potea. Acha tusikize Elias. Elias, unmute your mic.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Endelea.
Yeah, ni Elias from Mumia. Sasa mgawanyiko ambao unaonekana katika chama cha ODM, mimi naona ni kwa sababu ya mwaka wa 2022. Kwa sababu unapoangalia kule Siaya, mgawanyiko unatokana kati ya sana Orengo inasemekana kwamba anaenda kusimama governor katika mwaka wa 2022. Na ukiangalia pia Opiyo Wandayi anaenda kusimama gavana, ama inasemekana kwamba anaenda kusimama gavana katika mwaka 2022. Sasa kuna Orengo ako na vigogo wake ambao amewatenga kando, na pia Opiyo Wandayi ako na wafuasi wake. Unapoangalia upande wa Orengo kuna yule mbunge wa Rarieta Orengo and Amolo, na unapoangalia upande wa Opiyo Wandayi kuna wale the likes of kina Junet Mohamed ambao wamekaa pamoja ili wakaweze kumsupport coming 2022 election. Na upande mwingine Oparanya na Otiende Amolo na Orengo kukutana, hii ni wazi kwamba wamekaa wakaona maybe mzee ila ameanza kuwa mzee, na sasa wanataka kukaa pamoja ili wakaweze kupata uongozi wa hii nchi, kwa sababu wameona sasa hivi Raila maybe hali yake ya kiafya maybe imeanza kudhoofika. Sasa maybe mwaka wa 2022 itakuwa kivumbi kikali. Sasa wanataka wakae pamoja ili wakaweze kutafuta mtu mmoja ambaye atabeba bendera ya ODM. Alafu iangalia kwamba Orengo ni mtu ambaye amekuwa kwa siasa miaka mingi, na pia umri wake unaenda ukisonga mbele. Sasa maybe amefika mahali akaonelea kwamba asipojipanga pia ataendelea kusapoti mtu ama kukua nyuma ya mtu miaka yote. Ni hayo tu maoni yangu.
Okay, sawa. Brigadier. Brigadier, unatupata? Okay, seems yuko Brian Matara. Brian Matara. Ni watu mnanishangaza sana. Okay, sawa. Acha tuende kwa Rupia, is it true that Orengo na Opiyo Wandayi camp ndio inaleta hii vita yote ya BBI?
Hapana. What I would like to say about that is that there are things in the BBI that our people feel that they were not placed correctly, or they are not good for us. Like the issue of the constituencies. I think in the whole Nyanza, we've only been given 4 constituencies. And there are issues that even our people on the ground started talking about. But the only point of departure is that the party gave a directive that the BBI be supported fully. And we could see Otiende went ahead to recommend some amendments that you would like to see in the BBI document, mentioning even the pages. So that did not augur well with the party, because at that point, party had directed that BBI be supported. That is why he lost his post in the JLAC. And it was only that. I don't think there was any other drama. And I've heard somebody say that Orengo will vote no. I don't think Orengo can vote no. Even though we have not gotten enough constituencies, I don't think Orengo will vote no. One reason why Orengo will vote no, and these people are saying there's kuna mgogoro, kuna nini. Mgogoro yenye iko kwa ODM saa hii ni labda ni iko kati ya Mbadi na Otiende ama Orengo. And you can even hear what Orengo was saying in Kakamega. How he was talking, he was very keen. Even in his words, he was very very, very keen, maintaining the position of Baba and maintaining everything. And I would like to tell you that this thought of that Orengo is disagreeing with the Baba, that Orengo can move out, where is he moving to? Even if he, now let's take it from that perspective, that Orengo wants to move out of ODM. Where is he going to? And with who? You know, we just have to reason well. If Nani said, if Evo said that Raila cannot become president, the Raila cannot make a good president because he has never been president. Does Evo want somebody who had been president to be president, so that we've seen that person governing this country, and we know those people who have become president? We can see qualities of a leader in somebody. He must not become president for you to know that this guy is good, this guy is bad, this guy. And for Moses, I think Moses has got some personal political problem, because even the Orengo is following. Orengo is agent of Raila. And let me be on record. Orengo and Otiende are agents of Raila. And wherever they are going, what they are saying, Baba must become president. And that is the position of the party, and that is what their position. So even if you are following Orengo, at the long run, you are following Raila indirectly. I don't know the problem that Moses has with the BBI, that he has just taken it personal. And let me tell you that I am from Nyanza, I'm from Siaya, and all these politics that somebody wants governorship, somebody wants what, they are not there. If the party will give a directive that we as ODM, we have Senior Counsel James Orengo as our candidate, or they will go for nominations. But again, it is you are a democratic right to run. But in ODM, a democracy is guided. Guiding democracy is not bad, because it is somehow a negotiated kind of. You will find that ODM has settled for Professor Anyang' Nyong'o for Kisumu. And even though people are going for nomination, those are formalities. But the party has settled on Anyang' Nyong'o. So even though we will be going for a nomination, but people we just know that it's Anyang' Nyong'o at the end of the day. So that kind of negotiation is in the party of ODM, and it will play out in Siaya when the time 2022 reaches. It will play out. So hiyo issue ya kusema ati Orengo wants governorship, Siaya governorship, and he doesn't see it well, hiyo haiko, and that is not the reason why they were proposing amendment. The reason why they were proposing amendment in the bill was that the number of constituencies that we were going to get. That is my contribution.
Okay, acha Evo akujibu. Evo.
Yes, yes, Mdeme, thank you again for giving me this opportunity. Rupiah, you didn't get my point. That's just because you were so specific that Raila can make a good president, and you're pretty sure that he could. I did not disagree with that point. My point is, you were so specific. The way you came across was like you're a Raila agent. My point is, we've got a lot of politicians that can actually become good presidents in Kenya, and very well learned people. And I gave an example, Ishungwa and all that kind of stuff. And I even mentioned, I said, everybody in the panel can pretty much become a president in Kenya, as long as you've got all the qualification and the criteria that is needed. So I was not disagreeing with you that Baba cannot make, just because he's never been a president anymore. Obviously, we cannot judge by the fact that he's never been a president. We know he's never been a president, and I'm not from the ministerial post that he's had in the past. I mean, those are the qualifications that we might judge him and say, he's at those posts before, and they were all successful or they were not. So he could become a good president or a good leader. Right. Going back to another thing about the BBI. We are still back talking about BBI, who's going to vote yes or no. It doesn't matter, because we know for sure that Honorable Ishungwa, was it yesterday, I think, or today? He said there was a lot of lobbying in the House and a lot of money got exchanged. So regardless of what we're saying here or who's going to vote what, when, we know that people are getting bought by money, and it doesn't matter what we say. If the government wants the BBI to sail through, it's going to sail through easily without a shadow of a doubt. So the fact that we are still arguing that who's going to vote this and who's going to vote that, whether BBI is going to pass or not, we know for sure that BBI is going to pass. And regardless of what people think at the moment, money is going to play a major role. And that's my point for now. Mtembe, thank you.
Okay, so let's go to Irari.
Mtebe, I wanted to react to Evo a little, just 30 seconds.
Okay, okay, just
Okay, thank you. Oh, man, Evo, let me tell you, the arithmetics of politics in Kenya is very simple. We have blocks. We can call them voting blocks. And once you have two of those large voting blocks, you can never say that they can never win. They will carry the day. Like now, you cannot tell me that people were bribed in parliament to pass the BBI. I'm telling you what Uhuru Kenyatta as Kenyatta and Raila Odinga as Odinga have stood for. And with a handshake, my friend, you cannot go to parliament, even if those people were not bribed. I don't know whether they were bribed or not. You cannot go to parliament and win against them. That is impossible. And actually, you know, we are not, this thing is not being forced down our throat that we just have to swallow it. We have seen the good things in it. And we are saying, because of the good things, we are for BBI. If the scenario was the one you are referring to, then it means that BBI was bad, totally, bad in totality. There was nothing good about BBI. So there are very many good things about BBI, and I can confirm to you that BBI is an improvement of the 2010 constitution. The people who are saying that we are going to be overburdened, we are going to be what, we are going to be what. We have not seen any good leadership in this country. That's why we are seeing a lot of pilferage, we are seeing a lot of corruption in this country. But if we had good governance and good leadership and the correct one, you will not see this overburdening you are talking about. We are not going to be overburdened by BBI. BBI is going to bring representation to this country. Correct representation is going the more resources are going to be devolved to mashinani. Like we have seen in the 2010 constitution, a lot of resources have been devolved to the ground. So it is going to augur well for this country, and it's going to work well for this country. So those are the things those are the lines we are using to support BBI. We are not just supporting BBI that Raila is inside, Uhuru is inside. After all, that BBI is also bringing about inclusivity.
Okay, thank you. Hirari, unmute your mic and go ahead. Hirari, unmute your mic, Bana. What's happening with you? Yes.
Okay, thanks Mutembei for this chance. I want to address some few issues concerning the BBI.
Acha kumute mic tena bana. Nini endelea?
Okay. Whatever I wanted to say about the BBI document, you see, there's a part we are told that BBI is going to stop the electoral malpractices. So I was just asking, how are they giving us finer details on how they will prevent that? According to my suggestion, I was suggesting that one of the strategies that can help us achieve this was through, I think we can conduct our elections as USA, as we saw last time, how it was conducted. In Kenya, we have like 8 regions, formerly the provinces. We have Nyanza, we have Rift Valley, Nairobi, Coast, Central, and others. So whatever we can do, we can do this division. Let's say like this week was a week for election. Like on Monday, we can channel the electoral process to take place in Nyanza alone. You see, so when that happens, all the eyes will be directed to Nyanza election, and all the candidates will be available. So after the elections are conducted in Nyanza, the results are announced, and that must be considered the final result. Then next day we move to another region. I think when it is done like that, it will be better, because we see the general election that we've been conducting has been bringing a lot of inconveniences. So when it is done and announced at a regional level, that must be considered the final result. And by that time, I think the leaders, the candidates, may be free to move up and down within a region to ensure their votes are properly guided. My second point is the BBI document. I think it's a big scam, because it's not whatever we are we are seeing now is not the BBI we knew from the beginning.
Okay, sawa sawa, acha tuende kwa Bob. Bob, unmute your mic.
Yes, Mr. Mutendei. Yes?
Yes, endelea.
Hello?
You are getting me?
Okay, can I proceed?
Yes. Tukiangalia maneno.
Can I proceed?
Yes, hapa kwa interview.
Whatever we witnessed, the BBI that was conducted for Nyanza was in Kisii, you see, and nobody was consulted. The proper channel that could be better, I think there could be consultation from members of the public. So like the Nyanza BBI, how is the fishing included in the BBI, or what other economical activity are we told will be facilitated through this process?
Sasa Iradi, unataka fishing yako kwa BBI?
Yeah, you see, something to do with the constitutional change. We must ensure that at least an economical activity is included in the document. How will it be beneficial to the ordinary citizen if at all that is not considered?
Okay, sawa sawa.
One of them, that is the main economic activity for the Nyanza region, you see.
Okay, sawa sawa. Let's listen to Bob.
Yes, Mr. Mutendei.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, now if we look here in this interview, tunaona sana watu wa Western na Nyanza wanachangia. Let me tell you this thing. I'm from Mount Kenya region. Somewhere near Mary. Let me tell you, if you judge someone like Orengo, Oparanya, someone like Moses, that Montavadi, you see him, Kisakitui, Kina Eugene Amaro, they come all the way from Western and the Nyanza region. The thing is, ukiona ndovu anachinjwa, kila mtu anakimbilia peace. Raila amezeeka, so wanashindwa wataachia nani? Kila mtu anang'ang'ania. Let's stop from there. If you remember someone, a speech by Pierre Lumumba, he once mentioned that any activity conducted by the IEBC, yes, it doesn't require Pythagoras theorem. It's just a matter of numbers. With the wananchi, you have the numbers to force the BBI down, but that will not happen. BBI must pass. Be assured of that. BBI must pass. Look to someone like Orengo just said 2 days ago, you'll never, on the 6th, in the Senate, he just said you'll never be intimidated. Yes, by some people. He has been an MP for that long, and he said that he can never be intimidated. Don't expect Orengo to vote no for BBI. He must vote yes. Why? Kenya, we as Kenyans, we are not like Tanzania or the US. Kenya politics are only based on ethnicity, tribalism, and briberies. Remember, in an interview conducted by the citizens, there is a famous politician called Njero Kadhango, former MP of Runyenjes constituency, saying they introduced the 500 shilling in the year 1994 to bribe people so that they can vote for them. And not unless we fight the bribery in this country, we can't succeed. Look, we have the 2-thirds gender rule. Not unless we fight for our own, we can't succeed. I quote one of the reggae artists. He's called one of the reggae artists said, there is a time of coming the rulership of woman. Rondraro said it. And you just look, Tanzania, you have Samia Suluhu. In Kenya, wanawake wako na women rep, men we don't have the men reps. But they are still fighting for the women reps, for the 2-thirds gender rule. Where we are heading, mwanaume hako mashakani. Where we are heading, not unless we figure out our figures and play our games very well. This country, I quote a guy there called John Bondo, saying this country should be disbanded and everyone should be go home. Yeah, it seems like it doesn't make sense, but to me it is making sense. This country should be disbanded from the executive to the judiciary to the legislature. We form the country well. BBI can assist and also BBI can't assist. It's the only that you are seeing the deputy president is neither in yes or no, but he's saying the will of the people will be done. Kama saizi tukirudi elections, tukienda kwa elections, kukuwa na Ruto and Raila, Ruto 70% anaweza chukua. Ruto akieliminatiwa, Raila anaweza chukua 60%. But those are not the right candidate to vote for. Yes, the right candidates are the rights of peoples like Mukisa Kitui, Kibudha Kibwana. People who are, they are politicians, but they don't have much politics. The only thing they just do is just to work. Someone like let's call Keraito Murunga and Martin Wambua, the governor of the current COG of the governors. Just look. But if you come to Kenya, we just base our work on nepotism, tribalism, the ethnicity, saying like they don't want someone from Oginga Odinga family, from the Kenyatta family, from the Moses family, where Mondavand comes from, and you just see Mondavand can make a very good president, but you'll be denied the opportunity. Thank you very much. Let's continue with the interview. Yes.
Okay, hapo na uko na swali?
Yes, Mtembe, nataka tu kuchallenge Bob quick. I agree with what Bob is saying, 99.9% of his contribution, apart from just one point where he mentioned that women have women rep in Kenya, whereas for the guys it's we don't have any men rep. But the whole idea why there's a women rep in Kenya is because politics is dominated by the male. So women feel on the weaker position and less represented, and hence the reason why they formed a women rep. That doesn't mean because they have a women rep, we need men rep. I'll give you a perfect example. In America, there's a Black Lives Matter. The Black Lives Matter was formed because the African American felt they were not being represented in the government. It doesn't mean that because Black Lives Matter, white lives don't matter. It's the minority feels that they are not well represented, and so their life doesn't matter. So they have an organization, Black Lives Matter. Similar situation to the women rep. They feel the male dominates the political scenery in Kenya, and so the women have to form the organization. That's it.
Okay, sawa sawa. And again, Bob usiseme Raila ni mzee. Raila ameturn 218 just the other day.
No, my friend. Raila is over 70s. Just look, I think in Kenya you should come just with a strategy. Kama mtu amepitisha miaka 50 asikuwe anafanyia mambo the public servant, akuwe tu retire, just go for retirement. Ukifikisha 70 years, you just go for retire in politics, become a political advisor. Then I go back to Mr. Elfo. Elfo, you are right. But there is this one thing we have to figure out. Where are we heading with these women? Kila mara nasikia wanalia, kokoti watoto wanalia. Anaenda mwanamke anaenda anapata watoto na wanamwangapi? 4. Kila mwanaume anataka asimamie mtoto. You end up finding that woman is getting more than 1 million Kenyan shillings out from nothing. Anasema nini? Mtoto lazima ugaramie mtoto. I quote some reggae artists. Remember the late and great Joseph Phil of the Mighty Culture sang, there will be black man kings. Like in Kenya, we have the black man kings. Remember someone called Robert Nesta Bob Marley, my namesake, just sang the song, the redemption songs. Now we are on the redemption songs. If we don't look, we'll just be in the deep shit. Remember, also Bob Marley sang this song. Who feels it knows it. Go to Peter Tosh. He just sang, the poor man feels it. Like now we feel the pinch of the economic deterioration, but the rich man there can't feel it. It's now upon the payday we just fight for our own. And if we don't wake up and just fight for ourselves, when we are still have the powers, we will be in deep shit. Oh, just Motembe. Let's continue with the interview. Then we just try to figure out something which will be beneficial to the local monarchy and the coming generation of this country. What's up, Ben? Let's move on. Let's wake up. Okay, thank you.
Bob nauliza, how old is President Biden ama Trump?
No, you see, Trump is over 70s. Biden is over 70s. I think the Biden will work only for 1 term as he will suffer only for 1 term as the president of United States of.
Bob amepotea. Rupia, naona ulikuwa unataka kuongea.
Thank you very much, Mutembei. But what I would like to say is, we have a country to protect, and this country is for all of us. The notion of disbanding the country, I think that is just somebody too emotional. And secondly, you see, like in America, we have Biden as a president, and seemingly in those the most developed countries, the young people direct their energies to building the nation. And this is comparable to maybe in Kenya. Now there is a limit, a term limit. Like a governor can go for only two terms, 2 terms. So, and then that after that 2 term, then you retire. You can go and look for something else to do. Take for example, Governor Stephen Sang. You know, he is still very young, and then he's going to retire. Then he will be forced to look for things which are bigger than him, because now he has gone up the ladder until coming down is not very easy. So I always believe that for these other positions, like MP, like women rep, the young people can scramble for them, because again, young people need to be guided. But to become president or to become governor, my friend, don't go there if you have not retired, because you are going to suffer after after your 2 terms. You are going to suffer. You are not going to even fit in the society, because you will now be looking for your calibers to sit with. So that one I'm referring to what somebody said, that Raila is too old. Raila is an octogenarian in politics. I don't think he has reached there, because after 80 is when you get to the to be an octogenarian in politics. Raila is fit to become president. You know, when President Museveni rigged himself for the, I don't know, for the 5th or 6th time, I did not complain, because I looked at Bobby Wine as somebody who is still in an adolescent stage. And the only issue I had with Museveni was that he had been president for a very long time. Until he was now, that thing was now part of him, he could not see any difference. But we also need a change. So a change is as good as a rest. But for the top posts, let's leave them to the aged. People who have retired. Somebody who, after finishing his term, he can still manage to control himself. Not somebody ukimaliza term yako, you are still very young, you cannot fit in the society, you are going to die, or you are going to die because of depression. That is my little contribution.
Okay, Ben.
Okay, what I'm saying, Ruby analysis, I don't agree with it at all, at all. You know, when we are talking about the leadership of a country, actually, you don't look at age as much, because we have young people who can read this nation excellent. And also we can have the old people who also can read this country. So by saying that at the top, it should be left for the aged, that is actually retrogressive. What we are looking is at a leader, a person who is able to lead this nation, not age. So when we are looking at age, it neither falls here nor there. It's about the capability. The capability is the capacity. You will find that we have young people who have the capacity. They can read. Ask Rubia, how many years was Obama?
Let me interject a bit.
Obama did excellent. In the United
Can I interject,
States,
please?
Rubia, keep quiet. Let me complete.
I want to interject a bit. Unaendelea tu. What I'm saying is, there's some guidelines in becoming a president that you should not be bankrupt. And these young people you are talking about, we've seen a tendency, they go there to make wealth. They are bankrupt. Let me finish.
You are talking about the old. Where have they taken this country? Where have the old taken this country? Why
I'm talking about bankruptcy.
Is it not about the old? So when you are talking about the old,
where these young people gotten money and wealth?
Look at the past. Rubia, I'm telling you that try to look at the past. We have been having the old. They have been leading this country. And you know, when you are young, you give the country what it needs. It's the fresh it needs. And remember, when we are looking at the young people, they have years ahead, and that will make them not to mess the country. When you are looking at the aged people, like the one you are trying to say that he can be a leader in this country, yeah, he can be a leader. I'm not objecting that. But why should we close down for the young people who have what it takes to lead this nation? That's what I'm trying to put across. So don't say that the top, we need only the aged people. Let us have a mix. Let us look at your capability, whether you are young or you are old. What we need is capability. So Rubia cannot tell us that because the aged have written a lot, that's why we need them there. And let us also remember this, that when you finish your job by working for your nation, you have a lot to do. Because if you finish, you become a president when you are young, you have a lot to do to this country. You give the counsel, you tell the people what you have done.
Ben,
so you cannot
Ben, the president mwenye amefanyia Kenya at least kitu inaweza patikana na inaonekana was the old Mwai Kibaki. Unajua hivyo?
Let me tell you,
So,
when Moi was young, let me tell you, I'm telling you facts. Let me try also to give you a comparison. I'm giving you a comparison.
Ben, before malize, let's have a Ayaga utachukua uongoze kidogo in the next few minutes. I will be back. Ben, you can continue.
Okay, I was saying this. You know, when we are looking at the young, if you look at President Moi, the time he entered into power, he was young. And for the first 5 years, Moi led this nation. It was perfect. It was only that Moi overstayed in power until he thought that Kenya is like a village. So young people can make excellent leaders. The only thing they need to be given is a chance. Let them not be killed by the old people who have overstayed.
Thank you very
in
much.
power.
Bernard. Thank you very much. We have heard you. We have heard your point. Some people want to interject because you are defending. And before I gave Evo, let me tell you, maybe you are forgetting. You know, Kenyans always forget very fast. In 2013, when we were voting for Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, they were at the age of 40. Ruto at around 40 and Uhuru was in the early 50s. They were young and they were calling themselves digital. And these are the people who have come here to rape our economy.
Look at what they did for the first 5 years.
They raped it.
5 years.
Don't tell
The
me
first 5 years they did excellent. Have you looked at the electrification in this nation?
My friend.
No,
I am asking you. Are you talking about?
I'm asking you. In the first 5 years, do you know how much electrification has been done in this country?
Bernard, we will mute your mic and you will force us to do that. You can't answer your question and ask and answer yourself. So I think someone should ask you, then you answer, please. But a moment you are answering yourself and asking yourself questions, because we have been in Kenya, we have been around. Even the people who are watching, you can see the comment. Ben is too much noise and want to dominate. So relax. Evo. Evo, you have problem with your mic. Who again wanted to ask Bernard? No. Your mic.
Can you hear me?
Evo, go on.
Right. I've got this is to counter Rupiah's idea earlier, and obviously maybe I come across to Ben. Guys, my phone is muted, so basically it's frozen. Basically, right? Rupiah came up with the idea of saying it was a good suggestion that age doesn't matter, but the way he was he did not have a good support backup for it against the young ones, because he came across as the young people don't have money and they come in broke basically and go into politics to basically steal money. But that is not quite true. I mean, in this day and age, we know some young entrepreneurs people make money through all social media and everything. So you can get a 20-year-old millionaire and a 30-year-old multi-millionaire and so forth and so on. So the narrative that Rupia was coming with that he doesn't want young people because they're broke to join politics and maybe become leaders is not a good idea. He probably came up with a good suggestion of having the old leading the country, but he did not have a good support backup. Anyway, my point is, unfortunately, where I'm sitting at right now, you cannot call somebody is old for any particular job. Unless it's a mjengo and somebody is 80 years old, obviously we cannot say he can go and do mjengo, because I understand you guys. For the vast majority of people in Kenya, you can still freely say somebody is old and he cannot manage this and he cannot manage that. Unfortunately, where I'm at, that is categorically described as discrimination, because you cannot discriminate anybody against age. Age is nothing but a number. Remember, you can still do a lot with age, and you only become wiser as you grow older. It's like, for example, I can give you a perfect example. It's like a mature wine. It's the more it's older, the best it gets. So the reason I'm not in support of any particular individual who is old in Kenya, that or against the young people, but my point is, for the people who've been in the government for quite some time through the past regimes, for instance, the Moi regime and the Kibaki regime, and now the current regime. I mean, these are people who have seen it all and they know how the government works. The one advantage that they've got against the young people is because they've been through it all, and if they make it to, for instance, lead the country, then they know where they can do the adjustments. It's not going to be a great shock to them as a new job, and so they rely heavily on maybe advisors and everything who can actually mislead them. They'll know. So perfect example is Raila. I'm not advocating for him or anything like that, but I just gave an example because his name has been mentioned there for quite some time. I mean, he can be a leader, and if he becomes a president, without a shadow of a doubt, I'm pretty sure he can do a good job. For one, because he's been there from Enziza Moi to Kibaki to Uhuru, so he knows where and what people need, so he can make a fine adjustment unless he choose not to do so. My second point is, the only thing I'm against the young people becoming, obviously a young person becoming a president, there's that hype, I mean, obviously the more modern generation is the .com, and we want to lead. Let me tell you one thing: the young people are angry and pissed off because they've got no jobs, and so they think that the people in power are not representing them, and so as long as they're not going to have any jobs, they will always come up with the idea that we want young people to lead. But let me tell you one thing: if anybody who's 90, 100 gets into power and gets the fact right that young people need jobs, believe it or not, nobody will be talking about anything about, oh, we don't need old people. All it takes is Kenyans want somebody in power to do things right. And at the moment, no one is doing it right. All will be, for instance, now we're talking about BBI this, BBI that. Believe it or not, we had a constitution, 2010 constitution that was passed. We don't see the benefit of that, and hence the reason why we come up with the BBI. Now, BBI, it can be passed tomorrow and implemented, but as long as people don't follow it to the letter T, it makes no sense. We know all these leaders, and Kenya, a perfect example is, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, but in the three top government branches, the legislature, the judiciary, and whatever, so should be, as we know, needs to be independent. In the Kenyan government, that is not the case. We know for sure that you can have a court case that we can clearly see that you're going to win, or you're supposed to win, but because only one phone call from the state house or whatever can overturn everything. So we know there is no need for us to go beating about all this BBI, that BBI. All these leaders that we're choosing, the judges and all that, They work, even the speaker in the House of Senate and all that, they work with their hands tied on their back. That makes them pointless. You know what I mean? So there's no point of you working when you fear that, if you do the right thing, you're gonna lose your job the next day. And so you have the luxury of that posh limousine car and a nice palatial home in Karen and all that. You're gonna lose that. So they work in fear. And unfortunately, that's just the politics in Kenya. Nobody is ready to stand up for what is right, even if the boss is wrong. And that's just my point. And another thing, I think Mtembe, before he left, he said the best leadership he's seen, I think, was during Kibaki. Unfortunately, I left Kenya, and so I did not see the leadership of Kibaki a lot. But from what I can gather, obviously all these projects that have been going on during Uhuru era was as a result of what the contracts that were already laid down in place during Kibaki. But as a Moi kid, I was born in the 80s. I enjoyed Maziwa Nyao, so I'm gonna say that and the free buses. I think the DAF Iveco, anybody with me, Nairobi, was free for students. So I'm gonna say that I enjoyed Moi era, and probably Moi era was one of the best eras I lived in. Thank you, Ayaga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think those are the issues actually we should discuss. The people, if you think you hate a politician or you hate Raila, you can keep that ego to your home and your family. And if you think you hate Ruto, keep that to your family and your wife. I think we should discuss issues. I heard somebody says that Moi first 5 years in power was very good. That is a very misleading. Maybe we were not there, but history taught us right. Moi was in power only 4 years. Then there was a stage-managed coup and things went debilitating. So Moi, the last 10 years in power, from 1992, with the introduction of multi-partyism, to 1997, that's when Moi, 1997 from 1997 to 2002, when he was leaving the power. Those were the best sides of Moi as a leader. There were no assassinations, no detentions, no so many things. And if anybody was detained between that going down, very minor cases. So we will have Edwin speak. Edwin, you should have facts. You should have facts. You should come here with facts. Before I gave you, you should come here with facts. That's obvious. Oh, Ben, you want to talk, but let me give you 2 minutes to respond. 2 minutes. By 20 minutes, I'm at 21, you will be done. You unmute your mic.
Okay, what I'm trying to put across, even when we are dealing with the corruption, I hear many people are saying that the youth are corrupt. But to my case, the people who are corrupt are the people who have been in government for quite a very long time. These people, they protect what they have. And because they want to protect what they have, you will find that even the growth of industry in this nation, it cannot happen because they protect what they have. Let's say today you want to come with an industry of gas or of milk. You will find that already we have a certain person who actually dominates in that industry. And because that person is in politics of this republic, as young as you are in that industry, you cannot measure in. If you come up with a pre-wally industry in this republic when you are young, you will find that we have people who have been in the government for quite a very long time, who have ventured in that industry. They can never allow you to deal with that industry, even if you come up with other innovation ideas. Okay, look at the youths, how they innovative they are. Recently, we saw that there was a youth, I don't know, from Meru, who was trying to come up with an aeroplane. But that youth, after he had done all he can, so that he can actually even show the people from the village that he has come up with a plane which can fly. He was not even given time to fly that plane. He was already told, you cannot do that. Keep this thing to your
Thank
home.
you. Thank you, Ben.
So that's
Thank
why
you very
I'm
much.
trying to
Thank you,
tell
Ben.
you
Ben,
that
thank you. Ben,
we
thank you very much.
need young blood on the top.
You will force us. You will force us to mute your mic, and you may watch the rest of panelists talking. So please keep time. There are people in line waiting. Who is next? Edwin. Edwin, then Samilong, then Kizito, Bernard. Then we will come to Captain. Captain who has been here for some time. In that order, Edwin, go ahead. Edwin has left. Eh?
Yes.
Edwin ametoka. Samilong, endelea.
How are you guys? I hope you can hear me well. Huh? First of all, allow me to say that I'm actually glad that I've come back. I'd gone somewhere for the weekend, but I'm back in town. The first thing is, let me respond to the title for today, that Raila is panicking. I don't really think Raila is panicking per se, because I know, well, it's too early and everybody is trying to make some plans and arrangements. I think what it's doing is it's opening the eyes for ODM. You know, ODM has that syndrome that if you're ODM to die. But now, people are showing ODM that, yes, we are patriotic, we are into this thing with ODM, but we also are slippery as fish, just in case at any time. So I think it's just keeping ODM on toes. More so, it's just a PR anyway, because it's still early, and all these people are vying for different seats, and they're out there for something different. Unless somebody can categorically tell us that, as history has it, there are some people who have already been recommended for specific positions that these individuals are going to run for. Otherwise, I know ODM cannot afford to lose somebody like Otiende Amolo or somebody like Orengo. Same as Oparanya, not so much. But the two, they're giants. They have been really invested in ODM. So that's my take on that for now. Allow me to retaliate or to explain something to Evo. Evo, I don't really think Raila is the best leader for this country, because Raila for now, Raila is somebody that we call a trending leader. History has it that Raila is always there looking for something, for a comeback, right? So that's like multipartism. Then he hits. He comes to the constitution, he hits. He comes to the national unity, he hits. Raila is more of a trending issues leader. Honestly speaking, when you look at everything, I don't think Raila has any manifesto on the ground or any development framework now as we speak. At least some people out there already, kuna watu wenye wameanza kusema this is what they want to do, right, for the country. But I think Raila is more keeping it to maintaining his father's legacy. His own sole mission is to sit on that seat, and that's it. Second thing, Ayaga, when you say that the times of Moi, the ending times were the best, I think because you started with KANU, with the ODM before you go to KANU, that's when you started knowing politics. You have what I'd call Raila activism syndrome, such that if there are no killings or anything, then that's when, because for me, and this is my take, Moi was more of a social president. He really focused on social structures. Maziwa Nyayo, Evo has spoken about the free transport. There were these harambees. He was really more of a social structured president. And then when you come to Moi, when you come to Kibaki, Kibaki was an economic structured president, right? That for him, he came with the 2030 Vision 2030. He came with opening the states, that is building things like Thika Superhighway. He tried to enlarge Mombasa Road. All these things are economical, right? So when we come to people like now Uhuru was supposed to be more of a digital social economic president, of which it did not really give anything, because we expected that at least our schools are going to be digitalized. One of the main things that they wanted to do with electrification is that they wanted to bring electrification down to the ground, such that all the primaries will have, you call it booster or you call it transformers, right? So if you have a transformer in the nearest school, at least one transformer, that is a point of supply, right? So it would have been, because primary schools are basically the public primary schools are the most the only institution that is most to the ground, to the people, because most of the places, places that are marginalized and everything, the only thing you can get there is a primary school, a free primary school. So that was the aim, or that was the target, but apparently, unfortunately enough, it was not, that agenda or that mission was not realized, because we still have many primary schools that do not have electricity up to now. Hence, that region around that school is still like that. There was this, Ben, I wanted to react to Ben's saying something about the youth. Personally, I believe the best leaders would be youths. Because take, for example, somebody like me. Allow me to use myself. My bank account, at this point, I only have like 2 bank accounts, let's say. I'm not saying I have to. Now, if I have like 2 bank accounts, I do not have so much investments out there such that it will be so hard for anyone, if I'm taken to any public office, for anyone to trace my wealth, right? And how my wealth multiplies. But now we have these people that have already been there, that are old. They have all these tricks, they have all these businesses, they have all these shoddy accounts, they have all these companies that are only directors, they only meet on the phones and WhatsApp groups. So it is very hard for us to actually weigh their integrity, because they already compromised.
Thank you
Yes?
very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have heard you.
Ayaga, wacha ni
Bob,
counter Ayaga, wacha ni jibu Samilon. He mentioned something about what I said earlier. Please.
In 1 minute, please. In 1 minute.
I'll be quick. Thank you. Samilon, let me set the record straight. I think maybe you misunderstood what I meant when I said when I spoke about age and discrimination. I gave an example with Raila because that is the most talked about guy, apart from Ruto and all that, in this panel. I was not advocating for Raila or anything. I gave an example because he's been through the Moi era, Kibaki era, now Uhuru era, but it wasn't anything to do with Raila cannot be a leader or anything. I don't know who. I'm not an advocate for anybody, and I'm not going. I respect the rules for the for the panel. We don't come here to advocate for anybody. We just discuss it. My second point, I'll be quick. You mentioned that you don't think young people should be leaders in Kenya. I mean, I don't know how young you're talking, but believe it or not, the French president, when he came into power, I think he was probably around 38 or something like that. So he wasn't that old. And there's I think it's Austria or something. The leader, the prime minister there.
I believe in young leadership. I believe in young leadership.
Okay, yeah, but so what makes you think? The reason why I said the young people, the only disadvantage they've got is they've not been through the regime, so they might not know better. Why I was advocating for the old people is because they've been through all this regime, and when they get that leadership role, it's not going to be a shock to them. They know they can adjust and where it fits and suits people, and that's why I gave a perfect example. In this moment in time, the young people are complaining and arguing and mourning about we don't want old people, we only want young, because they've seen the old and nothing has come in their favor. As young people, they've got no jobs. But believe it or not, all we need is a right leader. If we get somebody who is doing things the correct way, giving jobs, opportunities to the young Kenyans, they will not be going out there complaining that we need a young person or this and that and that. So what they're trying is a litmus paper test. We've tried with the old, it's not working. Let's try the younger one. But there's no specific.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, I'm told Captain I entered here before most of you, and he has not spoken, please. So, Captain, go ahead.
Captain, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Raghavan. Nimekuwa mvumilivu mpaka kidogo ni meze ulimi. Hello, guys. Are you getting me? Yaga, are you getting me? Mimi kwa siku ya leo niko na furaha sana kwa sababu leo ni tofauti na jana. Kwa sababu gani nasema hivyo? Jana kulikuwa na mkwaruzo sana, lakini leo I can see we have a super mind. Watu ambao wana discuss future ya kesho. Ile kitu nataka niseme kwa siku ya leo ni kwamba hatukatai ya kwamba hatutaki viongozi wazee. Ile kitu tumekataa ni kwamba hatutaki monopoly ya viongozi. Ukiangalia katika upande wa Raila amekaa kwa serikali for so long. Amekaa kwa opposition for so long. Lakini kwa saa hii opposition imeshindikana. Tena anataka kushift kwenda anataka kuingia upande wa president. Kitu ambacho nataka niseme ni kwamba huwezi eka rekodi mara mbili. Mtu huwa anaeka rekodi, anafunja rekodi. Kwa ile rekodi ambayo Raila ameweka ni rekodi ya opposition. So ile kitu anaweza fanya the best ni kufunja ile rekodi, aeke nyingine. Si kwamba aandikishe rekodi nyingine aje akuwe president.
Wewe hata ungeendelea kungoja ulimi umeze ulimi.
Ako sawa bwana. What is wrong?
Hakuna kitu huyo mtu anasema. Hata ungeendelea tu, hata ungepewa chance.
Give me my time, my friend. Give me my time. You were given your time, you enjoyed your time, just relax. Relax. I give my points. Thank you. Ile kitu nataka niseme ni kwamba vijana tunafaa kuwekwa katika uongozi. Angalia mtu kama Mudi Awor was a vice president. Alitolewa, sijui alienda akatolewa wapi, akacha akapatiwa kiti. Ili hali vijana tuko hapa nje, vijana wamesoma digital. Nowadays we are dealing with digital. Hebu niambie leo hii umpatie Mudi Awor computer na line iko hapo, anataka hudumie under digital system. Unadhani ya kwamba that system can work? Pita katika mahospitali mengi ni ya kwamba wale watu ambao wako hapo ni watu ambao walikuwa hapo kitambo, lakini sasa system imebadilika. System saa hii imebadilika, tumekuja katika digital. Ukienda line ni kubwa, mtu hawezi cooperate, anatafuta keyboard, anatafuta number type. The problem with Kenyans, the problem with young people, we are here to support the monopoly leadership. Katika hii PPI ambayo inatengenezwa saa hii, usifikiri ya kwamba PPI inatengenezwa ije inisaidie kama mimi kijana, kama uwezi ongea, kama hatuwezi piga kelele. Hii PPI ni kwamba inatengenezewa watu fulani ili waweze kulinda vile vitu vyao wamepora kutoka kwa serikali. Ile shida inatupata katika Kenya ni kwamba tunachagua politicians. Hatujawahi chagua kiongozi, tunachagua watu ambao wanapiga kelele tu. Ukiangalia qualities of a good leader and a politician is different, very different. They don't match. Mr. Rubia, listen, take these points. Ile kitu nataka nikwambie ya kwamba vijana tunahitajika kupata nafasi kubwa sana katika Kenya hii ya leo tuko nayo. Ni kwa sababu gani? Angalia mtu kama Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali ameingia kwa miaka 5, lakini angalia kile kitu amefanya. Na ukombee mtu ambaye amekaa kwa serikali for so long, somebody like MP wa Taveta, 20 years. Ukombee na mtu ambaye ameingia for 5 years. Angalia mtu kama Ndindi Nyoro. Ndindi Nyoro is the same age with Rupia nikikuangalia, lakini angalia kila kitu amefanya. Tuache mambo ya kuchagua viongozi ambao ni wa kupiga kelele. Look somebody like Papu Owino who is under Raila Odinga system. I can say huyo ndiye mwanafunzi wa Raila sasa. Whereby Papu Owino can stand the platform atuambie ya kwamba somebody anakaa kama mtoto wa mbwa. Ni kwa sababu gani? Yuko katika chini ya kiongozi ambaye hawezi akamkanya. Hao viongozi wanataka ile kitu tunaita defending. Ile kitu nawahimiza siku ya leo ni kwamba hawa viongozi, hii familia tuitoe. Familia ya Raila Odinga, familia ya Kenyatta, familia ya Moi, even Ruto is not the best to lead this
Ayaga, that is getting off. Let's get off Ayaga.
Can I interject a bit?
A point of order, Captain.
Yes.
Captain, even you can look the comment. You can look at the comment. You know, who nani sasa microphone ya nani iko on inaleta hiku. Kila mtu azime mic. Zima mic, Captain. Mic ya nani iko on? Aya, Captain.
Yes.
You know, a moment umeanza kutaja jina ya mtu, and I think maybe you are in rural. Embakasi East is the best performing in terms of development in Nairobi. So maybe the village where you are in, you know, ukianza kutaja jina, people will interrupt you, you will not finish your time, and you will complain. Just be like others. Like the way I gave Samilong his time, he finished because he was talking about issues, you see. But the moment ukianza kutaja majina ya watu, they have their supporters here. Yeah, so please, have your 1 minute.
Mr. Yaga, ile kitu mimi nataka kusema, mwenye ameinterrupt ni Rupia, si mambo ya comments I can read. Wakati mtu amepatiwa nafasi, let us all listen. Hata pointi zangu zikiwa mbaya, zikiwa nzuri, huenda hazitakuwa nzuri kwako, lakini kuna mwenye atachukua hiyo point. So wakati nimepatiwa time, you relax my friend.
No, no, no.
Ile kitu nataka
Captain,
kumalizia ni
Point
kwamba
of order.
Captain,
Captain has said we must get rid of the two families.
Captain.
No, point of order.
That is not in order.
Bob, we will remove
Mr.
you and
Speaker,
you will
sir.
also complain. We will switch your mic off and you will be seeing other panels talking and you are not able to talk, you will still complain. So please, give us some little bit time. If you are a heckler, you know, we know how to deal with hecklers here. You utaenda tu backstage na utatuona kwa view sasa. Na utaenda kupeleka frustration kwa comment section and we don't want that. So please, before we reach there is order. This is a guided. The other day we were talking about those people. You are not here. Even today, we just did what we call the reverse psychology by saying there is a panic in ODM so that you can come. And thank you for coming. It is just reverse psychology. So thank you. Nothing is wrong in ODM, I don't think, unless you didn't watch news. So, Captain, 1 minute, and Bernard will.
Mr. Yaga, unajua mnanikoroga wakati napeana points zangu. Why are you always una attack my points?
No, you are talking at Babu Owino, sijui what. Do you, the list of development, I am very sure. I'm very sure Ndidi Nyoro was below Babu Owino.
Listen to me.
Now we have switched on your mic. Uta stay hivyo. And Kizito, then Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much, my brothers. Good evening to you all. Here is not evening, but it's okay. First, I would like to, today I just want to comment and give 2 points. Please, if you allow me, give me 3 minutes today. Don't cut my time. I will first start with Milong. Milong, you are very perfect. You are okay. But the only problem you have, you only think. You talk of things you are thinking. You don't talk what you know. Thank you. Next time when you are talking, you always debate good, but don't talk of what you think. Talk of what you know. Secondly, our youth are the exact people who have failed us. Not that they are wrong, not that they are not digital, the way Captain was saying. They are digital. But the problem, they are wanangangania power. They want to be powerful, then they can do anything they want. That is the mentality they have. If to say, for example, I heard Ben was talking of old words. Ben, old people, they have experience. Even in the Bible, there's a place. I think Bernard is a pastor, sort of. He can correct me when I'm wrong. When there was a story of a young man, whom all his peer group, they killed all the old people. With him, he went and hid his father. When the drought came, it was only his father who came back. What do we learn from that? These people, these old people, first, they have money. In presidency, in all of Africa, you cannot be a president without money. Don't think that you can come and start saying that, oh, I want to be the president, and you don't have money. You must have money. If you talk of the family, whom do you want to be that? Because this is a family who can, who have that money to stand for presidency. And if you remove them, just few days, when Raila had a handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, he has not been complaining about anything. He has been quiet. Even the day he was having COVID, he went to the hospital. People are still complaining. Why don't Raila talk? Do you want to tell me that this Raila was the only person who was meant to be in opposition? All these young people are full in the parliament. They were elected as young people. Why don't they also oppose? Because there are also some opposition people. That was only my take. But please, when we are talking, just like Ayaga said, let us not say what we think. When you are still thinking, just keep quiet, you relax like the way I'm relaxing. When you finish thinking, come with your point clearly and categorically, and you talk.
that this is what has been happening and this is what we want to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will have Bernard Elvo let there is Brian Matara here, there is Bernard. Let them at least say something.
Allow me to correct that kindly, please. To respond, just 1 minute for Kizito. Kizito has mentioned me.
Can I go ahead?
1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Kizito, I am a student of security and law by extension. I cannot say that I know something unless I have first-hand information. So I cannot, if an information, I cannot substantiate an information, I cannot say it with certainty. I know. That's why I use the term I think. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's my time
Brian,
now.
Good
evening.
Brian, do you? No.
Good evening,
Bernard,
team.
Bernard first. Bernard should talk first. Bernard, and unless Brian has a question.
Thank you very much. But let
contribution,
let Brian go
go
first.
ahead.
Let Brian go first. He has
Okay.
for too long.
Okay, Brian.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Bernard, for giving me that chance. The first thing, thank you. I'm the first one to join today, and I realized there is very good discussion. And I saw something like panicking. In politics, there is no panicking. You take readjustment and go ahead. That's the first thing you need to know. In politics, there is no panicking. It's a way of going to boardroom and readjust and make sure you are moving ahead. So there is nobody who's panicking. The only thing is to go to boardroom and readjust with the strategies. They will come out very strong. That's the first thing. Nyanga, I've answered you. Now, the second thing, I can see we are youths here. Being youths here, we can talk about generational change. Are we ready? That's the question. Are we ready? Because if you are not ready,
Network problems. And Bernard, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. And I'm enjoying myself.
Somebody muted me, Bon. Somebody muted me. Somebody muted me. I'm back.
No, you are.
So I was saying, we are in this room.
Continue from where you left. Thank you.
No, I will continue from where I left because my brain is working. I'm trying to say, we can say that we are youths and we want change. Are you ready for that change? That's the first question I'm asking, Captain. Captain, you had a very good point, but you went to personality. Do not personalize politics, because politics is all about reasoning and moving ahead. So what I can contribute in this room is that let us make sure that if we want generational change, let us, all of us as youth, stand and not bind for a person who can be able to deliver us where we want. We can claim we want digital economy, but you can be digital, but your thinking is old. That's another thing you need to understand. You can be digital, but your thinking is like 1980s thinking. You can see how the current leadership is getting us to that point. They were telling us digital, but they are thinking all the way. That's why you saw Muda Wall in that point in sports, a big youth. So I can tell you that let us reason and ensure that if you want to have change, let us think digitally. We are moving on, and let us reason that politics is not about panicking. It's all about knowing what you want, and it's all about strategies. I want to see like Rupia, tomorrow you stand, I come and campaign for you so that you become more reasonable person. But once you get to leadership, we are youths. Do not use old ways of thinking. You start abusing people in platforms. You know, that's why youths were being used. You are a star, but at the end of the day, the old guys use you and you go down. So let us maintain our reputation. Let us, Bob, I can see you have your hand up. Your time is coming. So your time is coming. Nyaga will give you your time. So number one, let us plan for ourselves. Let us have a plan, and let us know what we want. But there's no panicking in politics. For those who have gone to university, we can tell you, my friend, when you were seeking university elections, people were used to tell us you can panic. But at the end of the day, you win with their strategy. And there are many ways you can win if youths can stand and ensure that they know what they want. Two, there is something you are talking about BBI. You know, you guys, the problem you have. Why do you support BBI? Do you know the reason? That's the first question I'm asking. Do you know the reason why you are supporting this big animal in the house? Number one, if you have done economics, you can think of three things: economically, socially, and politically. Is it viable for our country which is developing? That's the first thing. If somebody is telling you, I'm adding more 40 seats in one region, and tomorrow you will be going to Parliament to defend yourself, when they will rally the 40 plus what they have, then tomorrow they go to marginalized communities, they gang against you. There is no day you will pass a bill. That's the first thing you should note. So, number one, we should think twice. Orengo is very good, and Otiende Omoro, when I was removed from the first chair, I was annoyed, I was crying, because that guy, a bright mind cannot be removed when you say the truth. So, number one, let us reason. BBI is good, but it's not economically viable for our country. That's the first thing. Two, when you had a cost, when you had a cost and you are crying about a cost, you cry about a cost, then you are out to add a cost. You know, you guys, come on. You should reason. You cannot cry this hiking of taxation in terms of petrol, then you are adding a cost so that we can hike further. You know, economically, you should be viable. You know, at times, let us not follow these guys. There are people who are born to Risariwa, to Kawapata, they are still existing. We should do away with them. We get generational change, people who can be able to assist us strategically so that you can move on. Otherwise, Kenya would be rotating, changing constitutions, changing leadership, and you will die, and we get old, still we are rotating within constitution. We had 47 counties. Me, I voted no that time. And actually, the ones we voted no, now you are back to us and telling us we go and change that thing. Are you telling us the next 5 years we change again? That's another question. Are you telling us we change again? So, Nyaga, me, I want to summarize like this. As a youth, let us reason, know what we want, and go for it. But let us reason like people who have gone to school. And have a philosophy that will guide you. I can see some people want to react. Let me allow you to react, but react positively. We are youths. We don't have a drive.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matara. Matara Brian. Very good friend of mine. Thank you very much, Brian. So I can see two people want to react. Bob, is it a question or a statement? You know the problem, we are giving you to ask a question, and then you start making a full statement. A whole question, a paragraph page.
Okay, yes, Mr.
Question asked. Is it a question?
No, it's not a question. I want to revert.
If it is not a question, please, your time will come. If it is not a question, please, your time will come. You are there before. I heard you when you are talking, even before I joined. So, ushaongea. Elvo, is a question or a statement? A question. I ask him.
Correction.
Correction.
Correction, two people. Rupia,
that
when he spoke,
correction,
it was a while ago.
That correction should not be more than 1 minute, please.
Yeah, I'll abide by the time. Nitakikisha. Mimi mungwana, by the way. Rupia, you spoke a while ago. No, sorry, not Rupia, sorry. Rupia, sorry, Rupia. Kizito, Zito, my friend, you're giving example, quotes from the Bible. This is a public panel. So everybody is prescribing through the Bible. Some of us don't believe in that. Bible in literature. So hatutaki hiyo. Captain, I was eyeing for you. Oh, you're coming across as Shida Nawaze Tena. You mentioned a worry. What's the other a worry? Was he a worry? What's his name?
Moody Awori.
Moody. Yeah, that's it. That the modern day in digital and a worry they cannot manage that position. My friend, believe it or not, these guys get appointed. They don't do the job. The secretaries do the job. So all the secretary needs from these guys is the idea ambayo iko hapa. Unasema secretary na type, and that's it. So it doesn't matter age again, discrimination. Tuangalie, it doesn't matter. Thank you, Ayanda.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brian. You have 1 minute to respond. And
I'm
Bernard,
correct.
Brian, you are not asked any question by anybody.
No, I'm responding. I'm responding. I'm accused. I'm accused.
By who? By
because
who?
I mentioned the word again. Let me answer Ivo. You cannot tell us about ideas. We don't have ideas. When we go to university to come and pick ideas and type. My friend, let me says go and retire. There's age of retirement. For judiciary, 70. For politicians, should go home. If you reach 60, go home.
Much. Thank you very much. Kizito, do you have a question or a statement?
A question, and to also to react because Ivo mentioned me. Yeah. First, I would like to tell Mr. Brian that it is very unfortunate because from your first statement you said that it's your first time to come here, of which means they could have kept you aside first for you to know how this channel is going, how the platform, because all those things you are discussing had already been discussed until we left them. My question is, which kind of philosophy you went to school? All those people you are seeing, the ones that were elected, people like Ndini Nyoro you mentioned, all of them, they were elected because they went to school. Nobody, all of them, they went to school, and that's why they put the limit of secondary, university for every elected leader. Mr. Ivo, you are very right of what you've said. I respect your opinion. But each and everybody in this panel, like everybody used to say here, we have our own beliefs. If I'm a Muslim, I believe in my Islamic. If I'm a Christian, I believe in my Christianity. When I mention something in the Bible, that is my belief. So you need not to criticize it. You just say your point. But I used it because I'm a believer and I'm a Christian. That's why I had to use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm accused again by Gisito.
No,
Let me
you are
answer
not accused.
Gisito.
You are not accused. I've never heard him accusing you.
But I'm telling
Brian,
Gisito that I would not been there.
Brian, please be a gentleman. Eh? Yes, thank you. Bernard, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to react to something before.
I've been patient. What is it,
you
Rupia?
Know, Rupia reaction
want to react
lead to more reaction. So
I forget. I don't want to forget.
Write it down. You went to school, my friend. Go write it down somewhere. Have a piece and paper and a pen, so you note it. You don't forget. Bernard, continue.
Thank you very much. Now, back on the debate. The meeting of Oparanya, Amolo, and Orengo. Oparanya is a mature politician. He knows what he's doing. And ODM is one of the strongest parties. I could say the only existing strong party in Kenya. And they have been at this play for many years. So there is nothing that is happening right now that is news. If there will be anything to go by, they are playing their game very well and trapping everybody who is guessing their next move. From where I see it, they know where they are coming from and where they are going. And anybody thinking that they have been cornered, those people thinking so are the ones that are cornered, to the best of my knowledge. And then the meeting of Oparanya, the dragging of Oparanya meeting with Ruto and the rest. It's part of the game. You know, you don't play politics in proper politics. They must never see you coming. They should just see you arriving. And that's what ODM is doing. Before, like what is going on right now, the Amolo stand and Orengo stand on the BBI. In my analysis, these people are only, you know, being vocal to enhance the no team. You know, the really problem with the BBI right now is that we don't have a clear no team. And we really need this no team. So since the no people are sitting on the fence and nobody's taking a stand, so the no of Orengo and the no of Amolo is encouraging these people to come and gather together so that they can be clear that in the parliament they were 80 what, they voted no. Then they want to drag them also in the Senate so that they vote no. Then it will be clear on the ground that the no team doesn't have numbers. Their numbers that they have been telling us they have has been a mirage. And so this is stripping them of everything they have been claiming to have. So ODM is intact. Chama iko imara, hakuna shida hata moja.
Politics is a dirty game.
On the formation. Hold
figures.
on. Now, Ayaga is in charge. Huh? Now, on the formations of alliances, until the BBI has been voted for and it has gone through or failed, any formation right now is non-existent. It is not holding any water. Really, political alignment will take place after the BBI. So don't take all this Cerelac, all these so greetings, so and so, as anything to go by. It is not there until after this amendment has been passed or has failed. And then there was somebody called Hillary. He's talking about the BBI. The information has been withheld. People were not given the rightful information about the BBI. He seemed not to have been in Kenya because the BBI program started as early as 2018. And the task force has gone everywhere. Public participation, they went in every county. They made all the people that were needed to be made. And if they had anything, they said. And so if you come and say that there was no public participation, you wanted public participation in their voting or what? Because what is captured in the BBI was the views that were given by the people who appeared before the task force. So let's be here and give right information so that we are able to stand by what we say. It's okay for you to pull on your own side, but let it be factual and not just factual. Let it be true in the sense that it holds water compared to the recent history and the past history. About all the people in leadership, that is part and parcel of our African heritage. Leadership is handed from the old to the younger. And then if we go traditionally, we had age sets. There you would get what there are people when they are talking, you don't talk because they are not your age mate. There is an age set that is higher than you and you submit to it, and then they have submitted to somebody, they have submitted to somebody until we get to the highest. These are the ranks that we are breaking that are resulting into the mess that we are in. I give you a prime example, 2013. 2013, we said that the old people have been in power for long, they have messed up the country, let us give it to digital, okay? And we voted in the digital. I didn't vote for them, but it's claimed they won the elections, and see what they have turned the country into the 8 years they have been in power. Has digital worked? Being young, has it delivered? It has not. So leadership has nothing to do with being young or being old. It has everything to do with capability to govern. And what we are lacking in Kenya is people that can govern, facilitate the country to move forward. There is some misconception we have in politics that we are calling politics of development. And that is a ploy that is making us not to lay a demand on our politicians to lead the country. The government does not exist to make development. the government exists to facilitate a conducive environment for development to take place. Waiting for the president or the prime minister or the governor to bring you development, that is part and parcel of what is messing up this country. Instead of us now demanding delivery of required leadership, we are waiting for handouts. And handouts is one of the greatest problems of this country, whereby people are sitting down and waiting for somebody to give them something. And when they are given that something, they wait for another election to be given something. But if we elected somebody to provide us leadership and is not providing the required leadership, we have a clause to call them back, okay? We have a clause to sanction them out of office because there are no bribes they are giving us in terms of development. So it is important that we get everything in proper perspective. The old can lead well, the younger can lead well, but the younger can only lead when they are guided well by the old. The experience of the old is what secures the leadership of the younger. Ivo had a problem with the Bible being quoted. The Bible is a very rich book, and every court on the face of the earth has a copy of the same, if it is a serious court. And most of the constitutions in the world have borrowed largely from the Bible. And so when we refer to the Bible, it's not that we are preaching Christianity. We are only drawing out facts that have secured the understanding of governance worldwide. And if we have not convinced you to change your faith, we haven't infringed on your belief system. We are only drawing from the ancient wisdom, which has held the universe together as far as we are concerned and is able to help us as at now. The leadership of Rehoboam in the Bible, the sons of Solomon, what made it to fall apart? He went for counsel to the elders, and the elders told him, don't be too harsh like your father was. Please relax the law and be accommodative. Then after that, he went to seek counsel from his peers, his age mates, and they told him, where your father used a stick, use rod. Where your father was squeezing small, squeeze tighter. And it appealed to him very well. So he went and did what the young people told him. And what happened? That was what resulted into the breaking of the Israel as a nation, to have the 2 tribes and then the other 10. So we can't have a young alone leading. It does not work well. And we can't have the old alone leading. We must all come together. But the younger need the experience of the old to provide required leadership. As I close, the Raila we are talking about today is a different Raila. It's not the Raila we had in the early 90s. He was everything you don't want to talk about in terms of wanting everything today and fighting for everything. But now he's been groomed. And what has made Raila a great leader is the elders that he surrounded himself with. People like Olentimama, Matiba, and all the people that led into the struggle of independence. They are the ones that have groomed him. Now he's a sensible person. He can put his interest last and put the country's interest first. The younger people right now, they will want to get anything. Even if Kenya bans, they don't care. What they care is that they won an election and they must be inaugurated. Now that kind of thinking, it's not helping for the country.
Thank you very much, my brother. I think your time is up. If you haven't finished, let me give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds, you're done.
Thank you for the 30 seconds. Thank you for the 30 seconds. Okay, I will finish this way. The 2010 Constitution has delivered great benefits. If said it hasn't. Look at the country right now. Look at the development. The devolution alone has transformed this country. What the 50 years plus of independence could not do. So the 2010 Constitution has brought about the changes that we see. And so the improving on it through the BBI will even cause more better things to happen. We cannot rule out that change of constitution will not translate into better life for Kenyans. It can. It may come
Thank
at
you
a
very much.
it may come at a
Thank you
pain,
very
but
much.
it is worth it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pinto. Pinto, thank you very much for watching. Gregory, our link is on the comment section. Just look for it there. You're gonna see it, and we wish you to join us soon. Sammy Long, you had a point of information. Sammy Long, if you're with us, you had a point of information. Please, 1 minute, because it's not a statement, so I think it is just a point of information.
Yes.
Let me give you 1 minute.
I had to look for it. I think Otiende, he's not saying no to BBI. He actually voted yes. So Bernard, you were misleading when you were saying combat him and Orengo were on the no side. Otiende Amolo is on the record voting yes.
Sammy Long, I think you didn't hear Bernard well. Pay attention. What Bernard says, there is this trick Orengo and Otiende is trying to do to, I think, to give a kind of a morale for the no team so that they vote no, for us to know their exact numbers, then we beat them in the same experience. I think that is what Bernard means. Eh? Everybody hear that. Pole sana. Bob, if you are with us, you have your 3 minutes. Bob.
Okay. Ariarona. Hello. Ariarona, I talked about.
Go ahead.
Ariarona, I talked about the tribalism, nepotism, ethnicity is the thing which is eating us. It's not a matter of being tuko na mtu mzee na turul ama mtu muyang, but we should be doing that. Mtu akizeeka na pia ndogo chance atawawa rule, but the old also needs the young. I support Evo alisema tusiweke Biblia hapa, and I stick by that. That religion be religion. If you go to the philosopher, someone like Karl Marx said, religion is the opium of the poor. Let's fight for our own. We are fighting for Kenya, but not matters concerning with the Bible. Bible talks something different to what we are talking about. We have to fight for ourselves as the youth. Then I go back to Bernard. The age limit doesn't matter. What matters is what is in your head. But there should be a limit. Kama venye nilisema mtu akifikisha 70 akuwe political advisor, but hiyo parliament, hiyo state house aionee view sasa. Let him be political advisor. Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you very much, Bob. Even as chair, I also sometimes, today I don't want to interrupt anybody. I just want to let you say what is in your heart. And I said, the politics of personality, you get so many attacks. So if at least you bring something like an issue, you will be free. Kizito, I'm seeing you. So Bob has left. Bob, in politics or in leadership, there is no.
Yes.
Mute, Baba. Mute. You have echo. Thank you very much. In politics, there is nothing like retirement age in politics. I've never had. The US president now is like 80-something, if I'm not wrong. Angela Merkel in Germany is also almost 80. Queen Elizabeth is almost 90 in UK. So I don't think leadership, there is something like age limit. In leadership is your capability to rule or to manage or to lead, like what Bernard talked about. Kizito, do you have a point of order, a point of information, or a point of interjection?
Interjection, sir.
Let me give you at least
30 seconds.
Minute,
30
30
seconds.
Thank you very much.
I would like to be very much direct to Bob. Bob, every individual in this world has got his own belief. Even these people you are saying that they are in power, they become elected, or they end up carrying Quran, they end up carrying Biblia. I've never seen anybody swearing in without any Quran or Biblia. So don't condemn anybody who is stating Bible verse on here. You talk your points, but support whom you want, but not to interfere with somebody's belief. If I support my Biblia, let it remain to me. That's why there are so many churches. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Bernard, your mic is Bob, sweetie. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Bob, give me a minute. Bob, give me a minute. Bob, or we will mute. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Bob. Thank you very much. Yeah, Bob. Religion. We have a freedom of worship and a freedom of religion in this country, and I think everywhere in the world. I myself, I may not be a Christian or like a Muslim like you, or like a Jew like you, but I read those 3 books. In fact, I can confess I have them. If I was unable, ningekuonyesha. I have Torah for Jew, I have Quran, and I have the Bible. I read all of them because, you know, information is being sourced in so many ways. So when somebody quote a Bible, that one should not worry you. You just quote in what you believe in. Tafadhali, that should not even be a point of discussion. It will appear like we are discussing God. We are discussing leadership. Sahi. If you are elected tomorrow, and you go to the parliament, my friend, you will be first asked, are you a Muslim? Are you a Jew? Or are you have to swear. The swearing in, there is the way you will swear in. So we are, let us not discuss that. Tycoon Gregory. Welcome, my brother, if you are with us. Tycoon Gregory. Oh, Tycoon is not with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, I've had Bernard, and I've had several people talking like Kisito. But one factor we need to know when it comes to politics, let's not shield our shame through biblical or the Quran. So that one I may not support Ayaga. Then at the same time, you've talked about the BBI and how many people are supporting, and those people who are losing and those who are gaining. Right now, you may not tell who is gaining and who is losing as far as PPI is not yet through. It has to go through the people, the popular vote. Then at the same time, we know that the benefits of PPI we are yet to experience. Let's not hide the truth. We are yet to see whether the badness and the goodness of BPI as we compare the two as far as after the PPI, so which means we will experience thereafter after 2022. We cannot manage to experience the benefit and the badness of BPI before 2022. So now, as you speak, you are talking about who is losing. You may think that William Ruto is losing and Raila is gaining, or Uhuru is gaining. After all, we are not sure who is losing, who is being blackmailed. Maybe Bernard is defending his presidential candidate by saying that maybe our hustler, chief hustler, is losing. But definitely, I know I've been talking liberally in a liberal way every now and then, that for sure. And if I may not even contradict myself, that Baba is being blackmailed. At the same time, he has been tracked to something which he will not evade, he will not run away from. And this is the so-called BBI. After the BBI, Baba will notice that he has lost after the BBI, that is after 2022. Right now, you are taking powers to assume.
A point of correction, Tycoon.
Yes,
a point of correction, Tycoon. We may love you to predict for us the postmortem of BBI. And as for now, we will love it when you are telling us the content, the disadvantages, what will affect us, what we will gain. Don't give us the postmortem. You know, that is it's called the postmortem. Whatever happened after postmortem, we don't need postmortem now. Please, just let us talk to the document. We don't want to know who is being played, who is being played. You know, in politics, in every competition, there must be somebody who is a loser.
Ayaga.
Point of I'm directing you.
It is good to moderate, but not to enfranchise my right discussing here.
No. We will discuss the BBI post BBI. Now, if you are telling us post BBI now, after BBI has passed, what are we going to talk about? I think many people here want actually to hear the content and how those things will affect or interfere with our lifestyle. But postmortem, I think after BBI, Baba ikichezwa na BBI ishapita, we will have, that thing will still affect even you or me, not even Baba himself. So
you are telling me to discuss more about the BBI, and the BBI we are talking about, as far as you are talking of the percentage of 35% devolved to the counties. You know, right now, this so-called the devolved system of government, whereby we have 48 system of governments headed by the Uhuru Kenyatta and the 47 governors, forming 48 governments. Here comes the distribution of resources, whereby you are sharing the cake which is not available in the table. It's just like calling us into one round table. And then you start giving a share of a cake which is not in the table. Right now, the bigger question we are putting, especially as someone who is thinking critically, is that as far as we are talking about the shares which is forming around 35% going to the counties, we are talking of something imaginarily. We are not talking about something which is available. As far as we talk of the 16%, which is in the initial 2010 constitution, the constitution doesn't provide the limit of the share which is supposed to be taken to the counties. But here we are discussing, we are putting the limit higher, but we are not giving, we are giving the limit, but we are not giving the minimum. The 2010 constitution gives the minimum and it doesn't give the maximum. Here is the reason why we have an issue with it. Right now, it is giving at least 15%, but the 15% is nowhere to be seen. When it comes to resources being channeled to the counties, already the law is in place, which is giving us 15%. But once you talk of the money to...
Sorry, this is really burning me, please. It's really burning me.
Kizito.
Yeah.
Kizito, let him talk. Let him talk. Just note down, eh? Let him talk.
Yeah, but okay, thank you.
No,
but it's really burning.
Anyway, it is good that you are becoming more liberal. For the BPI now here, they are now meandering around here, and also they want to shut me down. This is the thing. The 15% we are being given, awarded by the 2010 constitution, is not available, whereby the governors are being forced to take what they are being given by the national government. Not because the national government has money. They don't have the same money. The same county government depend on loans, which county national government are going for it. The only county which affords to raise the percentage which is almost equivalent to their own share of the money which are channeled to the counties is only Nairobi County. Other counties like Machakos, even this other county like Kiambu, cannot channel the money which they are not able to sustain itself. So which means a county like Kisumu, where some of us come from, and a county like Kericho, where some of us come from, does not meet the target as per the revenue authority, that is the CRA, Commissioner of Revenue Allocation. They do not meet their own target. So here comes, the government has to take another loan so that development can continue in the counties, and also salaries to be paid to the staff of the county government and national government. So I need to submit my report as it is. If you want to challenge it, that is a fact. If you want to run away, that is the real thing. And we cannot, these are facts. I do business with the county government. I do business with the national government. And right now, most of the state corporation, and they are working with huge wage bill. Some are serving huge wage bill, and some county governments needs to be disbanded, or also PMI to be one parastatal, so that to reduce the wage bill. Some people are yet to be sent away. That is, be concerned. It was even in the newspaper, if you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tycoon.
No, I've come purposely kuuliza Tycoon, why mbona anasema 15% ipatikani, which county we have been having government since 2013. Tuambie mwaka moja iliisha kama 15% ijapeano.
And give us example of that county, so that we do the research now. We do the research. And give us the example of that county. We do the research now.
PBI guys, calm down, my brother. As you understand, as it is in public domain, that when it comes to the time of allocating money, it is always chaos for counties.
No, but then let me tell you that
it is in public domain.
No, let me
everybody
tell you.
Even a young kid knows. Most of the counties, there are even some counties which have not even received money to date. I can give you a good example.
At the end of the day, let me tell you, delaying money doesn't mean that pesa ijapeano. Again, this 35% is coming from the budget, 3 trillion yenye iko hapo. So ukiuliza this 35% atoka wapi, is the money that has been allocated for the financial year. Hapo ndio pesa itatolewa. Sasa ukisema eti pesa ipeane,
Mutembe,
every year, before the end of every financial year, all the counties zinakuanga zimepokea the total amount of the money that is supposed to be given to them. So huwezi kuja hapo ukasema 15% ipatikane. It's there, inapatikana, and that 5% itapatikana. It will be there.
Let me ask you, as you speak, where have you based your own reasoning? Have you contacted any county offices? Have you contacted? Have you talked to even anyone in your own home county?
Get the money before the financial year imeisha, my friend. Hakuna county hata moja hivi.
Mr. Mtembe.
Point out one county that has never gotten the money. Then the next financial year inafika. Hakuna hata moja.
Mr. Mtembe, just to add on top of that your question, I would like to ask Mr. Tycoon, you as a person who is saying this money is not coming, go and ask your MP for that money. Don't ask us in this channel, because you yourself, you are doing, you are stepping too low. You are stepping too low. You are supposed to be handed over. You are supposed to be handed over to DCIO, because you are the one working with the government, and you are the one making wrong quotation to get more money. Yeah, you are the one stealing money from government.
Order,
you know nothing.
Order. I've been managing this thing without this unnecessary argument, so uncalled for argument.
Let me answer you.
Atuya.
Let me answer you.
Atuya.
Let me answer you.
No, not Atuya. Tycoon, eh?
Yes, let me answer him.
Tycoon, you have been asked.
Yes. No, I've been asked. Yes, I need to answer.
Yeah, I want to repeat that question to reduce those unnecessary arguments. Eh?
Yes.
Give us even examples of 2 counties and be on record. You know, this thing is live.
Yes.
Even our commentators will correct us down here. That
Yes.
has not received that 15%.
Yes.
2 counties.
Let me give you a good example. Can I give
no,
you
my
one
brother, we
example?
have only
No.
asking.
So you
We
need
are
an
only
example.
no.
You see, let's not
here.
don't stop cornering me with nonsense.
No. I'm not
corner
cornering
me
you.
with facts. I'm giving you the reason whereby a county
We don't
as
my
refers.
tycoon.
Yes.
Tycoon. I went to school to do propaganda. So if you want me to go propaganda way,
no.
we will
If
do
you are
it.
propagandist,
And if you want
facts,
facts, we will do facts. Don't give me probability. Just give me 2 counties that you know. There are only 47. Give me 2 counties that has not received that 15%.
The one that he did business with and never paid him because there was no money.
Ben Kizito, mute your mic. At Tycoon, go ahead.
Okay, this is the thing. I've given you, this is in 2019, August, 27th of August 2019. Out of all those counties, that is all counties failed to spend shillings 85.6 billion. That is as per the report of Auditor General. This shows it is clear that the money was not deposited as it is required. It was not channeled through the treasury to the counties as required by the law. Meaning,
Thank you, Tycoon.
Thank you, Tycoon.
Tycoon is saying that they were unable to spend the money, or the money was
yes,
not available.
Understand. This is the thing. Let me answer you critically. There are time frames. There are time frames for each and every first quarter, second quarter, and there is time to be utilized, the money to be utilized. So when you receive the Procedure of Public Procurement Act and the Special Act, that is 2015 and 2016, once you give that, it takes you 30 days to do the procurement procedure. That is why you find most of the governors, they are undergoing challenges.
Which country you dealt with? Which country specifically you dealt with? This is a public forum.
We are not talking of a country. We are talking of counties. The problem with
Tycoon, a minute.
The problem with Kizito, he doesn't understand what he's speaking about.
Tycoon, the reports you are giving us, most of us have them. And there is nowhere we can say the 15% was not given to the counties. Let us stop lying. And we ask you a very simple question. Tell us, let us take that 2019. Tell us Turkana did not receive their 15%, or Mandera, or let us say Mombasa County. In 2019, they never received their 15%. That is what we want, simple and clear. Why are you taking us in rotational, my friend? Whatever, those reports of Auditor General, those are things we can get here now, even by now. Just give us examples of 2 counties since the evolution and even the year that they never received 15%. Simple and clear. If you don't have, we go to the next person.
Okay. Even in 2020, that is August 20th, the counties delayed receiving money of 30 billion from the treasury. They delayed, once they delayed past the required time, the counties will not be able to utilize the money which have been given. Meaning there is a problem when it comes to an issue of distribution of these resources.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your time is up. You are not giving us the answers we have. But thank you for your time. I hope our viewers are also watching. In comment section, put your eye there. Bob, you have a question or a statement?
No, Mr. Yaga, before Bob, please, I just request, this is a special request. By the time Mr. Tycoon was talking, The only problem, he never, even Mtembe asked him 3 times, you, Mr. Tycoon, which country you don't know? Which I asked you, county,
Yeah.
county. Which one did you work with? All these ones are propaganda you hear from this our Tanga people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We don't want to go to that direction. Bob, do you have a question or a statement or a point of interaction or a point of order?
That point of order, Mr. Nyaga. Now,
Amayaga, I'm not Nyaga, so a point of order. A point of order,
Yes.
let me give you like 2 minutes.
Ayaga. Oh, Ayaga. Yes, yes. Sorry for that. Now,
2 minutes.
Kizito and
A point of order, 2 minutes, eh?
even 1 minute is enough, Tycoon and Nyaga, what they are doing is just a misunderstanding. Tycoon is misreading. Mutembe is right. Mr. Ayaga, you are right. And Kizito is right. But there is a misunderstanding. What we get in those country assemblies, like I refer in my home county, in Embu County, what we get is late delivery of the money before the financial year. So let him talk of the rate delivery, but not the country, not at all receiving the money. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Delay is not getting. There is very big difference between delayed money, but you're gonna get it, and the money is not given. So this propaganda of 15% is not given. Where will the 35 will come from? My friend, give us a break. We should hear Radol. Radol? Mute.
Hello, Ayaga and Mtembe, Bernard, and everyone else. Thank you for having me here again. I appreciate. And as I usually say, put your mask on, wash your hands, and keep your distance. And I pray Kenya is in good health. And I've been listening for a while. And I'll be honest, as I said before on this platform, I'm not much informative because I'm not on the ground. You lot are on the ground right now. So I like to hear what's going on in Kenya, and great discussions that you have. And there's sometimes some people get triggered sometimes, and that's get emotional. That's one thing. So Ayaga, I heard you say not to mention people's name because you mention people's name, then they get triggered. So Bernard said Sijui Nini, then Bernard said Rando Sijui Nini, then it starts a whole Sijui Nini. So I'm not going to mention any names so much, but there's certain points I've heard. When this discussion started, there was even comments. The comments were like, I love this debate. This debate's looking really good. It started very well. I'm not saying it's not going anywhere, but it was a fantastic debate. We started first of all with I like something to do with women's representation, and as somebody said there again, women are underrepresented, and I even noticed that when I was in Kenya, and from parliament and certain sections. But things are changing in Kenya. Kenyans opening up, So we're finding that agenda thing changing, and we also find it in the BBI, which I said again, between female and male, it's still agenda. So there's going to be a percentage where we're going to look at agenda and how we can integrate agenda into the government and into politics, because women are underrepresented, just like Eva was saying earlier, like Black Lives Matter, because as I said, even I think 2 days ago, when I was on this platform, just like where I am here in UK, we are underrepresented as Africans or African Europeans, as you say Black people, which I don't like saying. I'm a Black person, I'm an African, and African European is more like the word I like to use. Even that, I don't like using it so much. The other thing that I had people talking about on the agenda side, again, is about age. Is Raila good enough to run? Is he too old? Should he retire? Raila has experience, which a lot of people have said. He's been there for years. He has seen it come up. And for me, when I was young, I studied in Githega before I left when I was 7 years old, which I've repeated here so many times. And during that time, I can only remember Kenyatta. Then Kenyatta after Kenyatta, he was grooming Moi to take the next place. So by the time Moi came into power, it was not new to him. And what Moi did, he carried on the work that was left. This is what he said, we keep the work of our forefathers. And we got to remember what we do today, we're going to leave it behind for our generation. My concern at the moment, which I'm not happy about, is this debt that we have. We can accumulate a lot of debts. Accumulate a lot of debts from China, debts from America, debts from Europe, IMF, is going to affect our generation. It's going to affect our economy. How's it going to affect economy? The tax is going to go up. This debate is had. The generation that's going to come is going to pay for all the debts that is being collected by Kenya right now. You must remember that. So if Kenya's economy is going to grow for the next 10 years, debt is something that has to be looked at. I'm very proud of Tanzania. They cleared their debt. Well done. And I was praying Kenya can go in the same line as well. And some parts of Africa is doing the same well. They're trying to come off that chain of pre-colonial debt issues when Africa is one of the most, is the most richest country in the world, continent in the world. When I talk to people in this country, they say, oh, Africa is poor. I always say to them, how can Africa be poor? Europe gets its mineral from Africa. China gets its mineral from Africa. America gets minerals from Africa. The whole world gets its mineral from Africa. Why is Africa being poor? Because it's being raped for its natural resources. And the corruption is what's putting it with this cancer. This cancer of corruption is what's making this disease get worse. But this disease can be cured if we start to focus and look at it and say, this is not healthy for us. If we keep on eating like this, we're going to die. We're going to end up in a very bad situation in the future to come. So when it comes to when it comes to age groups, we need, like Uhuru at the moment, I think we need someone a bit younger. So for the new generation, which people are talking about is a digital generation that we have today, and that was supposed to be Uhuru's position. So there was people that were quoting, in times of Moi, we had free milk, free buses. Hata mimi kuambia kweli, I did have that Moi's milk. I was there and I had that. So, I remember that time. Then came Kibaki. Kibaki left a print for the development and infrastructures for Kenya, which has been done very good. So we're moving forward, very good. Then Uhuru comes along. Now we've got to question, what is Uhuru going to leave for the next leader to keep on moving forward? Are we going to end up what was built by Moi and what was built by Kibaki? Is it going to be destroyed in future to come instead of being built and be brought forward? So with this BBI is a question that's going to ask, what is the plan for the next deadline of 10 years? What is the deadline? What are we looking for our president to offer us for the next? Is digital in, people are saying digital in schools, digital in hospitals, and again, biometrics in elections, because the elections, corruption is an issue, and we need a more transparent, which somebody was here before kept on talking about it, which I have a right to vote because I'm a Kenyan. I do have an ID. I did get my, I got my ID. I got my, Huduma number. I have my Huduma number. So I can register where I am. I'm a Kenyan citizen who have a right to vote. So I'm trying to look for who do I want to vote for? Who do I want to put Kenya in hand, that when I come to Kenya and say, yeah, this guy's doing good. I'm glad I put my vote for this person. And I can see what he's doing. And I also want to come and invest and improve Kenya myself as doing that. The other point was, I think, Kizito quoted something from the Bible. I don't think he did anything wrong. Quotes are a form of proverbs. We use proverbs, Esema usifundishe na mama yako, utafundishwa na dunia. These are quotes. Mambo ya. No. It's just something you can take it from Bob Marley. You can take it from Kwame Nkrumah. You can take it from Tom Mboya. If you read a Tom Mboya biography, or you can take it from anybody's book. It's just a quote. So don't get too triggered. So don't get too triggered. about somebody saying something and taking it out of context. That's what I'm saying. People get triggered. Oh, get my boy Biblia, me Christian, me Muslim. No. He just gave you a proverb. It's just a proverb. No. Kicheza na moto utachomeka bwana. Don't you play with fire, you're gonna burn. It's just to say, oh yeah, no. I'm not saying anything. So that was just quote. So being a Christian or not Christian, just look at that word what he just stated and what he's trying to say. You know, he's not saying he just took a piece from the Bible. He just say turn Christian, go and be baptized and become a Christian or whatever. He's not advocating Christianity, as Bernard said as well.
Thank you.
So these are the few points. And again, on the platform here we're on is about a debate that I believe is if you're on top, if I'm one of the best boxers in the world, I'm the heavyweight champion boxer of the world, or I'm going to become the heavyweight champion boxer of the world. If you're a leader and a politician and you have weight on you, a lot of people are going to wait outside to prove you wrong. You're going to have people waiting to say, si wewe, mina kuweza bwana, tutaingia kwa hiyo ring tutaona. Minaweza kukubox bwana, nichukue hiyo ring. So whoever's right now, this competition for who wants to be the world champion of the world in the boxing ring, who wants that seat, and he has potential of getting that seat, there's a lot of people trying to prove him otherwise. Hiyo kiti wewe utakalia, mita kusumbua bwana. You know, so people are intimidated by certain things they're saying and certain points that they're saying and some things they're saying. But that's what I wanted to say. But looking at the comments,
Radol, thank you very much.
I just want to say,
you have
2 seconds.
like 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah,
Let me give you
I
1
don't
minute.
even need that. Yeah, and I was reading the comments on the bottom. People are so excited, and this is what I like about this platform, which I said last time. We need to get people educated and get people aroused to what's happening. And people are putting comments like, I like this debate. I like what you lot people are talking. You're very good. So that's all I just wanted to say. So keep up the good work. And I'm still here anyway, but I'm going to keep quiet. And I'm more inquisitive. As I said, I'm questioning what's going on in Kenya and less informative. But at the same time, I'm working with everyone. As sisi wananchi, pati ya dunia huko, kama huko Dubai, kama huko China, kama huko America, kama yuko UK, kama yuko Kenya ndani, sisi ni wa Kenya, regardless. So we want the betterment of Kenya, and that's what I'm here for. And thank you very much, Ayaga.
Thank you very much, brother. And in the last point of yours, I'm getting a lot of feedback, and I'm told, somebody told me, Ayaga, there is a right to quote philosophers, and he gave me an example of Mahatma Gandhi. There is a right to quote from the holy books, and he told me Torah, Bible, and the Hindus, whatever. I can't read that name, and Quran. And he told me also you can quote proverbs. Those proverbs, either African or English proverbs, you are right to do so, or make reference to to people. The people who are agitating about mentioning or quoting the Bible, I saw Evo in the secret chat. He wrote something there. 1 Queen 66 666. I think the people who can able to see it, he wrote it. It is still there.
I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah. 1 Queen 66. If that is what he believes in, he can quote. Even we will be very interesting to hear that verse of whatever he believes in says what.
He has the right
about human life. Bob, if you want to talk about the Bible, we are not discussing the Bible. My friend, quote whatever you believe in. If you are like Evo, you want to tell us anything about 66, you are free. But don't infringe us our right to quote in what we believe in. We want to hear Atuya. Atuya, go ahead. Atuya.
Yes.
Mute your mic, Brigadier. Mute your mic, Brigadier. ndio tusikize Atuya kabisa kwa dakika kama 4 hivi, alafu tutaanzia hapo. Thank you very much.
I've not been online for a while, so I'll just respond to just, I think, 2 items that I've had people speak about. So first, I had the argument of the 15% and the 35%, while Tycoon was trying to explain that the 15% is an issue, and then there was a counter argument that give us 2 counties or 3 that have never received the amount. I think from my understanding, what he was trying to put across is that we have an issue that the 15% is, yes, is available. It gets to the counties, but it takes longer than the period that it's supposed to be within. It's supposed to be delivered to the counties. So what this means is that if somebody owes you 1,000 shillings and is supposed to pay you on date 5 and he pays you on date 20, it means it has delayed your activities within the month. So if he comes to you again, he wants 20,000 that he will give you the next on the next date 5. Will you be willing to trust that person again to when he comes for more money? So I think that is the logic Tycoon was trying to say. I'm sure Kenya can find that 5%.
Atuya.
Yes.
Atuya, before your second point, you are explaining what I've been waiting. If somebody were to give you 1,000 shillings, but delayed in giving, so that shows that that guy cannot give you a 5,000 if you demand so. Is what you mean?
It means he's having difficulties to raise 1,000 shillings to pay you on time. What surety do you have that he can raise 5,000 now to pay you next time? So those are the questions. We are not worried that the country is so poor. We're just worried, what is the surety that we are going to get this at 5% if the 15% is actually problematic? And you have heard it from a Tycoon who is doing business with the counties. Yeah.
Atuya, the guy Tycoon never answered us, so we will not take whatever he says as a correct information, because he never gave us even an example. Even the counties he's working with, Atuya knows very well, if I'm working with the Nairobi County, I'm working with the Nairobi County. Nairobi County did not receive that 15%. We asked him that and he never answers us.
No, it's not an issue of receiving, it's an issue of delayed. That's what I'm actually trying to say.
And let me answer you that. You know, if the regimes change, there are
and
people
give Kizito a chance to ask me a question. Anachomeka sana.
There are people who are pro-devolution and there are people who are anti-devolution. Let me tell you, Jubilee government, as per my information, they were a little bit anti-devolution, so we cannot judge them. You cannot make, you cannot have a judgment because your first son or your firstborn failed. You say, no, I don't give birth because the first one was a failure. Now I don't take the others to school or whatever because the first one was a failure. Jubilee government.
Yes, Ayaga, that is your argument pro whatever that is being proposed. And my argument I'm giving is an argument to try and explain as to why we have doubts with the 35%. So I don't think we can ever come to a point of agreement unless we just have to see that happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And here, in this platform, actually, we should not argue based on doubts, because you can doubt.
No, they're not doubts. 15%
you get disappointed.
is actually
you
problematic. That is not. Those are not doubts. It is a fact.
You say doubts. No, we don't.
Oparanya the other day was crying that counties have never received money. My brother, my sisters work at the county. They have never received money. It is not rumors. Those are facts.
We don't know. We don't know.
Even nurses have not received even salaries. Even nurses have not received salaries.
Okay, let me move on to the next point.
As we speak.
Ayaga, Wacha nipeane points yangu and then somebody can rebut instead of questioning me najibu. Wacha tu nipeane nimalize.
Atuya. Before you go ahead, today in the group we gave a BBI report. Ulisema you haven't read it, so I think the best way to
I
argue
said I've
about
not read
BBI.
it. I said I've not read it.
Most of you, I'm giving you as an example. No, I haven't said you personally, but I mean most of you haven't read the BBI. And today, me myself, I volunteered and I gave it for free in the group. So I think the guys are reading it. Like Clinton is not here today. He's reading it. He promised me. So after tomorrow, maybe the next live around Tuesday, he will have a say. Please, my brother, don't base your argument on doubts. Let us have facts. Don't say I'm doubting.
No, Ayaga, I'm one person who can never be misled into agreement. You cannot force me to agree with you. Let me tell you, I have read the BBF, all the versions that are available, including the latest that is being doctored tonight. I think I can have it tomorrow.
Ms. Ayaga,
so
please,
you cannot.
can I have one question to Mr. Atuya?
Yes.
Professor Atuya Jr.
Thank you.
You are a very prominent person, but the only problem that you don't know, when you are dealing with an institution like government and you want any procurement, you have to supply something, you must have money. You have to calculate over 2 years before what you are delivering. You just don't go. It's not like selling mboga in the market where you go, you give him for 5 shillings, then you take it. You will supply, they will pay you when that money is. That is there in the constitution of any institution. And they tell you, they are telling you that, you know what, this money...
Thank you, Kizito. Your point is heard. Atuya, go ahead.
Okay, I think I'll just answer him back. Kizito, I know that when you are tendering to government, you use your own money, but there is a period that within that period that is stipulated that the government must pay you. Now, when that does not come into agreement, that the government pays you after 3 years, if you had agreed 2 years, that is the problem Tycoon is complaining about. It is not an issue that Tycoon wants money on delivery. He wants his money within the stipulated time. That is the issue we are having with government. And we are not here to just say rumors. These are facts that are on the table. That government,
Atuya, with my information background about procurement, procurement is like a secret between myself and the county government. The county government may have gotten money from the national government and they refuse to pay me. I will not go to an international online like this and saying, it is the national government that delays the money to the counties. That's why I'm not being paid. Please, the county may have the money, but they choose not to. They choose.
When Oparanya comes to the press and says that the counties are unable to pay their suppliers, then that is what we believe. You are giving me your own. No, let me talk. Let me talk, please.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Atuya,
Junior, allow me, Bernard.
Explain to me. If we don't give the 35, okay? If the BPI does not provide for the 35, and because the 15 is not working, what is your candid advice? Do we scrap off all the counties, or where do we go from here? Because from where you are leading us is one place that there is no hope again.
No, that is a very good question, Bernard. I wish everybody could be asking such questions. I'm not an expert, and I'll only answer on how I think that should work out. We are not saying that we should scrap counties. We should make sure that the 15% that is currently stipulated in the Constitution is available and within time to all counties. If that one is available and easily accessible, then let's work on how we can increase that to 20, 25%. If 15% is problematic, That is just a question. How is that 5% going to be?
Atuya, when did that start?
Let me finish.
It was due to the COVID. Were you not there?
Kizito,
tell
give him
Kisito to
time.
mute.
No, me, I'm answering Bernard. Bernard, what I'm saying about the government should ensure first that 15% is working, so that if each and every county is getting the 15% within the required time, then we can have a discussion that we need more funds, more resources to the county governments. That is just my own opinion.
Okay, just a follow-up. I hear you very well, but just a follow-up. Do you in any way believe that the proposition of 35% was done out of the air? Because the government does not work with the hearsay. There is something called an estimated budget. So
yes,
for the 8 years of the function of the 2010 Constitution, they have their projections. So don't you think that this 35% is out of the projections? They have been projecting that by the year so and so we'll have this capacity and we'll be able to pay this. Or you thought or you are suggesting to us that they just committee sat and they say we feel like 35, let's put in 35.
First and foremost, very good questions. First and foremost, this is not a government initiative. The 35% is a number that was cooked by the committee that was selected by the two principals. Let me finish. BBI. Why can't I finish before Ayaga comes in?
You won't finish because number one, you are misleading.
Ayaga, hold on.
Atuya, no, Tycoon. I'm the moderator.
No, unajua nyinyi mnashikilia watu chini bwana. Sasa kama hivyo ya moderating, mbona mnakatana?
Tycoon.
Bernard, you should moderate.
You know there are platforms to spread the lies, but here we will hold you responsible. So
yes,
please,
I'm
if we are asking a question,
every
because we
make.
will. This is not a propaganda. This is not a propaganda stage where you will say it is cooked. It is cooked by the committee. My friend Atuya, did you appear before that committee in the first place? Did you appear before them?
Let me answer you.
Just yes or no. Did you appear before that committee?
I'm not a yes man. I'm not a yes man.
No.
I give
Atuya,
a yes with a definition. No. I won't fall into your trap. I won't fall into the trap. No.
Don't fall. And I will.
Ayaga is forcing us to say yes.
No,
Ayaga, you are forcing us to say yes, and that is all.
Atuya. What I want, even like today, what I want is factual, not fallacy.
Can I go on?
Not fallacy.
Imagine
I'm asking you a simple. I'm asking you Atuya simple question.
Can I answer then?
I have another question after this. Did you appear before that committee?
Okay. Can I answer now?
No. Yes. Thank you very much. If you didn't appear before that committee.
Okay. Can I answer? I want to give my answer.
No.
The answer is no. Yes or no?
Can I answer?
Hold on. Let's have some order now. Atuya.
Anyway, Ben,
listen to the question
all these
first.
Things to be a no DM thing.
Why you answering a question before it is asked?
Atuya will give you your time, and I can even give you like 20 minutes. Atuya, did you appear before the commission or not?
I could not appear before an illegal committee.
An illegal committee. Thank you very much. Atuya, we are not here to discuss illegal things. If the whole process is illegal, as a responsible Kenya, Atuya, just go to court and stop all the process. And why are you discussing illegal?
We have over 7 cases in court. So my friend, that is an issue. That is an issue. That is an issue before the juries.
Atuya, anything before the juries is not allowed to be discussed in a public. So Atuya, please, if you
Wait.
don't have
Okay.
anything
No,
to
no,
say,
no.
you have
No,
a propaganda,
Ayaga.
you have a
Okay.
propaganda, you want
No,
to
no,
propagate.
no, 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 no,
There
no,
are
no,
some
no,
platforms you can do
no,
that.
no. Unless
You people,
no.
you people understand that Atuya is a junior, so just understand him.
Yes, just understand me. Wait, we just have to agree.
No, order. Give him time. Order. Give him time.
Order, Atuya. Atuya. Are you
I'm
getting
listening.
me?
I'm listening.
We are
And
not
you will
here.
not
We are
direct
not.
what I say. I will not agree that you direct what I say. Give me my
Thank
4
you very
minutes
much.
and then you will
Thank you.
come back and question whatever I said.
Thank you very much. And we are not here to discuss illegal
Yes,
things according to you.
if
We
I
are
will
not here to
speak
discuss.
something that is
If
not
BBI,
resonating to you, you will have your time. Why are you
my friend
on my time?
Atuya, the 7 cases in court, are you part of them?
No.
Is one filed
No,
by you?
please. No. Can I go on with
Ayaga, you are wrong. Ayaga, you are
No.
wrong.
I'm not
If
wrong.
you
I'm
want this
not
thing
wrong.
to collapse,
I'm not
if
wrong.
you need this thing to collapse,
I'm not wrong.
start fixing people and cutting people. You see? Let Atuya speak. Let Atuya speak. Let Atuya speak.
Hold on, please. Let's have some order, okay? Now, let us not lose this. Atuya, you're on record to say that the task force that was charged to collect information about the BBI was illegal. Okay, so whatever they have come up with, it's all illegal. Then that means the 35% should not even be affecting you because it is illegal, and
It is illegal.
it's not even coming. So why should you have a problem with something that is not coming because it is illegal?
And
Now,
for those who are not in Kenya,
Ayaga, leave it. Bernard is said something right there.
I will give him, Radon, I will give him a chance. But the other day, when I was going rogue or wrong, Clinton stopped me and said, Ayaga, for your own good, I'm even switching off your mic because this to protect you. I'm protecting my brother. We can't have something move from a point where it started up to now, and it is illegal. Illegal, I'm helping this guy. He can be picked tomorrow maybe for questioning, and he will say, no, he was flowing with the current. My friend, let us be factual.
No,
I know this. I know this country.
My friend, we don't fear
I know
all
this
that.
country.
All those nonsense,
no, we don't
fear.
Maybe
all
you
those
don't.
nonsense,
Maybe,
we don't fear.
Maybe
we don't
don't.
fear.
No.
Ayaga, calm down, my brother. Stop intimidating us. Stop intimidating us. Stop intimidating us.
Let Tycoon make his point and then we respond. Let's not heckle each other, please.
Stop intimidating.
I'm not intimidating. I'm not intimidating. Samilong.
Yes, sir.
We cannot be here like adult people to discuss illegal thing all through. That one I will stand with. Even if it is wrong decision I'm saying, we cannot be here. It's like we are saying rape is illegal, as if we are promoting the advantaging of rape, which is illegal according to our constitution. Anything that such economic sabotage or economic crimes, crimes are the greatest crimes in the world. We cannot sit here like 4 good hours discussing a crime, and some people supporting crime, and some people. My friend.
I agree with Ayaga. I agree with you, Ayaga. You asked him a question: is it illegal or not illegal? And he said, yes, it's illegal.
Yes.
Having a debate on something that is illegal is nothing to do with this debate. But if you have 100% proof and you have backing, then basically bring that forward. That's what people want to debate. But if it's hearsay or whispers or this is what you heard, it's not solid. It's just something that you as he says, it's propaganda. But if you have something, you can say, okay, go and check on this newspaper and that. So I agree with that. Yaga, and the Yaga did ask him a question. He asked him, Junior, were you there? He said no. And what do you think is right or wrong? He said it's illegal. Why are we discussing about something illegal? So I do stand with you, Ayaga. So please, can we go forward with something that has more meat?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I was actually looking forward to put this thing
Brigadier,
into
you are next.
perspective.
Brigadier, go ahead. Brigadier, go ahead. Please.
Ayaga, I wanted to ask something about the Nino, the 15%.
You are asking somebody who has said it is illegal, or you are asking me?
No, will I get my 4 minutes or I should leave?
No, Atuya, we will not give you a platform to discuss illegal things. It's like we are giving you a platform to tell us how selling a drug is good. No. Or bad selling a drug is. No.
Ayaga.
Brigadier, go ahead. Brigadier, go on.
Ayaga is forcing us.
I have my brains, and I have my intuition, and I have my conscience. If my conscience tells me whatever I'm discussing is illegal, it is illegal. I cannot be here. I cannot be here negotiating about illegal things like selling ivory, like bang, like rape, like BBI. If BBI is illegal, let us drop it. Have another topic. Brigadier, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much.
Brigadier, switch off your mic if you are hearing us, my friend. I'm giving you minute. Brigadier, if you are not with us,
I think Brigadier is having technical issues.
No. That echo comes from him. So he's here with us and laughing. Matembe, if you can hear me, please take Brigadier to the back stage. Yeah, thank you very much. Samilong, let us start with you.
Okay, thank you. I think there are several misconceptions about public or government procurement processes that is in the air. So allow me to try. Well, I'm not an expert, but the few things that I know about public procurement allow me to at least share. First, I think there are like two, 3 types of tendering or procurement processes, such that there's that one that the government funds you partially. There's that one that you and the government look for funds together, and the other one that you come and you finance the entire project yourself. If I'm not wrong, I believe there are those 3. Now, mostly the county governments, what they do, most of the contracts or most of the projects that they have, it's fully funded by the government, right? So you get that if it's a project about clinics or something like that, or something like clinics, they look for the tenders and everything, and then the national government supplies the funds after all the paperwork is done. You see, now this 15% comes to be a problem somewhere. That one, the wage bill for the county government is too big and unclear on paper. That is the first thing, because part of the rules as for you to receive funds, the next funds after the one you have already received, is to be cleared that your expenditure and your papers are matching, right? That there is no any misallocation or anything like that. So you're given a clean bill of health in terms of your expenditure. Now, this 15%, most of the time, what comes in and what brings a lot of problem is that this 15% is normally not enough for county governments, because you get to find out that over 60% is spent on recurrent expenditure. That is wage bill, the other bills like paying loans and everything, right? Now, the problem comes here that we really need this 35%. But what we know as per what we have now, is that the current government failed and could not raise the 15%, right? They had to be forced. That is what is on the ground. Now, what people are asking is it really reasonable for us to give the 35%? Mind you that as we stand right now, most of the devolved ministerial activities have been brought back to the national government. Remember that. Because like doctors are being paid by the national government. We have hospitals that have been divided from level 5, they're paid by the national government, but we have level 4 going down to dispensaries, people are being paid by the county government. See, now this is more of double lining of duties. So if we give, if the main issue here should be, if we give out 35% to the county governments, what about the majority of the responsibilities of devolution government that has been brought back to the national government? Another issue is that as we speak right now, the 15% is not working. Why? I am in possession of documents that in my county, for the last 4 years, for the last 4 months, things have not been good since January to April. The health department, they were even requesting, because now they're not getting the money. That is, all the clerks were not paid since December. They got their partial payment on April, right? All the nurses, all the casual laborers, that is, these people that have been contracted by the county government, they have not received. If there is anyone who has received, they've received partial. Okay, and this also digs back to corruption, because you get that there are these people like the parking attendants. You don't pay them, and yet they're handling the county government's cash on daily basis. Don't you think that is something that is pushing them to steal this money? Because if a county like my county, in 3 months, the first 3 months of last year, they were able to collect I think it was around over 500,000 in a month parking, and we can count it's not more than 100,000 cars in my county city that can be accommodated. It's actually less than 200 cars parking lot a day, and they were able to collect over 500,000, and they have stolen already. You know, they have taken money. Now it's to tell you the kind of capacity that our counties can have. It's just that now, when people are not being paid, they are forced to do some things. The clerks in the hospital, they are forced to cut this money. The doctors and the nurses are forced to take these drugs and sell to their neighbors back at home, right? So this is what is breaking our systems. It's not really the 15% per se. The main thing is delaying. Once you delay, and expenditure people must pay bills. How do you take somebody's salary? How do you not give somebody his salary for 4 months, yet this person is paying rent, is paying school fees, is paying for electricity, is paying for water, and then this person does not complain? This person is not saying anything. This person is not showing any reluctance, meaning he's getting this money from somewhere. His expenditures are being catered for from somewhere. Where is this all money coming from? You cannot tell me everybody has a business. So the government is just pretending that these things are not happening. But for me personally, I believe that 5% can work. But it just have to have a better framework. As of now.
Sorry, Million. So Million, I just wanted to ask you. Okay, these are all negatives, and they're not good for the country. So people have to pay the rent, they have to look after the children, they need money for transport, and they also need to pay taxes to the government. So the government is asking, can you pay us taxes? Like, well, how can I pay you tax and I haven't been paid for the last 4 months? Is there some form of petition or something that could be put forward, to the government and say, to Mheshimiwa mwenyewe, like, we need to get paid on time. In Western countries, if I'm told I'm going to be paid today, by 12 o'clock at night, when I go to my bank account, my money is paid on time. So whatever I have to do, I can do that. So what can be done to change these things? Can you confront these people about it? What you see, what Taikuna said, we understand. It's not saying that there is no money allocated. It's that money has been allocated. It's just that money has not come through. It's not, you have not had that. It's not that they have not given you that 15%. It's been given. It's just the people that have been given that money are not distributing the money at the right time. Same thing for employers and those that be employed. That needs to be changed, and that needs to be recognized, even with that corruption which you just said, Samilian. It's another thing as well that should be put on the BBI that needs to be looked at, because it's affecting the wananchi wenyewe.
Randall, thank you very much.
Okay, Ayaga,
thank you very much.
Ayaga.
Thank you. Brian, give us time. Samilong is still answering Radal.
Randall, I think we should not pretend. Most of these governors, what they're doing, they have employed people that are incompetent in these offices simply because of giving back to their supporters, right? Because one of the main things that will ensure that there is a nice flow of funds in your county is, one, ensure that all your paperwork as you submit to the treasury is clean and clear. See, because I cannot keep giving you money and you're not accountable for it. This is one of the main things that is causing the delay, right? You find that somebody has expenditure, you have spent money, but like the other day, my governor, Isiolo, spent the COVID-19 funds, 110 million, but cannot actually show how. See, now if you have something like that, you cannot really expect now the next phase of funds.
Kizito, you are next in line, so give Milong a little bit time.
So you cannot expect, like, after you have misused 110 million, somebody to come and give you another bunch of money, yet you cannot even say categorically that I bought ICU beds with this money, this amount, I bought oxygen cylinders with this amount, and then when I remained with this one, I went and upgraded this and this and this. See, that is one of the main things. The second thing is that.
Yes? Go ahead. 1 minute.
1 minute. The second thing is that we are just ignorant in this country, because you get that if you're a contractor, you know the dubious ways that you got the contract through, and then it goes for 4 years because you are afraid to stand, because you even know in the first place you are not qualified for that job or to be given that contract, right? Now you can't go to anyone with any paper asking your rights to be given your money, because you know how you acquired that. You acquired it through dubious means. Those are the two things that are ailing us.
So basically, so these people need to be taken accountable, but thank you very much for that. I understand what you're saying, but these people need to be taken accountable for doing this. The government give them what they want, but then the people are not, the wananchi are not getting what they're supposed to be getting. They should be accountable for it, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Brian, there was a protocol. We do have some way, the way we give the views. Don't come late, carry up your hand, say your point, run away, and if you feel like you want to come back, you come back, you give your point. I want to tell Tycoon, Samilong here, we have been having this debate for some times now, and he has been opposing BBI. And there is nowhere he has ever said we are here discussing illegal thing. A moment he will say we are here discussing illegal thing, that's the time we will disagree. Like now, he disagree with everything in BBI. I never interrupted him. I left him give his views the way he think he is. But coming here, pretending to opposing and saying the people, Radol is in UK, Kizito is in US, Elvo I think is in UK, or if I'm not wrong. It will be very sad to us and a viewer called Bernard Roman Mutili is in Qatar watching us and telling you that it is only 2020 when there was that standoff in the Senate, ndio hiyo. Read that post. So you are not lying to Kenyans, you are lying to even people who are in abroad. So that's why if you purport that BBI is a legal thing and we are discussing it in an international platform, my friend, you will have to give us a break. Kizito, you are next. Kizito, you are next. Your 4 minutes begin by.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to be very brief to that my 4 minutes. First, Samilong, you've talked. I like the way you presented your view. In fact, Randall gave you the right channel, right way to channel your things. You've explained everything until if Tycoon was listening clearly, he could have listened to everything you've been saying. What you failed to say was this money is there, but in this platform, you've accepted that it's due to corruption. It's due to this thing they call, you go get the tender, you get it through back door, you don't know how to ask for it. If everybody can go to this tender direct and you have the papers, you will go and claim it. You go to this tender, say, this paper say you have to pay me within 4 months. But when you went, they will pay you even before you deliver. That one is a negotiation between you and the procurement. And that is what people don't understand. They don't want people to talk the truth. The truth is, this money, even this 15%, you've seen, even right now, there's a discussion, there's even people being asked, they were given money, they never spent it. Yesterday, we were in this platform. Somebody from Moyale, I don't know Moyale or Dawajir, he wanted to convince us that he has a camel, is going to Ethiopia. During the time for census, he went to Ethiopia. He was never counted. Do you want the government to be Malaika to know that you went to Moyale, to Ethiopia to come, to know that you are there? When you come, you say government's idea. You are not there for census. How do we want one vote, 1 shillings, 1 man? This one, it depends on those who are there. They were counted, and they represent. If you have an MP, how will this MP know that now you are in Kenya? He come and help you. You are in Moyale, and you want people. You are in Ethiopia. You want him to give you money. You run back to Ethiopia. You come. You take money. You go to Ethiopia. How will that money develop in your country, your county? Please, my brothers, I just beg for your understanding. Every Kenyan, the only problem we have, we depend on going back door. If you ask Evo, ask those people who are outside, if you want a tender, you will get that money. Even the government will give you money. With us here, we can get money from the bank. Even if you don't have even a shillings, you can get it. But you have to show them that you are capable of doing it. You have to convince them. And the day, just like I had one of my Radol was saying, if they pay, they say they will pay you on fast. That fast, middle of the night, your money is there. There's no discussion. But with us in Kenya, we depend on backdoor. So he will pay you the way he wants. If, just to summarize my speech, you find an governor is being asked, you are given 3 million. how did you spend it? He doesn't even know. He gave it to people because they are supporting him. This person was not even there, because he's calculating, I have 1,000 people and 500 people are in Ethiopia. So he will just write their name, but they are not there. If you ask them, this person who by this time was in Ethiopia, where I'm staying, if I fail to go to work, my work people will, every day they have to know, the government have to know that I'm at work. Government knows where I am. So that's why corruption is not there. It's not that I go through back door, I go sign with us here we sign. I go sign, I go for my shopping, I go for my supermarket, I go I go for kutembea, then I come back to the office. By the time somebody comes to me, he have to meet me in the office and I have to attend to him. But in Kenya, you find somebody is going to the office. Sorry, maybe my time is past, but I want to give you an example. I have a typical example. There's one woman who was killed. She was a land registrar, something of the sort. She was having a case in court. If you listen to those things, because we are not there personally, but if you listen, how can you go to the office? Your husband is taking you to the office, you are entering there, then you go again to meet somebody in the forest. If he kills you there, the way he did, who is to blame? How did you go there? Which means your boss never knew you are out, you just go sign and leave the office. Randall was very clear and he said here in this platform that the problem we have, these people going to get the tender, they are saying that this 15% is not there. This 15% is there. When you sign, real signing, whereby you go with your papers, everything is correct. You say, me, I only want, according to my tender, you only have to pay me 31st. And they sign. They will pay you.
Thank you very much, Kizito. Thank you very much. We have heard your point. And I still repeat, for God's sake, don't say we are discussing illegalities here. We are discussing legal things and legal matters. We have very many lawyers in this country, and you are not even a senior lawyer, and you are telling us whatever we are discussing is illegal. My friend, I will still disagree with you. Let us give our views. Give us reasons like Samilong. You know, I love this guy Samilong, because he will oppose BBI with points. Even he will convince me, but not convince me in rumors, illegality, and such other things. Bernard, you are the next in line. Thank you very much. You have your 4 minutes. Keep time, please.
Thank you
and
very
then
much.
After that, we will have Tycoon. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I won't say much. I will just support what is happening. Let us be more factual in our presentation. And if you don't have the facts, you don't have to comment on that particular issue. You can pass on to the next person, let them share what is available. I believe we need to, commit to giving out content that we can stand by, because this is something we say the internet never forgets. So this is something that people will watch 20 years after here. Will you be able to stand by what you have said? And if you can't, then let's not play cheap. Let us put our name where we want to be mentioned for posterity. And then on matters procurement and the county government, we are kind of turning this debate into that, but I believe we need to have a solid discussion on that particular segment of the interaction, so that we dive into what is enhancing corruption at the county level. But 30, if we are having corruption with 15%, we'll just have it more with 35%, and it won't change because the percentage will not change the people who are spending or not spending. But as young people, we also need to have that sense of responsibility, whereby what can we do to help change the situation? Because if we paint the picture of a hopeless situation, we are not helping much. We need to keep that room for courage, whereby we can stand up and demand what needs to be demanded, especially now when it comes to those local counties and wards and all that. Those are our jurisdiction. We may not have a way of sanctioning the national government, but there could be a channel through which we can report these matters. If you have evidence that there is corruption in the county government, then submit it to the right office. The Wabukala Commission is still working. You can even report somebody using phone. There's a case we reported and set up somebody. He had to report himself and clear himself. So let us not look like Kenya is all corrupt at every sector and there is nothing we can do. There is always something we can do. And then the people seeking our counsel, like if somebody wants to go to tender for something, and then he has this person he calls his godfather, okay? Amesema nimpelekee hii, then atanisaidia. As he's sharing that story to you, what kind of counsel are you giving him? Because if you join him into that bandwagon, you are part and parcel of what is aiding to run down the country. So let us also have a stand of guiding people who are misguided. As young people, because there's something you do now that will haunt you, like now with the BBI, and then when it passes, there are some crimes you commit that will ban you from public office forever. So you are young, you're aspiring to get into politics, and then somebody wants to aid you, he hooks you into a corrupt deal, you get caught, then your career is destroyed completely. So let's play clean and ensure that we are part of the future that we want to have. And that part of the future will require us to shoulder the responsibility of this country. One of the things that I fear most about Kenya is our young people have a mentality about this country that is not securing the country. It is, when will it be our turn to milk the country? When we get into power, we'll get this and get this and get that. That kind of mentality is it's one of the greatest problems that we have, allowed to grow in the minds of people. And we need to erode it from the minds of the people, because Kenya does not exist for us to milk it. Kenya exists for us to build it so that it's able to service many generations hereafter. So when we read about you, what will you write on your tombstone? What will we remember you for? Let's get concerned with such matters and not just somebody says, I will get a deal, then I'll get my 2 billion, then I can retire at age 28. I mean, we need to, begin to think differently. But otherwise, let's keep the content of this platform strong and valid. And if you cannot substantiate what you are saying, please just drop it. Don't take it personal. We are not dropping somebody from the platform because we have something against you. Most of us, we met on this platform. We don't know each other personally. But Kenya is for us all. And it's our duty to defend this country by all means. And if it means muting you, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you are now feeling the sense of discussing issues. You see, when you are discussing propaganda, number one, you will not have time to say them because so many people will intend to interrupt you. You will not even finish your point and you will still complain. Let us discuss issues. The first time I heard of BBI is illegal was from Susan Kika. Susan Kiika is older than most of us here. Let us not allow somebody who is older than you to think for you, and then you want to promote such ideals of propaganda of likes. He has a reason maybe of saying that, according to her or according to whoever was saying that. But you as a young man, I will love you to oppose BBI. Even me, I have issues in that document. Even I have it here, by the way. I have issues with it. I have a lot of issues. But those issues, I want them to be discussed, not on Tanga side, not on ODM or Kieleweke side. Give us the issues that affect us. Thank you very much. Nobody will interrupt you. Tycoon, you are next. 4 minutes begins right now.
Yeah, we have discussed a number of things, and sorry, I kumbe sikuwa nimeweka sauti. Now the thing is, once we talk in a liberal way, is that okay? Once we are talking about the percentage channeling to the counties, in fact, whatever my friend Atul or was someone was saying that the actual thing which I wanted to express initially, maybe I used the wrong part of expressing my point. You see, the issue where it seems there is a big question is once those monies are delayed, and then Isitoshe, the government Public Procurement Act is very clear. It gives 14 days to advertise a tender. It gives evaluation 14 days, 14 days, and then you award in another 7 days. So it takes clearly 27 days, 28 in total. So once you calculated 28 days, sometimes the money arrives at the county accounts too late, whereby it doesn't allow the county government to follow the right procedure, which is due. You see? So where the problem lies here is this delay. It is one way of the government maybe to frustrate the county governments so that it is seen not doing its own work, which is intended to. You see, once a county is given money and they are not managed to spend, you see, the ordinary Kenyan doesn't understand why. Because a county government cannot proceed and use illegal means of procedure and procedural means to spend the money, because the use of unprocedural use of money is equivalent to corruption. You see, if you don't follow the process, it's a corruption thing. Then number two, that is very clear. The reason why most of the counties at some point in 2019, August 27, did not utilize their funds is because of time. The time the national treasury releases money, it is not enough to undergo the procedure of Public Procurement and Disposal Act as per the law. It is not enough. Number two, there's someone who has talked like Samilong, or Samilong. The actual thing about the tenderers, the contractors, you cannot demonize the entire contractors. Some contractors are doing genuine work and they follow the due process. The problem is you find the 1% out of the 100 spoiling the 100%. You can't call it a contractor which follows a due process and does the right work. Then they inject his money, be it 2 million or 3 million. Then you to receive payment. You see, you have injected 2 million. You have waited for too long, 6 months to 8 months, and you have not been paid. Your property, maybe you secured a loan. Your property is auctioned. You see, your turn to be zero. So in short, there is a big problem all along. in terms of contractors, which contractors are facing a lot of problems because you have to use your own money. We are not the same like Italian government, which contracted as someone comes in, is given down payment. We are not given down payment. We have to render services. The services are approved. After the approval of completion, that is the completion or delivery, they give a report. Then the report is subject to payment. And if at some point there is also bureaucracy in the country, you are denied. Maybe you have you have injected maybe 3 million into a project, then someone disagreed to approve your project. Mpaka kwake unaenda unamtafuta, alafu the same person who is an employee of a county wants fuel. You see, that is the challenges we are facing. Already you have injected 3 million. Someone here in between wants money for you to be signed completion certificate, and you have done as required. You see, as per the bill of quantities. That is the challenges we are facing. So once we talk as such, some people call us maybe like hawa ni watu wenye wanaipa pesa. We are not. Some few people, some few characters out there, they come maybe in 1 month, they register a company like KEMSA. I was a contractor in KEMSA, but unfortunately, I've never supplied even a pen in KEMSA. But you find someone who registered in January, a company, mine I registered way back 2014. You find someone who registered in January 2020, getting 4 billion, moving with 4 billion, ana supply hewa na anaenda na pesa. So such kind of nonsense, we are facing problem as genuine contractors. It is not all about your qualification. You can be in HR, but you are a contractor. You have money to input into a project, and you are in a position to hire professionals to run the business as you need. You see, it is not necessarily you be an engineer to be a contractor. Know that that is a law. You can have money, and there are several people outside there, they need employment. You see, you hire them to do work for you as required in the bill of quantities and scope of works. There is another thing. We are genuinely, we are not for good, as in we can't say that we disagree with PPI fully, but partially we disagree. One, in this issue of stop Kisito giving me dollar like this. No, and this is the thing. When
no,
it comes to
when
this,
you talk something tangible, I have to appreciate you.
now let me tell you the real thing. In this issue of tax holiday, you cannot give a young man who is jobless a tax holiday. A tax holiday is just like nothing to anyone who is not employed or who is not who has not been taken maybe into an employment process. We need government to give business community a good environment for each and every individual to start his business in Kenya. And then at the same time, so that the more you inject money into a project in Kenya, most of the young people will get employment. And that holiday will be meaningful to anyone who is working. But for anyone who doesn't work, the tax holiday is not it is not reasonable. So if you tell us today a graduate graduating today gets a job after 10 years, you see, what will be the tax holiday be useful to such an individual? That is a question. What we need to do, instead of fixing someone called this woman of Keroche, who owns an industry, who hires a number of people, instead of the government going on their neck, they need to embrace the same person. And if he has not paid some taxes, they need to give them what we call payment plan, so that this person can come partially and pay the taxes. If you discourage this same person, will go to Tanzania, establish a business over there, and he will pay taxes to the government of Tanzania because he has the capital. The problem right now in this country is the capital. If the PPI was coming with the capital for the young people, we have several brains with a lot of ideas which only need what we call capital so that someone can do something. That is where we have a problem. If BPI was addressing that, I could be right here with Ayaga, with Kisito, with Bernard, supporting it 100%. But if it doesn't address
Tycoon,
the issues,
you did not appear before the tax force and give them the information. You waited until the document is sealed is when you are giving the information. It's a little bit too late.
What you are telling us right now, whatever it was forwarded to tax force committee, it was not all entirely captured. The views of some few individuals were captured. That is what you need to know. How do you know that I did not present myself to the committee? How did you know that because all these things were being written, then you email? How do you know that mine?
No, Mr. Tycoon. Mr. Tycoon, Ayaga was very clear.
Kizito, don't interrupt Tycoon, please.
Yeah, but it's going too much. The time.
Tycoon, you have 1 minute to summarize your point.
Let Kisito not interfere me. Let me express my point. You see, the whole out of, let's assume, even 500,000 Kenyans submitted their own proposal for the BPI. All was not captured. You see, the points which were captured from few individuals. You see, and it is right now indicated that what is packaged as 35% and tax holiday is what is moving the entire thing. But otherwise, there are some things which are not meaningful to Kenyans. So let's assume that, let's understand that the entire thing is not, it's not meaningful to Kenyans, but some small percentage enticing Kenyans to support PPI. But for me, I'm not for the political elite.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tycoon. Tycoon, I think now when you are discussing issues, you have your time. No one interrupt you, and you clear it well, even if whatever the situation. Thank you very much. Let us hear Adol. Then we go to Eli Omondi. Then Bob.
Can I ask a question, please? Just a question to Mr. Tycoon.
A question cannot take 5 seconds.
Even 5 seconds. Mr. Tycoon, did you contact this task force people and give that genuine reason you have to them?
Tycoon,
did you go and give them the reason?
What I've said
Tycoon,
is very clear.
Did you meet task force? Yeah.
The 47 million Kenyans could not meet the task force. They tried.
Thank you very much, because you don't know, because you don't know their work.
Kizito, please.
Kizito, let me tell you the real thing. We have approximately 47 million Kenyans. And at the same time, no, close, that is approximate. I'm using the word approximate. 47 million Kenyans. Most of the Kenyans, that is, let's assume 20 million Kenyans, did not manage to meet the task force committee. Some of us, of which maybe around 5 million, managed to contribute their views to the committee through email. You see, few people were given attention to face the panel. Some of us, we did not face the panel. At the same time, some few individuals maybe were perceived to be the genuine business people. But wenye wanafinywa na kiatu ni sisi na wengine wenu. Sasa hivi, what we are facing, actually, most of the Kenyans submitted their views, but they were not considered. And that is why I'm saying the tax holiday is not meaningful to us as young people and also young business people. And then at the same time, what we are telling the government is to be friendly, to create good environment for young business people, and at the same time, to the business community, good environment so that most of the Kenyans can get employment through the same bosses. That is my point.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The only problem, I disagree with you in this BBI of between capital and taxes. But for now, I won't say anything. Radal, Well, you have your 4 points, my brother. Unmute, then go ahead.
Yeah, Ayaga, to be honest, I haven't got much to say, but I'm enjoying the debate. It's just a Tycoon. Tycoon, I don't know if he's gone. Tycoon?
Is he here with us?
Yes, Tycoon, I just want to ask you, the debate got a bit heated before. I don't know if you kind of capture that concept right now. But what you were saying was not wrong. There were things we agree with you. It's just the way you put it across, and I think you do understand now the way you come across is that you can't just come here, you have to come with points and bulletins. So we do agree with what you're saying, and these things needs to be done about. And this platform is for people like you. So your voice has been heard, and Similian here has been good enough to kind of break it down very well. And that's the learning point, and that's the learning curve to bring us forward. And the question is, what should we do to go forward? But for myself, I ain't got much to say, but I did appreciate, and thank you, Tycoon, for sticking on and carrying on with the debate. I don't know who wants to carry on. I'm okay for myself right now. Bernard, it's up to you to decide. Ayaga is there.
Eli Omondi.
Thanks, Ayaga. I have only a few comments to make. I was just wondering, maybe if there was like a comparative thing that government or leaders have to do in comparing what other countries that have similar or nearly similar devolution process like Kenya, and we kind of capture those good areas that might help our country. I know Nigeria is one of the worst examples of this problem that faces devolved governments and stuff like that. But it's good that the political system in Kenya, including other stakeholders like the media, they have to keep reminding the systems that run the country. Where are we going wrong? For us, we all know what's the obvious problem. But if we could just get what other actions are taken in some certain countries, just copy and paste. It sounds simplistic, but we are permanently going round in circles in our country at the moment. The other thing was, I think we have very limited technical capacity. This is a major problem in Kenya. It is the one big problem that you can see when you go to the schools, the government, infrastructure. You can have a new building, all the mod cons are there, but maintenance is very poor. So if this technical capacity is lacking, it affects other things, including politics. And it's a shame that we're in that position, because Kenyans are very bright people and they can do things, they can do wonders. But this technical capacity thing is so deep in our system. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an inventor or a maintenance person. But if I had to criticize one of the big problems, it is technical capacity. And you can translate that in whichever way you want. Some people might call it capacity building, which NGOs love to use. But then when it comes to implementing, this is where now we have this problem. And that's when Tycoon was talking about, I think 1% of the procurement people are corrupt and the rest are not corrupt, So that's just language well placed by a person who is in the contracting industry, you know, and I don't blame you for that, because you have to sound nice, you know, tycoon, because you're in that business, and if you don't say positive things in your business, that's not good. It's not good marketing for you. So I've done a bit of CSR, and I know that you've done really well to market what you're doing. I don't know what you're selling to the government or to the counties, but you seem to be very confident that things are going really good, except the corrupt are very few, which I was very stunned when you said that. So, and I'm not having a go at you, tycoon. Even your name just says it all. You know, anyone here would just think, oh, wow, this guy is a tycoon, you know? So you have some confidence, and I like that. But
so Uncle,
I'm not having a go. The last thing I wanted to say, this is a big problem. This is a big, big problem which we have, and it's the judicial system. Sometimes I even think, what if we had this kind of leaders that did wonders in Malaysia, Singapore, you know, back in the 60s and 70s? Those guys were very strict. I mean, even Taiwan, I think you spit on the streets or you throw some litter, you get an instant fine. And in Nairobi, they've tried that, you know, City Kanjo, they literally follow you so that you can give them a bribe if you've littered the streets. So the basic, one of these basic problems that I don't know how we are going to solve is the judicial system and the prosecuting system, and in between all that, the lawyers and stuff like that. And to add to that, and some of you might take this in the wrong way, but I have to say it, you know, I have said it in various forums, and I say it in a very positive light, that I think that our culture, and we have so many cultures in our communities in Africa. There's over 3,000 subcultures, you know. You can take and pick whichever you want to talk about. But I think our culture is basically, the primacy of our culture is, and I'm sorry to use these stupid words. I don't want to sound like I'm using big words, but these are the words appropriate to describe some of our cultures and how that is impacting on what we do in terms of contracts and all these kind of things. We have this kind of, you know, patron-client system, and it's deeply ingrained in our culture, and it's not wrong. You know, I remember in the 1980s, my father was working in government. You know, he was just a town clerk, and one guy brought. He was an Indian guy, I remember. He brought a goat during Christmas. And I have been political since I was a kid. So I knew this goat, this is a corrupt activity, you know? You know, to date, I believe it was a corrupt activity because I don't know. I've never seen this Indian man before, but I saw what I saw, yeah? And next thing, I see this man, town planning, he's got businesses everywhere in the town, you know. So, but my father was a county clerk, a town clerk. So he had a responsible position. So is it because of our patron-client traditions, you know, that make it obvious for us to behave as we do in terms of business?
Omosh, thank you very much. You have like 1 minute to summarize your point.
My last point. I know you like to give me a hard time. You never give me enough time to speak, but that's fine. I'm used to such forums. My last point, because I don't say controversial things, so you're really bored, you know, you just want me to go.
No.
So,
you have taken your 4 points, Eli.
No,
4
some
minutes,
people have been talking here for ages. Okay, let me just make my last point. I respect you, Ayaga, and all the panel here, but I am serious about these points I'm making, and we need to think about them. Some people might think this is neo-colonial to say that this is African culture, we are corrupt. No, that's not what I'm saying. Here in the UK, there are people corrupt, yani hata ile ya Kenya ni mchezo. Yeah? There's corruption here big time, right? Recruitment is just, nepotism iko kwa njia nyingine hata hawezi elewa. So, but in our own system, we have to start dealing with this in a different way, where we think, do I really need to give this bribe? My last point is this, right? I said that was my last point. I wanted to give an example, right? There's a parallel thing going on between the Kenya High Commission here in London, there in London, and people giving similar services from Kenya. Kenyans are trying to get their IDs, okay, or renewal of passports. So there's people who are retrieving, people's lost ID details in Kenya and receiving money. So those are people based in Kenya. And then when you go to the High Commission in London, you are also paying the similar amount that you paid that other person who is literally, the middle person. So you wonder, these things actually, they're transferable. They even happen between UK and Kenya, So I don't fully agree with Kizito that corruption in Kenya is such a special activity that it's absent in the West. So that's my last point. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bob.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ayaga. Now, concerning the matter about the nepotism and the corruption, that is a key thing eating our country. Then I go back to Tycoon. Tycoon, I give him 70 out of 100. I go back to Bernard about this breeding initiative, the BBI. The BBI is capable of delivering the 35% they are talking. How? Is there 100 out of 100% from the national government, they are giving that 5% to the county government, then they remain with 65%. Before they brought the BBI, it was 15%. Then the national government was left with 85%. It is possible. What we should be crying for is that we will receive that 5%. It might be drained as the way we receive the 15%. But is that thing we can sort out? What we should be fighting for? How can we end the corruption in our country? Well, we know that in the country in our country, we are a democratic country. We have the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. Those are the three main arms of government. When the judiciary fails, definitely the legislature and the executive will fail, as in the Jubilee government. You see, as we started from 2013, we started by this thing of the digitals, vijana. Uhuru na Ruto tulisema ni vijana, tukakosa kupea the Raila and the kina Mundavadi that opportunity, but tukasema tunahitaji vijana. But yet we are still in 2021, still crying because we are manipulated right now. Utasikia vijana tutambua, we want a kijana, a youth man to rule and to represent us, but out ganda kuja na manifestation and manipulation ya kukuja na bribery, atakuja atupea 500, we vote for him, and tutatumua tu, tutaenda hapa kwa street, let's take the Aga Khan walk, tutaenda hapo na Avia Center tukiba, let's say Bob Tibim, and then tutaenda tukiba Bob Tano tena. But we have a strong guy who is there from beneath, hapo chini anajinua. He has the leadership characters and the qualities of being a good leader, but hana do, so atapewa that opportunity, So what we should be doing is that let's try to come out and figure out with what can we do to the judiciary, with our judiciary and the executive and the legislature. When the three arms of government are united, our country will remain dominated. Furthermore, judiciary should be independent. But you see, when the judiciary is trying to bring out, for instance, is trying to bring something concerning, let's say, the DCI and the DPP, cannot is trying to bring something, you require just find the legislature saying that is a political game. Then from the executive, utasikia mtu akisema ni political game, unataka kutumaliza. How do you know that thing? For instance, in the Kimwarel scandal, utauliza, how do you know that thing? If you come the races, the scandal in the country, Kemsa scandal, unasikia mtu anauliza, hapana, wewe unatucheza kisiasa. We have someone from Jubilee anasema wewe unatucheza. Someone from nowhere got just that tender. He was just passing by and he got the tender. No, that is the corruption built in at broad daylight. What should we do? What strategies should we follow to just end the corruption? And the corruption can be ended only by me and you as the youth of today. What can we do to end the corruption? We first of all try to stop this thing called the tribalism, the nepotism, and the ethnicity. Then the corruption will stop. I repeat myself. I think the corruption of this country started before, but the bribing started actually in 1994 after Kina Raila were removed from that Nyayo house with people like Mtumishi Jero Kadhango and the late and great Kenneth Matiba. They introduced the 500 shillings. And the 500 shillings, if you vote up well, is the direct train of Mtumishi Kadhango. Jero Kadhango is the former member of Parliament of Rangers Constituency. Anasema vizuri kwa details zake. And if you go further in the government, utaona the 500 is introduced to bribe the youth. Why we youth should we be bribed? Utapata watu wazee wengi wakichapana. Utapata tu vijana hapa tunalimana. Nikienda tu hivi wanasema huyu ni mtu from Mount Kenya, nikikanyanga Kibra hivi, where are you coming from? Nasema I'm coming from Meru. Murume, you are just here. Who is nitachapwa mawe hapo. Na yeye hatafuka Tharaka-Nithi akuje huko kwa Meru pia mimi nitamrima. We youth, we shouldn't just think. Why you just single out? Let me single out one of the reggae artists, Josephine, said we should end the tribal war. If we end the tribal war, we will win. Let come up. For someone like Philip Dube, you have to think about our children. If we don't end the corruption today, tomorrow still will be there and itakuwa strong. Yes, we can kneel down and pray for our country, but prayers will not help. Let's take actions. We come with good objectives and opinions. Then we write them down on paper and put them forward, and we will be set free. Ama namna gani, my friends? I don't have much. Until you have a question to me, I'll just give you the answer. Yes.
Ayaga.
Yes,
Ayaga. Can I talk, Ayaga? Your mic is muted. Your mic is muted.
Yes, I'm
thank you
for the question. Before my minute ends.
Kizito.
No, I was just talking to Ayaga.
Who has a question for Bob?
Oh, well, I get you.
No, I haven't got a question, but Ivo, go ahead.
Okay, Radal. Ivo, go ahead.
Simindio niko next.
And Ivo, I have a question for you before you start because you are here with us before.
Okay, Ayaga, can I just put some points across?
Private section. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just a few things that people said. I think it's Amunde pointed out about the corruption. Again, we had Bob talking about corruption. Again, we had Tycoon talking about corruption. Corruption is very big here. And Amunde, what you just said to me is what you just said there. I went through the same experience. I went to Kenya to renew my passport. I gave my telephone number and my email address. They never emailed me. They never called me. They never texted me to go and pick up my passport. I went to get to my passport. People are telling me, nipatie kitu kidogo, then nichukue passport yako nikulete. I said, why do I have to do that when my passport is with the government? My passport is not with criminals. My passport is in a legal place, in a place I feel I can trust, and I don't need to bribe nobody for them to give me something that is government, because the passport belongs to the government. It's not mine. And again, as Bob said again, I understand what Bob's saying, and all. Kneeling on our knees and praying, it won't help. But we pray, but God always says that, you got to help yourself first before God intervenes. So you help yourself and God will do the rest. So if we do this, maybe God will be on our side. So those are 2 points. And young leadership, when you're talking about like young leadership, which I heard here about twice, and was talking about age is something. I think we need to groom a young generation. If we can have MCs at a young age, or governors at a young age, or like Nairobi governors, someone that is 30s, got great qualification. We can see these people growing up before they decide to go into real politics to be an MP or to go and be a president. So the younger ones need to be groomed from early age, from being an MC, being a leadership within your community. And once your community says you're a good person and you have the right to stand up as an MP for that county, they already know what kind of person you are and how much you have contributed. So by the time you become a president, you already have a record showing how far you have come. So that's one point I want to say. So young people, if they can get brought into politics now and get groomed by people like who are already in power, in future we can see what they can maybe come up with. But until that's what I just wanted to point out. But yeah, corruption is an issue here, and that definitely needs to be looked at in the BBI. That is a big issue. But thank you, Ayala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kizito, do you have a question or something before
just something to add on top. In fact, Elio Mondi, you've talked something that is very much, it has disturbed us in this channel. It's just like the corruption we have in Kenya. Because what you are talking, okay, where I'm staying, I can't brag too much. It's not there. It's something unheard of. But I'm coming to Kenya to get Huduma number, of which I'm legally have the right to get it. I have to pay. First, immediately they know that I come from somewhere. Man, I'm telling you, just to enter Nyayo House, because me also I'm competing with time, I have to come. It will force me to do it because it's a trend. And whom am I doing it with? Somebody there. Why is it that this government, if all of us, even police, I'm driving, I have my license, I have everything, is stopping me. Before even ask me for the license, I give him money. For what? But it's the trend. You have to give it. Just the way Bob has said it, the way you have said it. If we can say it, but in this channel, we are only here, not more than 10. We young people, we can change it. But young people, Bob said, talk of something very good. That 500 people, 500 shillings they produce to bribe us. After they bribe us, we start shouting, we start lemana, we start fighting. But we forget that these 500 shillings cannot even buy one beer. Thank you.
Let me add something as before Ivo comes in. I've had on this BBI also, the several questions that I have had is in this issue of fighting corruption. There is a great loophole. If the president and opposition leader Raila Odinga wanted generally to fight corruption in this country, it was not required even to go through the BBI, the referendum process. That is the longest process. You see, once you look at the legislation, even a charge, there is no charge who can incriminate someone for economic crime completely, and someone is taken to maximum prison, committee maximum prison, or Kodiaga maximum prison. for being a corrupt person, or by defrauding maybe an organization or stealing something anyway. But someone you can it is actually ironical to find someone who has stolen a chicken is easily to be taken to Kodiaga prison, maximum prison, than someone who has stolen billions of money. It is Kisito, 1 minute, Kisito. Can you mute your mic, please? Mute your mic. So, in Kenya, you can go away with 10,000, and you can easily find yourself in Naivasha, that is Naivasha maximum prison, than someone who has defrauded a government entity around 5 billion. You see, that is where there is a problem. If today, like China managed to, if we take a good example, China managed to fight corruption, and several countries managed to fight corruption just through legislation. The penalties facing someone who is corrupt needs to be tough penalties to amount to death. If today someone steals, tusemekane tunapelekwa Uhuru back, tunachapwa risasi. Tomorrow, Kisito, if you find anything somewhere, you will not steal. That is what I can tell you. If
Tycoon, sorry to intervene.
Be careful
you see,
what you wish for.
Elio Mondi and Bob talk of something very good. This thing, all these things you are turning around is what Eli and Bob talked about. The only problem we have, even when I was talking, the only problem we have, now I will steal this 400 million. This 400 million is not mine. That's why they cannot be taken to any court of law. I will divide it with these people. You go and steal a chicken. But remember, these countries that have managed to do it, it's better you pin a child when he's still young than when you is grown up. Corruption is corruption. I understand. You are very right. But if you could have listened to Bob and Elio Mundi, the way they talked, that was the problem. That is the problem. Even though we go big or small, there will be no change. But we have to understand that even if you kill them, the person, we have the legislators, everybody, now Omondi will steal today, then you are going to say, they are targeting our Luo community. Somebody from Radal will say, they are targeting our Somali community. That is what is there.
Mute Kisito. Let me just rephrase my point very clearly. Why most of the corruption cases ends at the court? It doesn't end at the maximum prison. Why? Let me tell you today. The 2010 Constitution has a loophole in terms of fight against corruption. Ukijaribu kufunga mtu hapa, sheria nyingine inasema leta evidence. Insufficient evidence. So it is brief and it is clear. We need to have tough laws, which has the end. It doesn't hang in the middle.
Tycoon, can I ask you a question there? With respect to Evo, I know that sorry. I just wanted to ask a question, and this is a question to you, but to the whole panel. Do you think David Day's suggestion last week that people should be given an amnesty for stealing big money from the state? Just a simple question. Do you think that there should be an amnesty or not?
For me, no. Nobody should have an amnesty for doing what you call economical crime. That is equivalent to kuawa. If someone goes with KEMSA's money, which was meant for ARVs or what have you, or even the face mask or test kits,
that is a crime which is equivalent like ameua watu. No. So what we need actually is a law, a tough law to fight this menace. This country will not heal, let me tell you. Be it, I'm godly, but let's accept on this. If you steal, you die. So that if tomorrow your kid will not be involved in the same thing. If my father will be hanged for being corrupt, my children will never, because they will hear as an history that my father used to steal somewhere and he was hanged. So my kids will always run away from corruption. So why these fellas doesn't want to enact serious laws is because the same laws will hang them. You see? So there is no one who is sincere when it comes to fight against corruption. Let's be honest. Hakuna yule mweupe kama bamba, because they know it is a conduit. Once isipokushika inashika mwenzako, isipokushika inashika sister yako. That is where the problem lies. Mutembei, tulia, nikikuona naokopa bwana, unaweza nikata. So
yeah, because he was waited for long. You have talked more than 5 minutes.
No, usilie cause yeye hata face yake haikuwa hapa, hata andoli yake haikuwa hapa. So we have been seated, maybe alikuwa melala ndio akaamuka akisikia Taiguni speaking. You see? So the real thing, it is all about the law. Sheria iwekwe, anybody who is corrupt, be it ameiba 10,000, be it ameiba ngapi, tujue penalties ni nini. So that whenever, if you are found guilty, you see, and it is not all about cases, corruption cases, vile PBI imesema ni sawa, but how do you conclude a case which does not have tough penalties for anyone who has defrauded a government entity or who has defrauded even a private company? We need tough laws to fight against corruption. Simple.
Then Mr. Tycoon, start supporting BBI. Start supporting BBI now.
No, my brother,
because it is included.
My brother, wenye walitunga PPI, wenye waliandikisha wenyewe, walijua wakieka tough laws fight against corruption, watajua watapatikana wenyewe. Tycoon will not be found there because I don't bribe. There's no way I've bribed. You see? So be simple. Let's call it a spade, not a big spoon. Let's not go around speaking about corruption 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years, and we are not finding solutions. Let's talk of solutions, my brothers. Let's not talk of a theory or just a story. We are talking of corruption, fight corruption.
Okay,
fight
Mr. Tycoon, no. Can you leave Ivo also to talk, please?
Yes.
Then Mtembei will take over. I'm not against you.
Because
I'm not corrupt.
Wenyewe mnatuletea hata kwanza number 2. Kuna kitu yenye nilikuwa nataka nikwambie ya mwisho. Hii maneno ya PBI imeleta PM position. We want that something PM will be elected from the people. Same case with the president. We don't want anybody who can be dismissed by the president. You see? We don't want chaos. After every election, we go for chaos. We go for streets. We go to ile maneno yenu ya firimbi. Hatutaki hiyo. Tunataka PM achaguliwe.
Don't be personal. Don't take it personally. Radol talk of something very good. Let Ivo talk.
Kisito, allow Radal.
Let Ivo talk. But
yeah, let Ivo talk.
I know a lot of people are passionate about the corruption. I do understand that, and it has to be looked into. And for me, talking about the new generation, I think they should be groomed so we can get the old corrupted people out the way. You know, these people need to be taken. So me, I put a vote for Mtembei if he's not going to be corrupted. Tycoon, you've been through the experience. I put a vote for you to become an MCA or a councillor from the area. Kizito in health. Young people, you know, Ayaga, I love Ayaga. Ayaga talks how it is. And, you know, if corruption can be taken by this new generation, you are the new generation. Me, I'm in my 50s. I mean, I can't look at politics. But if I was in my late 20s to 30s, then I'll think about getting into politics. But I will not go into MP, but I'll start at the bottom, where I come from, within my community. So I'll start there and start building up. Once people get to know me, they respect me. When I stand up for another position, then the people will rate me according to the work that I have done. So as a young person, I'll get into politics Then as I grow along, then I'll be coming to that. So if I see anybody here that I like, then I'll put my vote towards them. Mutembe, what happened to the women's what happened to the women representative? Kwani ulifukuza wanawake wote bwana?
You see the link is there. So mwenye anasikia unajua tuliwaambia kama mtu ana facts, we told them kama you don't have fact usiingie hapa kuropokwa. So I think they don't have any fact, kazi yao ni kuongea tu for the sake. So na hapa I don't want to encourage ati mtu anatoka tu pale mashambani anasikia vile mama alikuwa anasema, instead of making an effort ya research, then you come here with strong points and with the fact unakuja tu na you see sometimes tuko na class hapa, mtu anaanza kusema hapana, sijui Raila hawezi kuwa, Ruto hawezi kuwa, and when you ask someone hii kitu naambia na nini, nothing.
Yeah, but I know what I mean.
The many people when you're hapo wanapinga BBI, nobody has read BBI.
Okay, as I can talk, I would say for the women out there who are watching Mutembe's show, this platform, I would like to hear from their point of view, the young ladies in colleges, the young ladies in universities. Kama nyinyi mnafikiri wanawake, oops, sorry. Can you put your mic off?
Bob, mute your phone.
Yeah, for any young ladies out there who are watching this platform, I would like to hear from them. We'd like to hear from them what they're going through and what they want. If they can get a chance to get hold of the BBI, read the BBI, and come here and represent. As we're talking, we need women representatives, as we was talking earlier. So Angela walikuwa hapa na Jane na Nancy sijui ilifanyika nini. But I used to enjoy that debate, and it's really good because they're part of Kenya as well. So Kenya si wanaume peke yake. Anyway, Ivo, ulikuwa nataka kuongea, la Mtembee, hiyo ni kazi yako, utafute women representative because I like to hear that. Thank you. Ivo, endelea.
Asante. Nilikuwa nimeprepare kenye naenda kusema,
but mute your mic. What's happening with you, man? Sawa, Ivo, endelea.
Nilikuwa nimeprepare kenye naenda kusema, but nilikuwa sideline hapo for quite a while na nilikuwa kona only na 20% kwa phone yangu, so ni lazima ni come out alafu nirudi baadaye because nilikuwa kona hiyo yote.
Okay.
So lazima nikacharge. So nitaacha hiyo opportunity mtu mwingine aingie.
Sawa, acha Bob aingie. Bob bwana hivyo.
Kuja.
Nitarudi.
Okay, Mr. Mutembe and my fellow friends, what I'm trying to propose, and you allow me space to propose this thing, the main topic today was about the BBI, the Orengo. Now I'm proposing, because it seems like corruption is the dube which is eating us as youth and fellow Kenyans. We should, I think we should have a topic about corruption. Then we have a whole show to talk on what is, we try to intervene to come up and define corruption, and then we come to strategies. What is causing corruption and what should end corruption? Then we come up with the advantages and the disadvantages. Then we come up with good strategies to end corruption. If we don't do that, we will still remain the same shit.
My brother.
Yes.
Corruption haiko na advantages, so it only has a disadvantage. So that is clear.
Oh, Mr. Tycoon, if someone steals from you, he has the advantages of getting that thing, but you are disadvantaged. So the corruption only has the advantage to the person who is just benefiting from that. Remember the Kimorel, the Kimorel scandal and the KEMSA scandal and the NYS scandal. There are some peoples and the individuals who benefited from that. But the youth from the NYS, they got limited. They got the disadvantages of that corruption, but some benefited from that. So I think we should discuss about corruption and come out with the strategies to end the corruption. And now, do you get me, Tycoon?
You see, one thing is that once you talk of corruption, it is also stipulated in the PPI, if I'm not wrong. And once you talk of, once you tell us that we discuss only PPI, we will discuss all round. We discussed tax holiday. We discussed this PM position. We discussed the so-called 35%. We discuss all round. So we are not limited to one area. Orengo and what? I don't think even Orengo was supposed to be featuring in this discussion because that is politics. It is not PBI. That is right.
Yes, Mr. Taiku, now I'm getting what you are trying to talk, but I'm saying that in the topic, according to the headlines of the topic, we are talking about the BBI. The corruption is still in the BBI, but what I'm trying to propose is that one day we have a show from this Mutembe show TV, we have a show concerning the corruption. We come up with the strategies to end the corruption. But I'm not saying that we should not talk about the corruption this show, because corruption is emerging to be the main thing, the main dube eating this country. Thank you.
Mutembe, ongea yako bwana. You are muted. You are muted. You are muted. You are muted.
Mtembei, you are in.
Eli ndiye nangoja ongee. Eli Omondi.
Thank you, Mutembei. I don't have much to say because I prefer to be the person listening. No, that's just my just the way I am. Sometimes I can rant forever. So if you give me the chance to talk, we could be here until tomorrow. So be careful what you wish for.
Endelea tuko hapa.
I wanted to say that the reason why I asked that question about David Ndii proposing an amnesty for the mega corrupt people.
Nani DVD okay, on DVD I will answer you. DVD anasema when amnesty juu the people yes started supporting the corrupt, so anataka at least when hiyo amnesty ndio at least wa kueneneo wasaidiwe wasio wameingiliwa sana. Yes,
yeah, but you know this amnesty, this call for an amnesty has been used in some judicial systems before. It is not the best thing. Personally, I don't agree with it, okay? In fact, I think there is some kind of clause in the Constitution or in the Kenyan legal structure where the asset recovery agency can go for the things that you're alleged to have benefited from. They can close your account, they can freeze, and they can make you pay back, you know. But that doesn't sound like an amnesty, but it's not as strong as sending you to jail, which is the job of the courts. But if that amnesty was done, let us say, to the mega rich, even Patni was given an amnesty at some stage, you know, Kamlesh Patni. I think it was during Kibaki's term, first or second term. I can't remember very well. And I don't know the intricate details of that. But if there was a policy of an amnesty to say that let us have an amnesty as a precursor or as a something before a new system of anti-corruption. So let's say we want to clear corruption kabisa. But now we are saying there is a window period for you returning what you have stolen. And the asset recovery people, it's a big job for them to find out you've said this is amount of money or this is how ndio kuku ambazo niliiba. You know, it sounds stupid, but if this was a precursor to something bigger, let's say, I won't go for tycoons, violation of human rights by shooting people at Uhuru Park because they are corrupt, because that's a very dangerous thing to do. We know that corruption is literally, people are dying in hospitals because other people are corrupt. Yeah. And I can even give the example of Hichuru and Okemo, the former MD of KPLC, and who was in that job for nearly 40 years during Moi's time, and Chrysanthus Okemo, who was the Minister for Energy or Finance, something like that, back then. And the money they siphoned out to these islands up here, Jersey, which is a safe haven for all these thieves. And by the way, most of these people were using Kenyans abroad. These mega corrupt people, they use Kenyans who have accounts and living abroad. That's what they used to do, if you research into their practices. And they would take just ordinary Kenyans and use their accounts to do the money laundering and transferring those monies to Jersey and stuff like that. Very quick, when Gichuru did what he did, plus the allegations that his own companies benefited so much so that they even managed to sabotage electricity in hospitals so that they could use their own power generation, and the private companies coming to fix the power failure, which was just some stupid things there. They just needed to make some money out of that corruption. People were dying on the operating table. Okay, so yes, it is dangerous to give an amnesty because we think it might be soft and people continue to be corrupt. But if you try it, let's say the government or there is a movement that says, look, let's try this and see if it will work. These people have stolen. Return this money. I don't care if you're Uhuru Kenyatta, you're Ruto, you're Raila, whatever you have stolen, the Asset Recovery Organization returns that money to central bank so that the government can also pay off the loans that it owes the domestic banks and international banks and things like that. I am just suggesting, yeah, but I am not saying that this is an answer. But I'm saying that if this was a new system before a big law, it might work. And I don't agree with David D on many things, but when he said this thing, I was thinking that it might work. And, you know, if we put our minds thinking about the people we love or hate and know that they are corrupt in the political system in Kenya, then it will not work. Because like now, if we think about, oh, are we talking about like, say, for example, William Ruto or Mudavadi or Uhuru or Raila and all these people who have so much wealth? Are we talking about them? No, we shouldn't think about them. We should leave that to that strong body that will be given that job to recover that wealth that they have siphoned from Kenyans. And that would be part of the amnesty. The challenge we have here about that, and I'm sure some people have thought about it whenever they were sitting, thinking about the Constitution and stuff like that. The challenge we have is that there will be people who will resist that because they know that part of the amnesty will involve asset recovery. So they will resist. Yes. But I think only a strong leader can do something special like that. You know, some kind of Magufuli type. A strong leader, not a weak leader. A weak leader will not even think about it. Yeah. So that's why I was suggesting that, because I think it's it's something we can think about. Otherwise, like Bob said, we will keep singing about this corruption every single day. You know, like niliwapatia example hapa hivi. Mimi naishi hapa Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK. Hapa kuna corruption nakwambia. The government here has fallen twice. within the last seven years because of a tendering system that was fake. So Martin McGuinness, who was the deputy first minister, he died about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. He pulled out of the government. The first minister, up here, hakuna opposition upper Northern Ireland. Kwa sababu ya conflict they've had for over 40 years. So to bring things together, there are two leading parties, which is Sinn Féin and DUP. So there's no opposition here, okay? So the only opposition here is like newspapers, like I work in the media, so we're the ones who oppose government, right? So, but you find that particular incident where there was a mega corruption, Martin McGuinness, he pulled out the guy from Sinn Féin as the deputy first minister. And the government collapsed. So they had to go to the next option. So for 3 years, there was no government at the Stormont Assembly, the seat of government in Northern Ireland. So to say that these people are not corrupt, I just gave that example to kind of put things in context, that what they did was someone pulled out of government and the whole system collapsed. Okay? But in Kenya, if someone pulls out of government, the system will still continue, you know? And some people here...
Sorry, Amundi. Yeah, sorry. Mutembe, there's something that you posted earlier. You're gonna say what you were saying. I'm saying what you was going to say. Is that Mutembe, you posted something about huyu muaskari, kuna msichana hapo, a lady, na alikuwa anaongea ati amekasirika, anataka kuresign, na we have something called internal affairs. And I say internal affairs, what does internal affairs do in Kenya? The main job for the internal affairs is exactly what Omondi is saying. If there's any form of any corruption that's going on in the government, it is for the internal affairs to investigate. And if they investigate and they find there's any form of corruption in anybody who is a member of the parliament or anyone in government misusing and abusing the government's funding, they are to be taken into question. So I saw that Mutembezi uliweka hiyo, if I'm not mistaken, ama nimekuwa mistake. Kuna msichana hapo mwaskari uliweka hapo akiongea hiyo mambo. So I felt her pain. Na akasema hawezi kuresign. Sasa huyu anaongea kama ako threatened. Unajua sasa hatachukua bribe, hatapatia mkubwa yake bribes, yeye ata lose job. Sasa hataki kuuana na hataki kujiua. Akisema hataki kujiua, is showing she is suffering from a form of depression. She's going to work, she is depressed, she's not happy in her job, and she has a problem. Now this goes again to the civil servants. The civil servants, such as the police, the people working in the hospital, the Kajo, everybody who represents the government outside, hawa watu wanatakikana wakue, as Tycoon alikuwa anasema earlier, kwa nini hawa watu wanaiba? Hawa watu wanafanya kazi, kwa nini wanaiba? Because they're not getting paid on time. Sasa wanatafuta another way, they're finding another way to find money. And that's taking this money that does not belong to them. And it's not right. So the government needs to pay on time. And the other thing is this money needs to be allocated to the right people. So this corruption can be completely done. So internal affairs needs to be questioned itself, but who's going to question internal affairs? Because internal affairs now, another body needs to be on top of internal affairs. For someone to go and question internal affairs. It's just the point I was going to say. So Omondi, Kenya has a internal affairs. Sindio Mtembei, ama ameenda sasa. Kenya wako na, I just wanted to know if Kenya has internal affairs. Kizito unaweza kusema?
Yeah, there is, led by Matiang'i. In Kenya, there is internal affairs and it's led by Matiang'i. But the only problem we are having is what Tycoon said. Tycoon talked of something very good. We as citizens, we are the most corrupt people because you find this police is getting the job. For example, Omondi, you are not in Kenya. When you are signing your contract for work, you are saying that I'm signing this contract. After 30 days, I'm going to get my money. It can happen that it's a weekend, that one there's no money. But when they see it is 26th, then weekend, then 30th on Sunday, you will get that your money before that date because they are afraid to delay your money. So it means you will work when you are very 100% sure you're going to get your money. Now, the problem in Kenya is what Tycoon was saying. I'm going to be a police. I'm paying 500,000. It is not a call. It's not a call. I'm entering something because I had money. So when I'm sorry, the lady it was very painful. Even I pity her. But the only problem when you want to work, for example, we people who are outside, before you go at any work, you have interest on what you are going to do. But in Kenya, you pay money to get that work. That is the problem. Bob, please mute your phone, your mic, please. Okay. Then that is the problem. About the corruption, what Eli Monti talked of. Eli, the problem we have is not amongst this BBI that is being brought now. It's better we support it. We don't know its outcome or how it's going to come. The only thing that we know in BBI, as far as I've read it, those people who are corrupt, it will take 60 days to be judged and everything finished. We encourage corruption because most of the cases that are being taken to court, if I give example, if it touch Somali people, Randall is coming out, guns blazing that they are targeting our community. If it touch Tycoon, maybe he's targeting our community. If people can understand that me as Kizito, I'm a Luo, and I'm corrupt, it doesn't concern anybody from Masai. It's me and my family who took that money. I have to return it. But you find because of politics, we are entering into corruption because I have somebody who depends on me, what my kura, he will support me. Then I go there, they make a phone call, then I'm not being judged. And that is corruption. That is what is encouraging corruption. This BBI bill is saying when you are found, when you are corrupt, it's going to take 60 days. The case is closed. You will not have time to go and take the bail. Then you come stay outside for 4 years. After 4 years, you are earning your salary. After 4 years, you are outside the parliament. The case is closed. How will it work? Now, BBI is proposing that when you are corrupt, the cases of corruption is dealt with within a limited time. Secondly,
okay. Kizito, hold on, kidogo, 1 minute. Let me interject you. What BPI expresses is the time frame to conclude a case.
Yeah.
It is not tightening the corruption cases. It doesn't have an act which tighten the corruption cases. That is where the problem lies. We will be depending on 2010 constitution to convict these people, but the PPI is giving the time frame. So that is where the problem lies. If you are not tightening the corruption laws, which means the same person will just enter into the court and come out. You see, you are not convicting anyone because The same route. You are using the same route, the same law, but only time frame is the difference. So tell us over there.
Okay, Mr.
Tycoon. Kazito, Tycoon, I think you both have pointed a thing that's right. There's two things. So someone goes to court, even though they're found guilty, as Kazito had just said, they just get a phone call and that person walks out of court. So the corruption has gone all the way into the heart of basically justice. Do you know that's the meaning? It's injustice that's taking place right there. That is not justice, it's injustice. So these people up to the top, they need to be questioned. So that is really wrong for that to be happening. And for corruption to stop, the court is what needs to stop the corruption. If the court cannot stop the corruption, Kenya cannot stop corruption, because that's their heart. So I understand what Kazito is saying and what Tycoon is saying, and it is a problem that is gone deeper than we think. Yeah, go ahead.
Ranto, let me come in again. Let me just put it more clear. What we are talking about here is what the churches are using is the law. The guide is the law. You see, it is not. Be it takes 100 days or 1 year or 1 month. The conclusion is within the law. You see, the same law will be applied. It doesn't matter at what time. What we are talking about is, let's create a very tight exit for anyone who is corrupt. Let's tighten the law. You see, if the PPI was tightening the law to catch the thief, ni kama saa zile unaweka mtego bwana. Ukiweka mtego yenye haitakamata kitoweo, una reduce mbio ama unatumia mbio mingi kufukuza mnyama, lakini ile mtego yako haitanasa. Hiyo ndo shida. So mtego here is the law. You see? Let's put the law to be more clear.
Because Duke is there, Elu Mundi want to talk, but I just want to correspond.
But yeah,
1 minute. Eli, you'll talk after Duke. But let me just react on one comment. This time frame is not just that you have a case and when it reaches 60 days, you leave it. The court, they are mandated to finish your case, whether you are going to jail or you are returning the money, or that is the time frame. That is the end. It doesn't pass. That is according to BBI. So, Engineer Du could be No, wait, Engineer Du.
Let me just also point on your point. Let me just come to your point. What you are talking about, the PPI clears the backlog in the courts, but it is not giving a solution to corruption. You get me? It is not convicting those corrupt individuals. The PPI does not prosecute, but it clears the backlog from the courts. Inamaliza kesi ziishe mbio mbio. Hiyo ni acha ya PPI. Simple.
But kesi kisa unakuwa charged, unapelekwa kotini. Si ukipelekwa kotini na kesi imeisha, si unafungwa ama you are being charged or you are not being charged.
Kizito, if you found guilty, unatakikana ufungwe. Just as Amandi alikuwa anasema. Kitu ya kwanza wakipata, if they find that you've been doing something corruptive, you first of all, you are arrested, you are sanctioned. Sindio Amondi alikuwa anasema, once you're sanctioned, you cannot practice in a job that you do. If you're a member of parliament, you are no longer standing. You stand down until the court finds otherwise. If they find you guilty, they suspend your money. Kama uko na Prado tatu, ama uko na Mercedes, inachukuliwa. Kama uko na nyumba kubwa, hiyo inachukuliwa. Kama umenunua mashamba, hizo zinachukuliwa. Kila kitu unayo inachukuliwa. Everything that you have, they will take it from you. And it's returned to the government, which is given back to the people that they took the money from. Then you are given a time frame. Either una do time, na alafu unakuwa suspended from any government practices. That will make anybody going into politics ajue, nikiiba hapa nyumba yangu itaenda, gari yangu itaenda, pesa zangu zitaenda. Wacha nikae hapa na mshahara yangu, hii niko nayo, kuliko nipoteshe kila kitu, na halafu my own reputation yako itaenda out the window. So when they start doing that, so this BBI, I don't know if it points that out, but the BBI does point out corruption. But what's going to happen if you're finding corruption? That needs to be pointed out. Ukikuta unafanya corruption, this and that will happen to you. But anyway, Bob, ulikuwa nataka kusema kitu, Bob. Thank you very much. Salute. Bob, ulikuwa nataka kusema kitu hapo sababu ulianza na corruption.
Let Duke stay for a very long time. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. I hope you are getting me. Are you getting me?
Yes.
It's the first time entering here, and I will just take this opportunity first of all to thank the host for coming up with this topic, which is actually trying to sensitize the Kenyans on the new PPI. If I have gotten you correctly, we are actually talking about the PPI and how it's going to tackle corruption. In my opinion, we have a sufficient constitution which can be executed to deal with corruption robustly. But what is not there, it is the goodwill from the powerful at the top. Any nation, let me be clear, every person is a human. And anybody can be tempted to make a mistake if there is no consequences. So in the Kenyan context, what's happening for corruption why corruption is unable to be tackled properly is because there is no consequences, especially for those who are at the top and those who are powerful. Therefore, the new constitution is actually, the PPI, the proposed PPI is actually going to even make the process of tackling corruption difficult, because we have three branches of government. We have the executive, the judiciary, and the parliament. Actually, the powers are separated between the three arms of the government so that each can be able to check, more especially the judiciary has the mandate to execute the corruption cases and laws. However, according to me, the proposed new constitution, which is actually obviously going to be passed, is trying to compromise that, because the ombudsman has been created, is trying to create a ring between the judiciary and the executive, and those arms have to be independent. Therefore, if you have somebody who's appointed by the president, who is the executive, according to me, the executive should have the least power, because it's actually headed by one person. It's like giving power to one person. And because it's a rotational, we are more likely to have a president who is a bad person. Therefore, there should be minimal power in the executive arm of the government. Trying to give my opinion on how corruption can be properly tackled in Kenya, most of corruption has not been tackled because it takes a political course. If we were to have the judiciary to follow the stolen money or property, then we will actually be able to tackle that. Somebody asked me, if, for example, assume you give your kid who's maybe 5 years to go to a shop and maybe to buy sugar, approximately sugar, 2 kgs around 200. And then that kid buys that sugar at 700. What can you do? Actually, you can go to the shop, ask, we know sugar is 200, why 800? Where is the rest of the money? What happens in Kenya is we find that a person has stolen like 5 billion. And if that person goes and never, if it's moved from office and goes forever, he will actually be more happy. He'll find time to invest, to use money. So in Kenya, if maybe if I was the president, for example, what I will start from the time we have the budget, you have to know maybe this amount has gone to different ministries. Then from that, we have to follow the expenditure. Where did the money go? We gave 10 billion, say 100 million were used to maybe 200 to buy a wheelbarrow. No, we know a wheelbarrow is 5,000, 10,000. Which company sold the wheelbarrow at 200? Return 195K for each wheelbarrow. If not so, that company is actually dissolved, the properties are taken, and we get the money. So what happens in Kenya, you find that a person takes billions, is removed from office, the billions can be spent for 200 years. So that we want to follow the money.
Duke,
yes.
1 minute. There is what you call breach of contract. So once you have entered into a contract with an entity, you are supposed to clear the contract. So there are some, in several cases, you find government are being penalized for what you call breach of contract. So if you try to terminate the contract or to change any content in a contract, that is a breach of contract. So I don't think this law is a bit awkward. So someone can maneuver all the way, and due to what we call the contract, they can as well sue you for terminating the contract.
That's okay, but what I'm trying to propose is that we have to be, there is something which is reasonable. For example, if somebody buys a wheelbarrow at 200,000, that does not make sense. For instance, most companies are not even registered. If you are actually trying to execute the most contracts are not proper. They are actually awarded to relatives of those that are powerful. Those contracts are not valid from the start, because you find most of them. For example, there's a company which was formed is like 1 week and even a contracts of several billions. So it is that those who are rooting Kenyan money, they are using fake companies. Companies are registered in a day, in a month, and they are able to deposit millions of money, and that's what makes handling corruption very difficult.
Can I come in? Yeah.
Eli Omondi.
Yeah.
Duke,
Thanks very much.
Funga mic yako Duke.
Me? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I will speak, very briefly, because I have to take the kids to school tomorrow morning. So I wanted to speak about Chapter 6 of the 2010 Constitution, but people have covered it in this conversation in one way or another. That we know that Chapter 6 was subverted, and it's still being subverted. It was subverted at the point of nominations to elections and all those things. People just walked into the jobs they have now as politicians. But we know that majority of those politicians would have failed the test of the litmus test of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which basically disallowed anyone to practice any job in public space as a politician. So yeah, that was subverted. So I want to say something positive about BBI. If it's going to address that Chapter 6 in a different way in respect to politicians, then fair play. Let's go for it. Yeah. But then it's just common sense. I'm one for common sense. Everything is just common sense, right? If a constitution says there's a thing called Chapter 6 and it's zero tolerance for corruption, you will not stand for anything. You will not vie for anything. Common sense, just don't do it. Don't even present your papers. You've seen all those government buildings, especially during Kibaki 1, not so much in Moi's era, but the Kibaki anti-corruption drive. You remember when he came into power, for those of you who remember, people were literally arresting police officers. There was citizen arrest of police officers. So there was that mass hysteria of, there was these two guys who sang that song, Unbogable, right? And that was part of the mass hysteria that brought the NAC government into power. And I remember, because at that time I was actually back to Kenya for 2.5 years. Yes, I came there back home in 2003, August. So that's just after the election. And the environment was as if something has happened in a big way. And people had so much hope about tackling corruption. But then, the lights were switched off again, and then things started to happen. So fast forward, common sense would have made it possible for people to maintain that, that mass movement of defeating corruption. It was, I couldn't believe it, that people were arresting a policeman, So I don't know how we can go back to that, but it's very important because otherwise we go into this BBI, right, with this revelation about a court case should not take more than 60 days in relation to economic crime. And then there will still be some problem, like the way Tycoon has described it. Me, I'm not a lawyer, so, but the way Tycoon articulated the problems with that section, I was scratching my head and thinking about, these policy statements and these things that have been researched. Sometimes it's very difficult. I think sometimes we even blame the researchers who come up with these laws. So when I came back home, one of my very important friends, a very close friend of mine, Dr. Michael Chelogoy, was involved in the 2010 Constitution. He was the director of research for the constitutional review process, Dr. Michael Chelogoy, a man who could speak Kikuyu very fluently and Kalenjin very fluently because he came from the two traditions, yeah? And he was a keen, strong researcher, And we used to talk about these things, and I used to slag him off and tell him, look, this thing you guys are doing, you're just being paid lots of money. There'll be so many potholes. And we used to have a laugh about it. Unfortunately, Dr. Michael Chelogoy died before he enjoyed his work as a director of research at the constitutional review process. And it's quite unfortunate. But one of the issues we always talked about, because I worked with him at Ufadhili Trust there in Nairobi, talking about corporate responsibility and things like that. And he was a thorough researcher, but he always said that behind these things, right, there was always people, powerful people wanting to know what's going to happen, what where's the full stop, how is this, there are people influencing even research and development in the constitutional review process. So we can blame the politicians, we can blame ourselves, but we also have to add this thing about the intellectuals, the people doing the research. Are they honest enough? Are they patriots? Do they want a good document that is easy to implement, common sense, that it will not dilute itself within a few months or a year? So, and that's one of you see them on TV all the time, those BBI guys, the the professors and the doctors, all the time you see them on TV saying all these nice things, but maybe they have not been thoroughly appraised, to see, whose interest are you writing this for? That hasn't happened sufficiently. But anyway, that was my point, that and the issue of Chapter 6. And for me, it's just common sense. A lot of our problems revolve around common sense, that if this needs to happen, it should happen.
Okay,
Right?
Omondi, your common sense. Do you think that should be brought back again?
Say again, please.
Do you think it should be brought back again? The chapter 6 you're talking about. Do you think it should be brought back again? Zero tolerance on crime. I don't like the I don't like the idea of police individuals arresting police, and that's a job for the Internal Affairs. But if it's reported to the Internal Affairs should go investigate and arrest these policemen who are committing crimes. But do you think that should be brought again and maybe added to the BPI? That's what I wanted to know.
No. It's there.
But the section Nani anaongea about is there. See at the
Okay,
there.
maybe I haven't got to that. Okay.
It's there in the constitution currently as we speak. But sasa hiyo ilitupiliwa mbali. Nobody cares.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just add a point there? Can I just add a final point? A final point, please. Because I'll forget this. No. I'll forget this. I'll forget this. Tycoon, just 2 seconds. I'll forget this, right? And it's good that Randall has jogged my memory there. I was talking earlier on about Kibaki 1, not Kibaki 2. So the first presidency, when you had those flyers and posters and billboards, and even when you walked into a government building, you saw this sign saying, "This is a zero tolerance." Are those signs still there?
Yes.
Yeah? Are they still there? They're part of the paintwork. I used to love those things, you know. I even took pictures. I was, hey, this is serious. Kibaki is serious. So I just wanted to add that, you know, that a lot has been tried actually. Some of it looks stupid, yeah? But you wonder, is it we're not trying to use common sense to solve our problems? Because if you know this is not working, do what's working. So, and usually common sense has been associated with conservative leadership and people of rational thinking rather than ideologues. So usually people think that common sense can cause problems as well, like denying people human rights because you want to do something in a very kind of strict way, you know. So it's not as easy as I'm suggesting, but to me, I think it's possible. You know that.
Mtembe, what Omondi is referring is just the same common sense whereby when there was lockdown, somebody staying in Nairobi in town up to 7:50, then he starts driving home and he knows very well there's lockdown. That is the same common sense they were using, and the same common sense they are using in this corruption, no free. That is the common sense Kenyans in quote are using.
Guys, good night, guys. I'm away. Thank you very much.
Okay, Omondi, listen to me first. Listen to me, Omondi. Usiende. Nisikize tu alafu uende. There is something that you have talked about chapter 6, which is in the Constitution 2010. So it is a matter of implementation. Otherwise, it is something which is there. Anyone who is involved with corruption is not supposed to be cleared by IBC to run. So that is what is in place. So it doesn't require any PPI to implement that. So that is implementation. When there is something that you talked about corruption, and there is this new currency that came, that was changed, that 1,000. So it was meant by government that it will end corruption. Does it end corruption? That was my question to you.
About that new currency, I'll start from this last point. I think they were trying to copy a similar action in India, where Narendra Modi, the prime minister there, gave a very stern, you know, it was like almost like an emergency. There was an Indian what's the word? Part of the Indian currency. There was a particular note of the Indian currency that had to be discontinued. And people had to return this. Billionaires, millionaires, poor people And it caused shock to the Indian, to the people of that country, which is a huge population, right? But actually, if you even Google and find out the effect of Narendra Modi's action, it actually reversed corruption to some extent. Now, this is a prime minister who is known not to be materialistic. He's not a perfect person, but if you follow his history, he's a very simple person, yeah, and he has nearly used his way of life to run the country, but he's not perfect. There are so many things about human rights that he hasn't followed. But one of the key things that he did was to do what the central bank and Uhuru Kenyatta did with this 1,000 shillings. Was it 1,000? Yes. And of course, the debate was intense. People were saying the government is targeting the deputy president because he's a multi-billionaire and he's giving money left, right, and center. It's like having a mobile bank every time he's just dishing out 1,000 notes and stuff like that. So Kenyans had the right to say these things because they were wondering, why is there so much money floating about? And actually, if anyone here is a supporter of Ruto, please don't take this personal. This is something that people had a right to discuss, And I think, and I'm not living there, but I think it was a good step, a good first step to try and see if it's going to work. Because, for example, since that was discontinued, how many baskets of cash have these people been taking to churches? They still have money. They still have money. They still have lots of money. But someone needs to research this.
Zile zilikuwa zinamwaga kanisani siku hizi ziliisha. In fact, Ruto is nowadays even giving 100,000, 200,000. He used to give millions, my friend.
Yeah.
Millions and millions.
And this is a guy who, in 1992, someone said 94 there, but it was actually 92 during the Youth for Kanu thing when they unleashed that 500 banknote with Mr. Jirongo and another person who I don't want to issue his name here because he has not been publicly mentioned, but we know he was involved in this. There were 3 people in Kanu. It was Ruto, Jirongo. Those were the people who publicly were known to have, to have upstaged the other political parties using state money. Okay, so I think this 1,000 shilling note, the way it was stopped, I think it has helped to some extent. I'm not seeing these guys, giving money the way they used to. And also another thing, you remember during Kibaki 1, there were Harambes there was a moratorium for Harambes and they were stopped at a certain point. This public Harambes. I don't know if you guys remember. When the funds dry, you had to have a good reason for holding an Harambee because it was seen as one of the conduits for corruption. It wasn't anymore the innocent thing that used to happen, So anyway, guys, thank you very much.
Okay, let's go to Innocent.
Thank you.
Innocent?
Yeah, can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Cam now. I'm based here in the United States. And one thing that has been making me angry and mad in all concept of corruption and discussion that I've been hearing, I've been following you guys. You guys have been doing a good job. When are we gonna take that opportunity as citizens and say enough is enough?
Kim now.
Can you hear me?
Kim now, you can.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Kim now.
Okay.
Mute your mic.
Okay, cool. Is that okay now? Is that better?
Kim Mutembe, tell Kim now, come now to mute. now to mute. Come now to mute his mic. No, to mute his mic.
No, come now ndio anaongea.
Yes.
I'm good. I'm good. Is that
yes,
okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. What I hear the conversation, and I'm here in America, and what we say, even in America, we want our Kenya to be better. We can see in every forum, WhatsApp forum, people are angry, and even right now we're talking about Kalu. I'm helping him and talking to him about how can he change Kenya. There's all this discussion, but it's been the same. When people are saying, YK92, we were in YK92, they gave us money, and I was there, and they told us the same story. Jirongo and all those people. So when our young people, young men like you guys, are gonna say enough, and say, how do you say enough? How do we go out there and telling our people, hey, these politicians, they've continued bribing us. YK92, they were giving us, I think, 500, and I can remember Moi was saying, Mbaki hivo hivo. They gave us. Remember that they bribed us. It's the same story. They know the game, and the game is they want to continue controlling Kenyans with the same mindset. So until all of us can take this discussion to the streets, we take this discussion to the road and say, Mtembei TV, how can we come together, all of us, and start putting a civic education together? Until we start going to the roads, the street, you guys, all of us coming together, say, let's give $10 each. Mtembei TV come up with the civic education. Let's go to the neighborhoods and start telling our people, hey, when we choose this politician, they won't care about you. Let's have that civic conversation, because let me tell you, next year, they will take over again. It's going to be another 10 years. And then, man, we'll be having the same story. So we are having a good discussion, but how can we take it to the street? And that's what I wanted to call upon us. Let's take this conversation to the street, and let's have a civic education to tell our people it's enough. YK92 sasa hizi bado anatudanganya. I'm like, my question as I end, the guys have been in the government for 8 years. Kwani saa hizi ndio ameanza kuona ati hustler wana survive? Kwani tumekuwa mahustler from the beginning? So all these people, all these politicians, they've continued lying to us. And until we say enough is enough, it's according to the same story. So my question to you guys, kwani huu jamaa wa hustler, kwani sasa ndio ameona tuko na problem? Kwani ya kuona hiyo 8 years? So that's my question as I end.
Hello,
If you have
come now.
Yeah.
Come now,
Yeah.
let me interject you. Yeah, once you talk of the ASLA, we know the system of the government. Everything running of the government stops at the presidency. Do you know that?
Okay, I know that. People keep on saying that, but I know there was that 5 years of leadership, and all of them were in control, and the government was divided into two. Okay, remember that.
1 minute so that you finish, huh? 1 minute so that you finish. Let me ask you, do you know the president, the deputy president does not have authority to fire or hire?
Mr. Tycoon, come now. Mr. Tycoon is confusing you. He's not a vice president. He's assistant. You have to know that.
Okay. Kisito,
come now, you are very correct.
Kisito,
but Tycoon, there is assistant.
Kisito.
Thank you.
Kisito, as you listen to me, I was asking come now whether he knows the roles of the deputy president, and at the same time, he knows that the deputy president does not fire or hire. Number 3, the deputy president is the principal assistant to the president. He cannot do anything on his own. He does everything as per the assignment of the president. The president assigns his deputy what to do. He cannot decide on his own which way the government will be run. That is what you need to know.
Tycoon, tafadhali acha
Can I say
kudanganya.
something quick?
See, president no, let me finish with Tycoon come now. Si president ameassign deputy president historia ya kunia ya kusukuma BBI ameisukuma.
Let me tell you this, Let me tell you this, Mutembe. Okay, okay.
I didn't mention him. I don't know why you mentioned him. I said general. I didn't mention.
You see once you see. Come now. Once you talk of the chief Asla, we know.
No, I said
it is not.
Not him only talking about
So
Asla.
speak of other people, but once you touch Aslas, we are many. We are many. So be considerate.
Chief Asla is there. Chief Asla.
Yes.
Okay.
Chief Asla is here, and we are all
Can I say something?
on
Can I
his
say
way.
something? And then I'm done with that. We've been hustling for a long time, and these people who are telling us about BBI and hustling and all this, these people have been in the government for 4 years. Kwani wameona saizi ndio tunataka help? They should have seen that help long time. How comes these people, all of them, I'm talking about Raila, I'm talking about Uhuru, I'm talking about Ruto, I'm talking about Kalonzo, I'm talking about Davadi. All these people have been in the government for 30 years, and Kenya has not changed. It's the same thing. So that's my point. So the point is, until the common Wananchi, decides to take over and say, hey, these people have been there, they haven't changed it. What will they do now to change it? If I mention Hasla and imekuguza vibaya, Paul, but I'm generalizing everybody that is running today. Davadi, wacha ni mention, Davadi amekuwa kwa government miaka ngapi? Back alikuwa kwa government.
So come on. You're just talking in general. You wasn't saying hustler particularly. You're just saying in general.
No, Radal, you are confusing again. In this channel, we call a spade, not to call a big spoon.
Okay.
If it's straight to the point, let's say, my point is before I'm stopping.
Kisito, this is the thing, and Kamnao needs to know this. And Vice President Luis Kalonzo has never been the president. You see, if you are pacing what he did as the vice president, and what Uhuru has done as the president, it is incomparable.
Yeah,
what
thank you, Tycoon. You are please, contradicting yourself. That one is assistant president, not a vice president. Remember, we have two words.
Kisito. What the description of job description for the deputy president? It is well stipulated in the constitution. The principal assistant to the president. Principal assistance means, you see, is the main assistant. So once you give any information as the vice president, you see, you assist the president to do his work. So the president, if he chooses to go through along the bush, you assist him to walk along the bush. So that is what it means by being the deputy president. What we need to know is the deputy president has ever been the president, and then he has failed.
But not the
Raila
vice
Odinga
president. But not the vice president.
And understand this. Understand this. Even Raila was the PM, but he has never been the president. He has never been in charge of the government. You see, if Raila was running a part of the government, Ruto, imagine he has not worked half of the government. Raila has worked half of the government. But you see, he was not in charge of the country. He was running a small section of government, and you cannot blame him for not performing better as compared to Uhuru or Kibaki. Kibaki was running a government. Uhuru has run the government, and you cannot compare with any of these aspirants. So let's let them charge them equally and fairly.
So I know somebody else will step in, and this is
I leave that one from Tembe and Milong. They can talk about difference between a vice president and assistant.
Ngojeni Kamnao amalize.
Okay, I've met these people, and one of them here in this, I'm known. I've met a couple of them, and I've had conversation with them, and I'm like, simple things. Okay, you are in a ministry or you are vice president or you are taking a leadership. Now there's that garbage there's that garbage in Nairobi Kariakoo those days. I say, are you gonna remove that garbage and make Nairobi clean? The guy said, yes, if I become a vice president, I will do it within a year. How many years are there now? Almost 20 years. They didn't do it. So they've known the trick. They give us and I look at small companies like, say, a company, or like even me supporting a group in Kiambu to start an organization to help street children and to help people in the street. So that's my point. If a small person like me can go to a village in Kiambu and assist the community to start talking about a civic education, so why will not a vice president or a president or people in the lead, even an MP, go to his city and change? So why they keep on saying change, and it's 10 years, and they didn't do change 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 5 years ago? So it's the same circle. They give us promises. Oh, there's gonna be no corruption. You're already in the government. Regardless, people resign. If you don't like the government, like here in the United States, or you're caught in corruption, you resign. India, if somebody has an issue, you don't agree with the government, you resign. So if these people don't like the current government, if they don't like the corruption, if they're strong enough, they should be resigning. I say, I don't want to be a part of the government that is corrupt, because I came because I want to help my community with health, with food, but I can't do it. So I'm going to resign. So these people, they give the same story. The more he told us, Mbaki hapo hapo, tumebaki hapo hapo, the system is still the same. So my desire is all these people to get out, and all of you, you're very smart. Mtembe, you go smart. Tycoon, Tajiri, you're very smart. So when your home area, and go run and say, Vakinyasa, it's time ya vijana. Tumechoka na nyinyi, mnatuambia the same story. So why do you want a guy who's been there since 1992? If you say today you want to be a leader and to support, in the inbox.
That's what I just said. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said right here. Because these guys are not talking, they're doing something.
Now,
you can see what's happening. Very good.
Come now, as talked of something. Whom did you vote in 2017? I know you voted in wherever you are. Whom did you vote in?
No, I've supported. No, that's another thing. We're in the diaspora here. They promise, oh, we'll be able to vote. They lie. Even for us, even to get like ID, we have to travel miles and miles away to fly to DC and get an. They can't even do those small things. And Kenya is advancing technology. Like, I'm in the Midwest. I have to get an ID and passport. I have to go miles. I have to pay like $1,000 to go. They can't even do those small things. So even voting, we never voted that time. 2017, people wanted in diaspora here wanted to vote. They couldn't vote. They can't give us. We give a lot of money. So not pesa ngapi tunapeanaga Kenya. Pesa mob. They can't even take care of us.
I agree with Keanu as well. Diaspora, we're not able to vote, but now we can vote.
Perfect. So my desire, and I'm crying, Tembe, if you can, let's cry out for young people to step and get all these MPs out. Wanna tanga kids? What the heck? People are struggling in the cities. People are struggling in the community. They want food. So my desire is, ngoja tutakasika ndakuja Kenya, nitavaa kinyasa nikuje nikimbia as a president. Wewe tycoon,
ndugu yangu, wewe tengeneza manifesto mzuri, and then ukifika huku utatuambia umefanya nini, ndio tuanze kukupigia kura.
Unajua what I'm doing right now, I'm helping different communities, like in Kiambu. I'm talking to young men to start having a conversation with civic education. We can start groundwork. Na tufanye civic education. I think that's the most important thing. If all of us can gang together, Mtembe has a website. whereby people can go and read. Why is it important to choose a leader? Unaelewa? Kiswahili, Kikuyu, Kikamba. Leader mnesa. The importance of choosing a leader. And my question is, when somebody runs, anakuwa tu ana pesa, akisenda huko anapata pesa mingi. Kwani wewe utaki pesa? You want a difference. Everybody wants a difference. So
Now you see the mentality. What Tycoon is asking you is the mentality we Kenya have. Now you who want to come and run, and is asking you, what have you done? But the person who has stayed there for a long time, he doesn't ask what you've done. Is coming to tell him that I will change you.
Keanu just said that he's been helping the community in Kenya, which is very good. The same thing with Benson. Benson's doing a lot of work in Kenya.
Yeah.
So there's people that in politics that are not doing nothing but a lot of talking, but there's people on the ground, like as you said, Mutembe TV here, who's bringing the community together. These are people who we are looking at from the diaspora point, and as well, the education is needed in Kenya as well. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, Randall, you are very correct. Jamnao is all very correct. But I'm just saying the mentality we young people have is like Tycoon is asking him, what have you done? But the person who has stayed there for almost 30 years, he doesn't ask, what have you done? And that is the same thing Jamnao was asking. Somebody has stayed from 1992, or he has stayed for these 8 years. He has been there as a deputy president. What has he done? He's coming to say that now Asla, I want to help Aslas. Why did he ask Asla from the beginning?
Thank you.
Anyway,
Thank
you see, my brother Kisito, what you need to know, politics is all about perception. So it depends with Kamnao, the perception he will use to convince Kenyans. Kenyans are completely difficult people to convince. So you need to know that. So once you jump in, you cannot do politics in Kenya as if you are doing politics of UK. Kenya is totally different. So you can do anything. You can do, even Ekuru Aukot has done his own, and he's also running for presidency. You know, Dida was running for presidency, but he defeated a number of people. Dida didn't manage to stand in Nairobi. He did not work all along counties, and he was talking to Kenyans in Nairobi, and it got reasonable votes. So you need to know how Kenya politics can be run. Yeah.
Now, the Kenyan politics is a politic of handouts, and the politicians have learned that. They've learned that, come election, we'll gather all this money, we put all this money together, and then we go to a marketplace. When you give a woman or a man who doesn't have anything, then they will give me a vote. If you give me 1,000 shillings, then I'm like, oh my God, now for president. If we can feed these people, give them food, technology, there are places of doing business. There's no corruption. The police is taking care of them. Security is perfect. Everybody is fed clearly. The system like of America, you can't bribe anybody here in America. Do you know why? Because the system, everybody is equal. You work, there's employment. You work hard, there's a hope for you. But the politician in Africa generally, they've learned the common mwananchi. Make them poor, grab from them, steal from them. Come election, we bribe them. They don't have no hope. They don't have no choice. They'll choose us anyway. But if all the Kenyan mwananchi had the same equal right, they have money coming in, they have business they can do, they can get equal health. Everybody has a hospital like a Aga Khan hospital. Anybody can access a Aga Khan hospital. Anybody can access driving, loans, everything. You think they'll be choosing all these politicians? No, they say, I don't need you. What are you bringing? Now they talk about good service. But now because they've learned us, they've learned the Mwananchi, they control with their money. They grab the money and they control them.
Okay. I just want to come now.
This is my last point. I'll not comment anymore. I'll not comment anymore. That's the only one. I'll not comment anymore.
Talk about bribery.
This is my last one. Now, my brother was talking a few minutes ago, and he has talked of bribing, and at the same time, we were talking about Mechali PPI. I know definitely the problem in Kenya why corruption is maybe why Kenyans can easily vote wrong leaders is just because of the gap between the rich and the poor is very wide, and it is not well addressed in the PPI. And that is my question, and that is why I cannot support PPI, because it doesn't bridge the gap. You see, the gap between the rich and the poor is wide, and the PPI does not address that. So that is my point, and let me say bye-bye, you guys.
Come on.
Okay, sorry.
I wanted to correct something from Kamnao.
So sorry, Jamilian, give me a second. Kenya has moved on today. We have so many entrepreneurs. Kenya has so many entrepreneurs. Before you could bribe people, but now I think as Kenya moves forward, people have their own businesses. They are becoming independent. Back in the days, they had to look into politicians to help them. And I don't think that people, especially on this platform, who have either traveled or are in Kenya and have their own businesses,
right?
I would say, as I saw here, someone Nancy saying that Mutembe is working for ODM.
I saw that
because he's being paid by them. Now I'm wondering, will Mutembe be really bribed? And Mutembe is somebody who has his own place. And would you really take that risk? And how much would they bribe you? Because it's not 1,000 shillings. Not 1,000 shillings.
Radol, you see, I tried to explain to Nancy, but ni yule mtu ameweka kitu kwa akili, this is it and this is it. How can I be paid by Raila and I criticize Raila every day I want to? Kama mtu anakulipa, si you just keep away from him. The fact that I support ODM doesn't mean that siwezi criticize Raila ama Raila ananilipa. And if Raila pays me today, you can tell him not to pay me any longer.
You see, Mutembe, you know hustlers are very many. And if this can be run as a TV station like Citizen and NTV, most of the hustlers will not be watching. Because
Tycoon, you are not many. You don't have numbers. Go and sleep.
So,
what do you mean? We have numbers. Can you stop saying that? We have numbers?
My last comment before I go.
We have numbers. Our numbers are citizens.
Acha niwaoneshe numbers za Tycoon. Tycoon, when BBI went to the people, 3 million people signed within a week. When it went to assemblies, 44 assemblies supported it against 2 na moja ikakataa kuvote. When it went to parliament, 235 MPs supported it against 83. It's going to Senate next week. Na Senate itapiga almost 60 people will vote for it against almost 3 ama 7. Sasa
I really pity with you, Mutembe, because if these people have bribed most areas of legislation wing, I don't know how much they will have to use to bribe the common man, because we have 47 million Kenyans approximately. So it will be quite difficult to bribe them.
Tycoon, before you even go up to there, let me ask Mutembe this. Surely speaking, you think everybody has the balls to go against the famous and the trendy people who keep on intimidating and showing force of power to everyone? It's just that they're voting yes simply because it is for political survival now. So remember, somebody said we are just here now, and then we will make the decision to whether to or not to when the time comes.
Unaambiwa kama si BBI, unaambiwa ni DCI. Unaambiwa if it is not BBI, it is DCI. So
exactly
right.
So we are yet to face the real thing.
Can I say something before I go?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a great show. I want to support Tembe. Let me know. And just think about you guys. If one of you want to run, I'll support you guys. Down there to diaspora, young people want to run in Kenya.
Come now before you finish. So many guys here are vying for many seats. So even Tycoon is vying.
Utupatie tu number hapa.
Wait, come now.
Yes, just text us your number for private chat.
Come now, you have to know this is Kenya. Kenya, you can support everybody and they will never vie for anything.
Come now. I wanted to give you some information kindly.
Go ahead.
As we speak right now,
yes,
the Hustler Nation is the only team that is expected to run for presidency, that has shown interest on issue-based politics and campaign. That's that they have already. Let me finish kindly. Currently they're trying to do what we call the customized economic forums and projections to each region. What they have done is they have sat down with the Mount Kenya region people. They have already shared the bottoms-up economy approach with the Mount Kenya leaders, the ones that are liberal-minded. Okay, so these other teams, they're just uniting by the name and not issue-based. Kindly note that. And
Mr. Samilong, stop misleading Come Now, because it's not in Kenya. You, what kind of hustler? What kind of hustler are you?
Almost, you're called almost, right? Can I say something? I've been in. I know all the forum. There's a forum of Ruto for Das. I'm like 20. I know all that. I know the forum. So even I think what's the name? The guy that was a DO. What is his name? Guy. You know what I'm talking about? He's in a hustler. He was a DO.
Rigathi Gachagua.
Yeah, he was in a chat, a Zoom chat with the people that I know here. There's a guy here somewhere who's been asking me to join Hustler Nation, and I have my opinion. I kind of like Kibaki. Kibaki was kind of on top of the list with the economy. The reason why I liked Kibaki is because he didn't leave a huge debt. 650 or 630 billions in debt. We never used to borrow. If we can get a president and someone who can be able to do that, that'd be a big difference. So I sent my
that is going to be Ruto. That is going to be Ruto from now.
No, by the way,
how can you deliver when you have stolen all the money? You have stolen all the money and you want to deliver.
Allow me to tell you why.
Mr. What's your name? I can see Mr. Who? There. Okay, I've met Ruto personally. I've met Raila personally. I've met Kalonzo personally. I've met. The only person I haven't met him. I've met all those leaders, and I've taken Ruto for a tour in one of the library. I don't want to mention because of that. So I know all these leaders. So my prayer.
But you can tell at the same time. You can tell us whom do you want us to support?
You actually now honestly you can't.
You want the honest?
Mr. Come Now, why were you meeting them? No, only you, or in all the America, you are the only person to meet them.
No,
and take them around.
Listen to me. I'm in the leadership of the community, and I'm also in other organizations, and I know I've led a lot of organizations, so I know when you lead an organization, you have an opportunity to do networking and you meet leaders. So I met a lot of leaders, and also was involved in Obama campaign when he started the campaign. So I know all those. So I met them. They're good people, but they've let me down on the promises of the common Mwananchi. So my prayer is, I want a stranger from the street, like Obama did. Obama came from nowhere. I did campaign in Chicago. I want somebody from the street. Come up TV. I say vijana wa support. I mean, that's my plan.
Come now, remember this, huh?
Tell Nancy to come back to Kenya and vie for presidency.
Remember, democracy such as that of US is more than 300 years older than us.
Come on.
The issue.
The excuses. Oh my God.
It's not an excuse.
Kenya.
It's not an excuse because
who came up with M-Pesa technology?
You're just the one who also accepted here that we are still in the handout politics. So we have a long way to go.
No,
we have a long way to go because trust me. Now we have people like Ekuro Okot, who is a liberal mind, right? We have people like Molim Dida. So, but we Kenyans, we know, honestly speaking, and we all know this, no capping, kwamba we cannot support such people. We can't. So the only, when you go to hell, simply because they're not appealing to Kenyans, they don't have the masses. That's what everybody says. But the truth is
because they don't give handouts.
Listen,
No,
the
that
only
is
thing
not
is that
no, Kizito, that is not the thing. The ability to move across the country, the 47 counties, from the 290 constituencies, it is not easy. It is it needs a lot of resources, my brother.
Yeah,
So
you need to steal, then you go and give, because where will you get that money to move if you don't steal?
Kizito, why are you talking as if you would vote for Oporokot or Mwalimu Leader and you can never? Why are you talking as if you can vote for them and you can't? Let us face the truth. The truth is that they do not have the appealing face to Kenyans. Right? Now, the only issue here is, unless we are able to do something that Kamna was suggesting, that we do the civil education, that
Right.
we don't need people with money. We only need people with people with good heart, kwamba they are patriotic, people that put this country first, before themselves, before their families, before their relatives. And before
sorry to cut you short, Mr.
I
Mtembei.
am back by public demand. Listen, hey.
Okay, Nancy, wait. You just come now. Nancy,
No,
wait.
Nancy,
Nancy, wait. we welcome you.
No,
I invited you here.
Kizito,
No,
you've been
let
asking
me
for me to
finish.
come back. No,
Yeah,
I have to talk.
let me talk one point. I want to tell Mr. Milong that the only problem, you don't want to talk the truth. Be truthful to yourself. When you are campaigning for ASLA, what is it that you are telling people that Dida never said? You are just repeating the same things in another way. You are repeating the same things.
I'm repeating with somebody who is more realistic.
Which realistic? For you to tell you that you are going to start from bottom to up, and that was from up to bottom.
Kizito, let's have order. At least mtu mmoja anamaliza.
Kizito, when you go to hell, they say when you go to hell, the sinner with the lesser sins is considered a saint.
God forbid, I'm not going to hell.
A saint. So this is where we are. This is where we are, brother. However much you don't want to accept it, it is the situation on the ground. It is what we have. So what we have is that at least there is one person that is talking about issues. Somebody that is talking about things that actually affect Kenyans. Somebody that is saying we do not need economic blankets that is judging the entire country the same way. Because at this moment, people from Northeastern, you cannot sit in a forum with them talking about majani chai and coffee, and for them what they need is water. Okay? You cannot sit with people from places like Isiolo and talk about how to harvest rain, where else what they need is irrigation. What they need is proper irrigation so that they can even try to farm. What we're doing.
Samilong, let's listen to come now to Nancy hapa. She's vying the senator wa Kiambu.
Now you
President.
Go get them. Go get them, people.
Actually, I had actually left this debate, but I've been listening from behind, and everybody keep mentioning my name. I'll start with Mutembei. Mutembei, I wrote that you're an ODM sycophant.
Mutembei, what have you done to Nancy's network?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, continue.
Mutembei's headlines.
What I was saying is that at least there's somebody here who is.
Milong, ngoja bana. What's up with you? Nancy speaking.
The senator of Kiambu to be, right? And I'm inviting all of you to my campaign because I called Gerard Bitok's show the other day when Kimani Gunjiri was trying to defend his nonsensical view why he voted yes. Kenyans have to see through to the lies of these politicians. I cannot see why somebody has stood against the BBI all along, then all of a sudden he wakes up from the blue and decide BBI makes sense. Leaders like Rogoro, they need to be sent home. Kenya, we need better leaders. Mutembei, stop championing policies that are never going to take Kenya anywhere. we know at this time that although I hate identity politics, and this is why I had decided to take a sit back, because I see like the show is more about people rather than issues. And the more as young people we start looking at issues and how we solve those issues ourselves, our leaders feed into our own fears because we feed into their own nonsense. I have been listening since Thursday, and all I've had is Orengo, Otiende Amolo, Raila, Kimani Gonjiri, Kimani Ushungwa. Let's stop it. These leaders listen to these kind of shows and realize Kenyans are still in that stop situation where we want to do what they want to do. We need to start thinking differently. And I hate to say that when I hear people like Rupia, Kizito, Kina Benson, no, Bernard, it really annoys me because they're young guys who are intellect but cannot have an intellectual debate. Let's stop about Raila, Ruto, and all that crap. We can do better without them. We need to change the narrative. And that's why Kamna was saying that we can chat a different way. Mutembe, why can't you bring better policies and we support you, all of us, without money?
Nancy, you have to. Nancy, you have to respect also my opinion. Me, I'm an ODM supporter, and unless you join ODM, I will support you for senator. That one I don't deny, because I'm die hard.
Kisito. Just
ngoje Nancy amalize tuende kwa G hapa, then Kamna amalizie.
I will not join ODM because I don't subscribe to their ideology. We all need to start being ideologically driven rather than people driven. We need to look at what people are selling to us to change our country. And I've always said in this show, if we support institutions, we will not worry who is in power.
But that one is not my take. My take, I only talk my opinion. I talk my opinion.
Kizito, hang on. And I've always said to you, if let's say we've all been, like the BBI is telling us about an ombudsman for judiciary, it's the wrong way to go. We need institutions that function independently of the president and the prime minister. I told you an example of the UK. When our prime minister in the UK wanted to prorogue parliament, the Supreme Court ruled it illegal, and he's the prime minister. It never went ahead. The parliament sat. Mutembe and your people, start teaching the young people it can be done differently. And unless we do it differently, we are in captive of these idiots who steal our money and we still support them. Orengo and Otiende and Oparanya, whatever they were doing today, they're trying to propagate their own ideas because one of them wants to be president. We need to say no to them. We want them to come to us and sell to us proper ideas that will change my life and you. BBI is not a solution. Let me ask you a question. You create more 70 constituency, but you do not change the formula that calculates the CDF. So if a CDF is 29 billion, you're dividing the same amount plus 70 constituencies. So it means less money is going to the counties. Come on,
it's
guys.
It's not the same amount. Nancy, you are very right. Talk to Sir Millions, talk to Tycoon. You have good advices, but can you advise Sir Million and Tycoon so that they know the reality? And this money you are saying is not that it's only 1,000 to be divided in all these constituencies. There's money. When it is more constituencies, there's a lot of money. You have to understand that, please, my sister. I will vote for you.
I like to keep it positive. I want to keep it positive.
One minute.
Kisito nisumbua sana. Kisito nisumbua sana.
BBI.
Nancy, I agree with you.
The BBI. I have one question. The BBI adds 70 constituency, but the same BBI does not amend this formula that calculates the CDF.
Thank you.
So you still have the 29 billion.
Yes.
to distribute to the additional constituency. So each county will get 80 million per constituency rather than 100. So the same money is going there. So how do you say you've created more? Come on, guys, you need to wake up and start thinking.
Nancy,
Hello,
Nancy,
hello, Nancy, Nancy.
Parliament.
Sorry, Nancy,
Tembe
Nancy,
is
you.
not.
Sorry,
You
Nancy,
have to amend.
you and Caminio, you mentioned something which I know is that Kenya has a problem, which you do know. We are still stuck in the old ways. We are looking for millionaires to lead us. We are not looking for what they're going to do for us, and that's the problem. In places like America, when Obama stood up, Obama didn't stand up and become a president because he's a billionaire or millionaire. What he had people fund him. So he had the Latin community funding to stand up. He had the gay community funding to stand up. He had all these community who felt what he was standing for was good for America. Instead of standing up and saying, oh, black people are not standing up for Obama, a lot of black people in America were standing up for Obama, Afro-Americans, because of his race. But do they understand what he was offering? So if you have someone to support you, so I'll say, okay, I'm willing to give 10 billion to Mutembe or give 10 billion to Nancy to go to Kenya and stand up for the government, because I think she can do a lot for the government. But Kenya is stuck of, oh, Raila has got billions, Uhuru has got trillions, and this guy's got trillions, and these are the guys that are going to lead us. That money is not theirs, and these Kenyans are not going to get money from them. That's not your money. We need someone who's going to stand up for what's better for the country, rich or poor. If they can do the job, do the job. And there's people that will promote you and also sponsor you and say, I'm willing to put so much money towards your campaign.
But
so
what
I'll put 100 million
upsets
towards your
me,
campaign and you win, that's fine.
no,
I just
but
wanted to say that.
what upsets me is that Kenyans do not see the lie that is in the BBI, because you cannot amend constitutions and not amend the formula for CDF to increase the money. So it means you're reducing the money that go to each constituency so you can create room for more. And I would like Motembe to answer this question.
No, my lovely sister, before Mtembe, how do you know they don't have that circular, that way to amend that constitution? How do you know? Because they cannot talk out of nowhere. They have a plan. That's why they are saying it's possible.
But Kizito, you're changing a constitution. You've given people a change of constitution, but you've not told them the whole details. It's a big lie, and you need to wake up. Stop your psychopathy and start looking at details.
Before I go, I gotta go. But before I go, Nancy, come on. Nancy, first of all, congratulations. I want you to run. And I don't know why you're thinking about senator. You should be running for presidency. Do you know why? Women. Did you see what's her name? Sulu was loud in the parliament. So I think the season for women, people has come for leadership. The reason why I'm saying that, I have nothing against men like in Kenya may mess up.
Well, come now. Come now.
Come now. Nancy yako sawa. Nancy yako sawa kwa Senate.
Tycoon bana, hata kamnao amalize. What's up with you guys? Nyote hamwezi nyamaza mmoja amalize. Ngojeni kamnao amalize, then
let me know how I can support you. And if you're running next year, you should be home right now campaigning. And it's very simple. Let me know. Anybody that is running, inbox me. Zambia watu,
well, come now.
Money will make a big difference. Thank you.
Come now. Come now.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
I'm your neighbor here.
This guy. What are you doing over here?
Better.
You know the one calling me right now? This is Anaku support Nancy. He's got all the money. He got all the money.
Thank you, G, and come now.
Come now.
Tema.
You should be running for the president because you are the only person I know who can speak.
I can't believe you're here. What the heck?
You are very fluent, 100 fluent in Gikuyu and 100 fluent in Peru. So you should be the one running for the president, my friend.
Where did you get this guy from? This guy
because I
knows.
want to run against Nancy in Kiambu. But where Kezito, I was gonna tell you, there is a formula. Yeah, CDF. So for every money that the government collect on revenue, 2.5% inaenda kwa, and that is after I give out the 35% to the counties. Out of the remaining 65%, they take 2.5 of that, and then that's what they are giving to the members of parliament as CDF. So there is no increase at all. What Nancy
Thank
said
you,
is,
G. Thank you. You put some sense in some of these people because it's so hard for them to understand because they haven't read the detail.
Yeah, but I think based on what a lot of people are saying here, and I have heard a lot of people talking about, for instance, everyone is comfortable with someone like Akura Accord being a president, right? Regardless of what tribe you come from, what age. The only reason why he cannot win a president because number one, Hana Pesa campaign, right? Don't you guys think now it's time to change the formula for electing even the president? Like,
but then, but G, given your point, what I said, as young people, why can't we fund a Kurue court to put them on the same equilibrium level as the others, so he can be status quo?
I can't do that because he is not from my tribe, right?
Thank you for introducing your tribe. Thank you for bringing your tribe. There's no problem. We understand Kenya depends on tribalistic.
Exactly. So that's
Thank
what
you.
I'm saying. The way we elect Chief Justice, why can't you do the same with the president? So that we can give the same platform, the same playing field, mtoto wa Kenyatta na mtoto wa Mtembei, mtoto wa Rodeo, anyone. As long as you have the credentials, as long as you are willing, you can experience, you are qualified academically, then you can run as a president. But as it starts right now, there is no way Awaria can be a president in Kenya. No way whatsoever. Where is he going to get 50%? Who is this going to come up with 50 billion? Because most of people, the way these people make money, especially those who are running, is through tenders. Ushaisikia watu wanashikwa Kenya ati wanapelekwa kotini, have been investigated. Utasikia Kamau, Joroge, Murathe, Omoro. Ushaisikia Waria. How is he going to run for president in Kenya? He's not going to win. Never. Plus hana advantage. So I think, in my own opinion, we have to change the formula on how we elect the president. We don't have to copy, because the problem we have is we copy what other people are doing. And that's why you always, when I listen to this debate, people are saying, oh, even in developed country like US, even this, why do we have to copy? Because things are different. Things are different. So in my own opinion, unless we change the way so that we can give the same opportunity, mtoto wa maskini, mtoto kawa hustler kama mimi, mtoto tycoon kama tycoon ameenda wapi? Where did that guy go? Yeah, kama huyo ako na
kama Kamnao,
mtoto kama Kamnao ako na pesa. Mtu kama mimi sasa, mimi niko na qualification. PLO Lumumba always say, those with power has no ideas, and those with ideas has no what? Power.
Mr. G, I'm really, Nancy Amanda, I'm really honored that you're here, and because you're here, I respect this show. Tembei, you see this guy talking here at Anajita mtoto wa maskini, he's my neighbor by the in the United States, unless I'm a hammer. So I'm really shocked that you're here, wherever you are. And I'm a Martin, I ran for presidency. I'm receiving that in Jesus' name. And Nancy, I will support you. G, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I wanted to appreciate you so much for being here. This show in Akitu. Kama kwa jamaa, man, I'm so happy. God bless. Na usiseme mimi ni nani wewe, G. God bless.
Kim now, even before you go, tell all these guys to stop identity politics, and especially our host need to be very neutral, because because he cannot be attacking one leader in Kenya. He needs to attack all of them so we can critically analyze all of them, because we've joined this show for a reason.
Right. And I'm saying, Nancy, I think what you said, let's get out as young people, especially you all were in Kenya and you want to run, and then let's start our own groundwork. Let's say these people have not helped us. Let's bring something different. Let's talk about how we can have civic education.
And come now, before you go, please tell also Nancy also to respect another person's opinion, not only to depend on his Asla person is what he wants us to. We cannot dwell only on her heart.
Yeah, she understands that. Million, I like your idea. I like what you're thinking about, Hustler. You know, it's all good conversation. I'll be joining. I love you all. Mtembe inbox me, Guy. I'm so proud of you. Now, sponsor Nancy. Let's make sure she wins. Tutamchangia. God bless.
Nancy have to attend every day. Nancy, this you have been disappearing.
You Kizito, you're too much of an ODM sycophant. It's impossible to relate to your thinking. So I will listen to your views. I respect your opinions, but you're too much of a sycophant. And also, Mutembei, moderate your headlines. We shall go somewhere.
So,
good night, everybody.
Nancy.
Umesoma hii headline ya leo?
Nimeona headline ya leo.
So is it praising Raila?
Amanda.
Okay, good.
Before you
guys talk, before mwongea nilikuwa nataka kujibu Nancy and G about the CDF wenye wanasema ijaongezewa. Yes, CDF itabaki 2.5% of the budget. A budget ya every year. There is no time budget ya Kenya inakujanga the same. It always earns each and every year budget inaenda ikiongezeka. And the more the budget, 2.5% ya that budget, pesa za county zinaenda zikiongezeka. There was a time CDF ilikuwa less than 100 million, but sahi they are getting over 137 million. Each and every year budget inaenda ikiongezeka. So 2.5%.
Motembei, stop misleading people. If the CDF was going to be, the formula was going to be changed from 2.5 because you've increased another 70 constituency, then we can debate. But the formula remains 2.5 of the budget divided. No. Aki Mutembei, na kuomba sana.
Nancy. What was the budget?
Nancy. Mutembei, Nancy. Kitu yenye nataka Mutembei afundishwe ni hesabu rahisi. Unaambia sisi hapa tuko wangapi? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Tuseme tuko wa 8. Pesa yenye tunafaa kugawa hapa ni 10,000. You divide us by our number, and then thereafter with the same money you divide. Kama tumeongeza watu wawili, itakuwa aje?
Sasa unasikia hapo Tycoon umesema with the same money ndio umekosea, because what was the budget of 20?
The thing is
twende pole bro. 2020 budget unajua ngapi?
So unauliza swali.
Mutembei, let me
the issue is what I'm saying is the same percentage. Unaelewa? Hiyo percentage itapaki kuwa the same share ni percentage the same.
But the money will be more. Each and every use is
Mutembei, you're being tactical. Mutembei, you're being tactical kwenye haipaswi.
Not tactical.
Allow me to say something here. You see, the problem inatokea hapa. The percentage remains the same. The number of constituencies are added, around 70 of them, meaning each constituency, the amount that they're going to get is not going to be. Let's even not talk about the amount. Let's talk about the percentage per county or per constituency, it's going to be minimal.
And that's
That
what I
is
was
the
saying
point
too.
yenye Nancy anasema.
That's
It's
what I was
going to be
saying to
minimal.
Mutembei. Unless you change the percentage to account for the new constituency,
Yes.
the
Yes.
money will be less that goes to the counties. It's common sense. Nobody needs to, and also there is a very simple narrative that I've told people, you know, this BBI, it's about reading the details. Stop looking at what other people are telling you. Go to that document and read that document yourself, because they've written it in the most layman English terms. Even when they talk about that, about the judiciary ombudsman and the police inspector, they're actually crowing back the gains that we've made of independence of our own institutions. Guys, let's wake up. Let's look at this thing properly. There is nothing these guys want to create. And even when they talk about winner takes all, the current BBI does not address the winner takes all, because if Raila and ODM wins, and Raila has Raila, the deputy chair is Oparanya,
And Kizito is also here.
Kizito, wait, whoever
Yeah.
it is, there will be
Yeah.
the people who will be in the government. So it will still go to Nyanza, and all the other communities will feel left out. Creating the office of opposition, those people are not in government.
Nancy,
They're only getting a salary.
Nancy,
to
the only
pacify
problem,
them.
you are getting annoyed for no reason. This,
I am annoyed.
This person supporting you, this tycoon and this Milong, they are the same people like Kunjiri. Today they are opposing, the next day they are saying yes. So don't believe on them. I'm just telling you for free. Samilong will say yes, and he will support
Kizito,
BBI.
you have mentioned my name.
No, Kizito,
Kizito,
I am
you have
annoyed
mentioned
by
my name.
people like you
No.
who want to be sycophants. You need to start thinking outside the box.
Nancy, acha nikufanyie hesabu kidogo tu, because I see unajua mathematics, I was the best in mathematics by the way in all schools yenye nimeenda. 2010 budget ilikuwa 998 billion. 2% of this, unaweza fanya hiyo hesabu, then enda compare with the 2010 budget which is 3.0 trillion, then hesabu 2.5% of that. My friend, budget
Mutembei,
doesn't need to be changed. Every year tunaenda tukipandisha na more than 300-400 billion each and every year.
Mutembei, stop lying to us. This is simple layman. No. Hang on.
What was the budget of
Forget about the budget. As long as you do not change the 2.5% of CDF fund, after you collect 20 billion, the 2% fund still remains to go to the constituency, which is divided by the number of constituency. Wake up, look at the BBI, then we debate this offline, because me and you need to debate this offline, because you're missing something.
Can you please let Engineer Duke also to talk? But Nancy, my sweet sister, we love you so much and we will support you to be the senator. But what I want you to, this politics you are talking, if you look into UK where you stay, go and look into their budget. I just beg you to do research. Look into their budget. Their budget remains the same. But every day the collection they get every year is what they increase the amount of money. Everywhere. It's something very simple. It's not a matter of saying that today we increase it, because the yearly budget is yearly budget.
But you guys are running at a deficit of 695 billion deficit. Don't come and tell us. You listen to Yvonne Okwara's explainer on Thursday in regards to the budget stroke the expenditure of your government currently. You guys are on deficit. You guys need to wake up. Come on. Let's be candid with one another.
Okay, sawa.
Haya, umewanyorosha Nancy.
Tutakuwa even next year.
Nancy,
We will be here.
Nancy,
That's
usipotee
gender
sisi
equality,
tunachenga
gender
ground.
equality, gender
No,
equality.
gender sensitive. Gender sensitive.
Allow engineer
Nancy,
to talk.
Nancy.
Okay, so I want to talk about the issue Nancy's raised, so don't move. So we are talking about, first of all, as much as I'm not agreeing with everything which is in the PPI, it's not good for us to take too much side, each of you. You have to look at each aspect as objectively. So I'm seeing most of you are as if you are opposing each other. Let us have a debate based on facts. So when you are talking about the 2.5%, as much as I do not agree with the changes, or not all aspects of the new constitution which they are intending to change, I'm agreeing with. But when you talk about, you are ignoring the size. Kenya is the same. So even if we increase constituencies and the landmass remains the same, so that division still will be distributed all over Kenya. So I am going to disagree with Nance that the division is going to decrease in any way. However, as much, regardless of the amount which goes to the constituencies, which goes to the counties, or which is in the budget, if we cannot be able to have those at the top who are very have integrity, who are qualified, who are able to handle the resources economically and with little or no corruption, the amount of money which goes to the counties or constituencies will not make sense. So what I'm trying to appeal to you is to try to have you more based on facts and on how much of both of you are trying to talk about. I'm seeing most of you are maybe ODM. It's not good. Let us talk about substance and the principles, how can we make Kenya better? How can we maybe move from the third world to the first world country? What can we do? So I want to comment to the host. Mutembe, is better you be able to control the debate. Maybe if you are from your side, I'm pretty sure you have the power to mute or to unmute the mic so that we can have a smooth conversation. Somebody like Kefo, I'm seeing is coming back. He has been here too much, almost 1 hour without being given time to speak. Therefore, actually, that's what I'm trying to say. So I'm requesting maybe you give Kefo time to speak. He has been here too much. He's not being given space.
Mr. Duke, you disagree with me. I want you to watch Budget Explainer 2021-2022, how much Kenya is collecting and what the actual expenditure is. And as long as, even if I earned £10,000 and I still give 2.5% and increase the number of people I'm dividing, those people will get less than if I was dividing the same amount of money to the same number. So
okay, let me answer you. What you are ripping out is the size. The landmass of Kenya is remaining the same.
It's not about landmass. It's about the no.
Nancy, Nancy,
Can I argue?
Let me come in. Let me come in. Allow me to come in.
Let me finish first.
Duke. Nancy is saying this. The percentage 2.5% is shared among us 290 constituencies.
Yes.
Now, in the same percentage of 2.5, around 70 constituencies have increased. There are some counties, for instance, which constituencies in one county receiving maybe 2 counties. Some are not receiving even one constituency. Some are receiving maybe 5 constituencies. So the same 2.5% will be divided into additional 70 constituencies
No,
plus 70. That is 360.
What? Yes,
360. Are you getting me?
okay,
Are you getting me?
let me
So there are
respond. I'm
some.
getting what.
So there's no. Listen to me first. So there are some constituencies which are becoming more less disadvantaged.
Yeah.
In some
Yes.
counties. Are you getting me?
Yes. Actually,
Yes, so,
what I'm aware what you're trying to say, and it's right. But what I'm saying, what you have to say is that when the new constitution were being added, there was partiality. That one I agree, because if some areas received more constituencies than others, that's partiality. That I agree with you. But
there is no partiality.
Why?
Because you tell me how a county like Kilifi gets 3 constituencies and Moranga that has got a higher number of percentage gets only 1. And our constitution 2010 says the delineation of constituencies has to be done the IEBC. So
Nancy, this thing is very simple. The way Duke is explaining, I think everybody is understanding. If we are, Tycoon also said it, if we are here 8 people, and these 8 people, we only divide 4 people to be this side and 4 people be this side. It still remains the same people and the same money.
Duke is agreeing with me, not with you.
What I'm trying to let me explain a bit so that you can get.
Hebu tusikizeni Evo kwanza, anataka kulala. Evo,
nilikuwa nasema hivi, hiyo the math ambao mnapigania bado it's not, I can't get my head around it, because it doesn't matter if we split the constituency or not, the population of the Kenyans still stays the same. So maybe it's me who don't understand it properly or not. So
no, Evo,
let me speak so
it is simple math. Evo, let me ask you.
Nancy.
Hapo pana watoto watano. Hang on, Samilong, please. If you have 5 kids, na ulikuwa unapatia hao watoto watano 1.5%, then you add another 10 kids, but your budget still means you still have the 1%, 5 plus another 10, 15. So the 1.5% of your budget, you're giving now to the many kids that you've acquired. Are they going to get more or less?
Nancy, you don't add from anywhere. These 5, the same 5 kids is what you divide.
Ivo, answer hiyo chipu. Iswali.
You people are misleading. Allow me to say this. Ivo, you have asked a very good question, right? Now, this is what is happening. Do not look at the population. Look at the constituencies, because the constituencies are the ones that they stand to gain, right? Now, these constituencies are being divided. So, for example, a place like Nairobi, that's where I guess wanapata more constituencies. So, now they're getting more constituencies at the expense of others. For example, let's take even a very good example. Yeah, we have Motembei, Tycoon, Randall, Kizito, you, Nancy, Duke, and me, right? I have 10,000 shillings. I want to give each person because of you being a host here. So, and then these 10,000, if we divide, everybody will get around 1,000 plus 200 or something. So, now, then tomorrow we come and say these same 10,000, because Motembei has a wife, let's also give his wife as a host. So, because
you are lying, Milo, you are lying. It's just the same age.
Milo, we are dividing constituencies, my brother. We are dividing constituencies. We are adding constituencies.
So you want to say Nairobi is being divided to another Nairobi?
No, excuse Samilong. Samilong is not the same money. Hapo ndio mnakosea. Si pesa the same.
No. Motembei, I will not agree for you to mislead people.
But
the government. No. Hang on, Motembei.
Motembei, what you don't want to accept.
Forget about the budget.
What you don't want to accept.
But no, this 2.5 is from the budget.
No,
Motembei, what
Motembei,
you don't
as
want to
long as
accept
the
is the 2.5
2.5%
million
of the
is
budget remains
the
the same,
constant factor
you're
here.
not giving people more money. It's as
The
simple
constant
as
factor
that.
here is 2.5.
Nancy,
2.5.
And that is the problem.
Nancy,
Yeah.
Not the amount.
let me Milong,
Yes.
kidogo. Mutembei, this is what Nancy is saying. There is 2.5 representing any number in a financial year. You see, that's a constant figure.
See, in represent the budget of each and every year.
Yes,
any number depending with the budget.
Every year,
any number depending with the budget.
Listen, in every year, 2.5% of the budget is equivalent to CDF and any constituency development fund, kitu kama hiyo. Unaona?
Yes.
So constituencies hapa zingine zimeenda to some counties, maybe some counties are benefiting more than the rest. Unaona? Maybe ina formula yenye haieleweki, unaona? Then the same 2.5 itagawiwa, kwa hiyo ilikuwa inagawiwa 2.5% of the budget in 290 constituencies. Now constituencies imeenda mpaka, listen to me Kisito.
Use the example of Samilong.
Samilong said, no. Kisito nisumbua sana. Now 2.5% imegawiwa, 2.5% of the budget imegawiwa into 290 constituencies. Now constituencies make mpaka 360. Alafu the same percentage inatumika kufanya nini? Kugawiwa. Next financial year, constituencies next year, that is 2022-2023. Tutakuwa na constituencies ngapi? On top of it is 60. Unaona? Alafu the same percentage haijabadilika. Hiyo ndio shida. Inafaa kubadilika as per the
Nancy, ngoja please.
No, hesabu tunafaa kufanya hizi.
Kwanza then utaongea.
You have done well. No, let me conclude. Tunasema hivi kwa hesabu yenye tunajua. Tunasema ndo tujue tunafaa kupata ngapi as constituencies. Tunasema 2.5% is equivalent to 290. So unajiuliza kama ni 360 wanafaa kupata ngapi? Kupata percentage ngapi? Unaona?
You see?
Unaona? So the percentage needs to increase. Unajua kwa nini? The percentage needs to increase depending on tumeelewana hapo?
No, Tycoon, you talk too much. We also need to talk. We are going to sleep. We are going to sleep, Mtembei.
Tycoon, whatever you are saying at the 2% or 2.5% of what?
Representing is equivalent to
2.5 of this year's budget.
Yes.
What was our budget this year?
Unaweza fanya, it doesn't matter which budget. Hata kama ni budget ni 1.7 trillion.
Acha sasa nifanye na figures zenye ziko hapo. In 2010 we earned 998 billion as our budget.
Yes.
Si ndio?
Yes.
2.5% of that inatuleta for 249 billion. Hizo ndio zilienda kwa counties. Sawa? In 2019, we have a budget of 3.8 trillion. 2.5% of that is 750 billion. Unaelewa?
Yes.
So niambie, from 250 billion, hata kama umeongeza the 70 constituencies, how will the money?
The thing is, Mutembei. Yes.
Tycoon, let me make my final submission on this, because I think somebody somewhere is missing a point. The 2.5% is in our constitution. What the BBI should have done is increase the constitution and amend the percentage on CDF to make sure that the 70%, the 70 constituencies that are going will reflect the actual 2.5%. Hata tukiokota pesa mingi, the 2.5 of that, if you divided the 2.5 of that by 290, those constituencies get more. If you divided the same amount by 360, they get less. It's common sense math. And good night, guys, because unless somebody sits down,
Nancy,
Kizito,
before you
I don't
go,
want to discuss with you because you have no facts.
Okay, no problem. Good night. Good night. But no.
Let's go through this math.
But you cannot change
debate.
Kenya with Mtembei alone. We can change Kenya, all of us together.
not
Mtembei.
with you, because you're
Yeah,
a
thank
psychopath
you.
of Raila.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Me, I'm an ODM member and I will never change. That one I stick to. Mtembei. Sami Long just talked
Mutembei,
something very
tunataka
good.
kusupport kwanza Nancy, yeah?
Wait,
Tunataka
wait,
kusupport
wait.
Nancy.
Tycoon,
my
give us
friend.
time.
No,
Give
wait,
us
please,
time. We
please.
can also,
Nataka,
we want to
nataka
sleep.
Nancy. Nataka, no, kitu nasema hizi, eh?
No, not only you,
tunataka,
not only you to talk. Sami Long talk of something very good. If Nairobi is the constituency in Nairobi is being divided, it still remains Nairobi, and the money that was coming in Nairobi is still going the same amount of money. Forget about even increment or anything. The same amount of money that was going is still going to Nairobi. But the way Mtembe has just calculated that math, when you are getting 5 million, now you are getting 10 million, and you remove 25% of 10 million, it will not be the same of 5 million. Simple. Not only to discuss something of telling us, Tycoon, that you people want us to only believe on what the way you calculate. I'm not good in maths. I deal on metal works. So, but according to me, they say if you remove 20% only of 1,000, it's not the same way you can remove 20% of 10,000. Thank you.
Unajua Kizito, mi naomba niwaeleze sasa now, because for me this one touches my county. So my county only has 2 constituencies and we have not gotten any addition of constituency, right? Allow me to give this as an example. My county has only 2 constituencies, but Meru maybe has 10 constituencies, 4 or 5 constituencies, and then they added another 2. What is going to happen is that money is going to be divided. Or let me even take the same example that I had earlier of Motembei having a wife there, and then now we say we divide this money, because the truth is these constituencies are not being imported. Let's agree on that. They're not being imported. It's the same constituencies that were there. They are being partitioned, na zingine zinakuwa matched to some point, and then they create a new constituency. So disregarding the population, let's talk about the number of constituencies first, right? These 70-something constituencies that are being added, they're being added at the expense of the already existing constituencies. Mind you that other constituencies are not going to be divided in the country. So the issue is that what they would have done, or what they've opted to do, is one, increase the 2.5, because the 2.5 is the constant figure that is determining all the money that will go to each and every constituency. The thing is, these other places or these other counties that have not received any additional constituency, what is going to happen to them is that they're going to get less money, but other counties that they have more constituencies per county, they're going to have more money. Remember that the people are still going to be the same population, but they're going to get more money because the constituencies in that county have been added. So issue is here, if you're adding constituencies, and you know when they were coming up with 2.5, it is because they knew that these 2.5 per the budget, despite the number of budget, right? That they knew this one will be able to serve all the 200 and something constituencies that we had. But now we are going to have 300 plus. What they would have done, at least ongeza e constant percentage, so that even if hii pesa hata what if kesho pesa ikikuja ikiwa less, ama what if hii pesa, unajua it doesn't really matter ati kwamba today iko na 10,000 kesho inapanda na 1,000 iko 11,000. No, the point is, what do I stand to get as this county that has not been affected with the division, or how are we gaining as a county that we have not received the the division, their constituencies. So most of the constituencies have not been affected by this thing. They are going to lose. They're going to lose a certain amount of money, because that amount of money is the one that imetolewa pale kwa 2.5 after being divided, ikaletwa upande hii hizi other new 70 something. At least that's what I understand it is.
Hapo and just tell you guys, acha tungoje BBI ipite, then we will be here. I will be asking you constituencies zimepewa pesa ngapi, because the budget ya next year, I can tell you it will be up by not less than 400-500 billion. And if you divide that 2.5% of the 360 constituencies, the constituencies will be getting not less than 150 million. We will be here, my friend.
This is what I'm asking
you. Mutembe.
Taiko Nirusu. This is what I'm asking you, Mutembe. Are you looking at the possible projection ya increment ya budget? Ama una consider
that happens each and every year, and that has been my argument. 2010 tulikuwa na 900 billion. Right, 2019 tulikuwa na 3 trillion. In fact, last budget ndio sikumbuki ilikuwa trillion ngapi, but it was 3 point something. So sasa now we are going to almost 3.8 trillion ama 3.9 ama 4 trillion this budget ya 2021-2022. So sasa
what is the essence of these additional constituencies?
Constituencies?
Yes.
The essence, yeah, kuleta services nearer to the people.
Okay, let me also add on that. What we are talking about is, my issue is the way the constituencies were added, if they did not follow proper protocol in terms of the number of people, the round size, those parameters which are considered, more especially the number of people in each constituency, then there will be unfairness. Because if you have a constituency which has maybe 20,000 and you have another one which has 10,000, and you divide this one which has 10,000 into 2, that's open, it's very unfair. However, when we are talking about the amount which is going to each constituency, whether it's, of course, I will rectify Mutembe, because even if the budget increases, also we have some factors like inflation. So the value of money in 2010 will not be the same as in 2020. But what we have to talk about is the size. For example, Kenya is around 580,000 kilometers square. So this 2.5% is going to that size, that Kenya size, which is fixed. So the Kenyan size, land mass, is fixed. So regardless of the number of constituencies you will increase in Kenya, if you give 2.5%, that money would end up within that enclosed area. The issue is, if there are
engineer, we are talking of the constituencies, bro. Achana na land size.
Yes, okay, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say about these constituencies who are increased within Kenya. Kenya did not expand. So when you are giving 2.5% to Kenya, the size.
The question is, kama constituencies will get less than they have been getting. Kama this year, constituencies have got 1.7 million each. I think 1.7 million each and every constituency. So the question is, next year, kama constituencies zimeongezewa zikafika 360, kama they will get the same ama more. And that's why I'm telling them, each and every year, our budget increases by 400 to 500 by
Yes, do the calculation here, 360.
Let me answer.
The last years.
They will, the amount of money they will get, it will be more.
Next year, kama unataka kufanya budget ya next year and 300 billion kwa the budget ya this year.
Yes, it's okay. But my issue
so
is about
constituencies will get more. Hata zikiwa 360.
What I'm trying to say is that if you find, for example, there is a constituency which was having a very few number of people, and it was given additional constituency, and we have some constituencies which were having too many people and they were not divided. That's only my issue in this new constitution.
Mr. Mutembe, just to add on what Duke is saying, Duke, you are very right, and in fact, you are answering Sammy Long. You see, like yesterday, we discussed this thing up to very late in the night. We were in this same platform. The problem lies with people. Last time when there was this revenue allocation, they discussed it and they passed it that 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. Then you go to Wajir where they are complaining they never got the constituency. But how do they divide this constituency? They go do census, they count around a number of people, they know this population is for this constituency. But one person came into this platform and he talked here in front of us and he said, they go to Ethiopia, then by the time people they are going to take do consensus, they are in Ethiopia. They come back, they say we never got that constituency. If you are in Nairobi, you are staying in Nairobi. Nairobi, they don't go to Ethiopia. You go to Wajir, people are not there. You do consensus, they remain 500 people. Here, Samilong is telling us that some constituencies are going to lose. They are going to lose because of negligence from us citizens. If by the time they are calculating to know the exact number, you are not there. Okay. For me to tell you people that we are not going to lose, let me finish. I want to go to sleep, man. It's too late. Tomorrow I'm going to work. Please let me just finish. Every constituency, they are just dividing the boundaries. They are not talking about bibi mtembe ama bibi yangu. Me, I have 4 wives, and this my 4 wives, they are in the census. So if we are all staying in Nairobi, they counted us. They know how much money we are going to get as per people staying in Nairobi. In this constituency, when we stay in Kiambu, we know how many people are in Kiambu. This budget is coming there in Kiambu according to people. If they are getting 2.5% of 100, somebody calculated it here and it was in the screen. If it was 100 for 2.5% of 100 and it increased to 200, it will not be the same, my brother. Is it just a difficult math to calculate? Don't talk about people. Don't see that constituencies are being divided. They are too big. No, it is just the same Nairobi, the same Nairobi. They will never bring Kisumu to be Nairobi. They will never bring Nakuru to be Nairobi. It is the same Nairobi where they divide, and the same money that was coming in Nairobi is what will come. It's only that they want the representative to have a minimal number, not that you get 1 MP to represent 1,000 people and 1 MP is representing 200 people. That is the simple arithmetic. Thank you, Mr. Mtembe. We meet tomorrow.
Before you leave, I want to tell you something.
Amenda
naomba tu nieleze kitu for the record kindly that you see for somebody like Tycoon to say that it is people's negligence, the people of North or Northeastern, ati kwamba when the census comes there in Ethiopia, he needs to understand and appreciate that this is their way of life. This is their cultural and traditional ways of living. Kwamba, these people are pastoralists. So this timing, even on the reports, census, they wrote them as a shortcomings. Kwamba, these people are pastoralists, so they don't stay in one place for long, and it's also one of the factors that is affecting even our elections, because when the elections come, these people are away. So it is not in order. It is quite the highest degree of ignorance to say that these people are negligent. It is not negligent. Sababu, if you sit there and wait for census, nani atakulishia familia? It's only good to appreciate and acknowledge that we don't live the same way. People, he's a plain Nilot, and some of us are from the up there. We traverse for kilometers looking for water and pasture for animals. Yes.
So,
Okay. Tycoon tumalizie tuende tukalale.
Okay. I just want to leave. I want to say thank you. And Similian, I hear what you're saying and what you're talking about. That point, I don't know what to say about that, but For instance, I'm here in UK. I'm also counted as a voter here, so I do vote. So I do register, and I find myself going to Kenya. So once I'm registered as a voter, I'm also counted in over here in Britain, regardless if I'm in Kenya or regardless if I'm over here, I'm over there. So for the people who are pastoralists, as Similian said, they're nihilates, and that's what they do. And if they're counted, they should be on the system itself. So the system should know how many people there are with the census if they were counted, and the representative of every single county or those areas should know how many people they have in the area should be counted. But thank you very much, Mutembe. Keep up the good work. Good night, everybody. Wear a mask, wash your mkono, keep distance, and be healthy, and respect to your family and everyone in Kenya. I love you all. Thank you very much. And good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Tycoon,
Okay,
tumalizie.
Mutembe. Now the thing is that we have had a percentage. The issue, let's talk of percentage. That is a constant thing on all this. Then is Itoshe. This is the thing. You find some constituencies have some counties get maybe for instance Nairobi is getting maybe 5 constituencies or 7 or 10. You see, then maybe in your country whereby you understand this is once there is creation of constituencies and what have you, they consider several factors, especially once IBC are doing. They factor maybe the population, that is factor number 1. Number 2 is the area. Number 3, that is the livelihood, the economic livelihood. That is, those are the major things. So once you consider that is the economic livelihood, for instance, for someone in Turkana, you see, Turkana, it is totally incomparable with Nairobi. Kiambu, it is incomparable with Isiolo or Kariza in terms of several things. For instance, clean water, they don't have. Roads, you see, in several areas like Nairobi, you move in one meter or 10 meters this other side, you find a tarmac road. You go on this other side, you find a tarmac road. But in Karisa, that is, it is once even someone sees lami inakuwa hiyo sehemu, wanaweza kula lami ndio wajue hii lami inakaa namna gani, because they have never experienced in their life. So one fact why we don't want also this same team to not to be disadvantaged, that is the key issue. Then once you tell me the same people, due to the population they have, now they are not supposed to get a constituency, you see, that is totally wrong. I remember there was a time that the president was annoyed in Kayole. He stood by roadside. He talked of a student in Marsabit getting full bursary, while another one in Nairobi does not get full salary bursary. I thought from there I got annoyed, and I also thought that maybe the president doesn't know what is the problem outside there. It is more likely to find a child disappearing or missing even high school life in Isiolo than a child in Nairobi. It is more likely a child not to pursue even to a degree level in Turkana than a child in Kiambu. So this child in Kiambu, maybe they are more of advantages being in Nairobi, doing farming, but in Turkana, what do you farm? You see? Maybe. So the reason, I think it was also right for these people to get enough bursary in Karisa so that they get motivated to go to school. A child in Karisa can easily disappear. Maisha yake inaweza haribika kabisa juu amekosa nini? Hali ya ugumu ya maisha ndio inamlazimisha anaenda kuoleka, mtoto anakuwa na ugumu wa maisha, anaenda kuchunga ng'ombe. You see? Mwingine ana travel a very long distance ndio afike shuleni. Wengine wana drop shule juu ya hiyo. Even in my home county, mashule ziko karibu. You can compare my home county with Karisa or Turkana. We need this country to everyone to enjoy, as a Kenyan. We need those people in Turkana. We need those people in Marsabit to enjoy that they are part of this country. So the thing is, we need fair equity and distribution of constituencies, and as per all the aspects which normally IEBC uses, not some few individuals cooking from somewhere and distribute constituencies the way they want, maybe for their own political gain. We need for posterity, nothing else. That is my submission, and thanks a lot, guys. I think I'll wait everyone to clear his sides, then I sleep.
Okay, engineer.
For me, what I'm trying to say, I can say the way Taikuna said actually. For instance, say there is somebody who is an MC of Nairobi CBD.
Check your mic, engineer. Unaongea ndani sana. Check your microphone. Uko ndani sana.
Okay, what
yes.
What I'm trying to say, I'm supporting most of what Taikuna said. When you consider, for example, the CBD, you know, CBD is also a space that is our constituency there. In the CBD, most of people come there.
Samilong, mute your mic. Samilong, mute your mic.
Okay, what I'm saying, are you getting me now?
Mute yours, Mutembe. Mute yours. Mutembe, mute your mic.
Okay, are you getting me now? Okay, what I was saying is that most of what Taikuna said is right, because in Nairobi, we have areas where there's a lot of people, more especially in Nairobi and the Kiambu County. Most of people are just there doing business and they go to their homes. There is nothing that CDF can do. We cannot build maybe a school in the CPD. Everything is actually developed. Therefore, as much as when the new constituencies were being created, there should be several factors. There was to be a clear formula which captures all the factors, including the areas which are marginalized. That I cannot disagree with you in that area. As for example, in Nairobi and the Kiambu, there are modern or urban areas where actually there's nothing CDF can do there. But my final submission is that as much as I agree with some of the PPI as changes, the constitution changes which are there, there's also several issues which I disagree with. For example, the office of the ombudsman, I'm very, very against it. It's actually like trying to do away with the judiciary. Actually, that's actually my main issue, which will make me to vote no on the PPI, because for example, I want to give an example about Adolf Hitler in Germany. He was one individual, but he was able to have all powers. But because he was capable of having that all powers, he started World War II, and like 60 million of people were killed. Jews were murdered because the power was concentrated. Now, when you are creating this ombudsman, is trying to concentrate power, that if another president comes in, you know, what those people who are in the government forgets is that they are going to move out. Somebody bad may come in who will go after you. And that person may actually that officer ombudsman, actually you have cartels. The cartels will never be done. There's nothing which can be done to cartels by the judiciary, because they will use ombudsman to probe and to do everything. So as much as I agree with some of the PPI aspects, I'm against that ombudsman aspect. So finally, also I want to talk about I want to appeal to all Kenyans who are listening to me to actually be able to make decisions on themselves. Don't be swayed. Just try to decide on your own. Those who are seeking votes, let us come. Let us give us their manifesto. Let them create what they are going to do for us, and then we can be able to pick the appropriate person. And finally, regardless of the PPA, whether it passes or does not passes, at the end, it will depend on those people who will have power. Would they have the goodwill? That's it. Even if we have a good constitution, but Kenya is not doing better because those in power are not doing it. They are not executing their mandate, and they don't have a goodwill. Therefore, whether it passes or whether it does not passes, ultimately it will depend on those who will take offices, whether they will be able to do what's right to deliver to the Kenyan people. Thank you.
I guess I'm the one, Mutumbe. Okay, thank you. For me, I'd not talk more about the budget allocation, but or the constituency allocation. But what I believe in was that IBC being the mandated institution was supposed to come with a formula that is customized for both urban areas and rural, such that, you know, when you talk about 1 shilling, 1 vote, and 1 person formula, that one favors the urban centers. But you get that rural areas, people are sparsely populated and sparsely displaced and also populated, such that in a small geographical area that you'd get around, let's say 50 people in urban area, you'd go to like 3 times the geographical area to cover the same population of people in rural area. So I think IEBC would have come with a better formula that is customized for Kenya, the entire Kenya. The other thing, I really think, let me talk in Swahili so that this one gets home. Nilikuwa nataka niongee na vijana that vijana kuna vitu zenye zinatuhusu kwa hii country, na kama elections ni kitu yenye inatugusa wote. So kile ningeomba ni kwamba tuache kuangalia pesa zenye tunapewa, hizo shilingi 200, 500 siku hizo za campaign, alafu kwa miaka 5 unabaki ukiteseka, hauna kazi, una chochote cha kuonyesha kwa kura yako, maisha yako inazorota, huna afya nzuri, hauna cover ya hospitali, watoto waweza enda shule, wakienda shule hawapati elimu ya maana, unapata kwamba walimu hawatoshi shuleni. So Kenya ningependa ni tuangalie ni kiongozi mgani ambaye anakuja na formula ama njia ya kuteremsha bei ya sukari, bei ya majani, bei ya mahindi, bei ya mchele, kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo vitu ambavyo vinatugusa wote. Lazima ukiamka asubuhi unywe chai, so lazima iwe na maziwa, lakini lazima chai ama kiamsha kinywa, lazima ule, lazima utembee, lazima uvae. Mwisho wa siku tunahitaji mtu ambaye anashughulika kuhusu ulinzi wetu, mtu ambaye anajua kwamba area yetu iko hivi ama tunahitaji kitu fulani, mtu ambaye anafikiria kuhusu mazingira yetu, mtu ambaye ukimwangalia mambo ya uchafu na nini anazingatia. Pia tunahitaji kuangalia mtu mwenye anafikiria kuhusu wamama wetu, yule mama mboga pale nyumbani, yule mama mboga anawezeshwa kwamba kuna kiongozi ambaye, na hii nataka kuchallenge mtu yote anasimama kuwa MCA popote, umefikiria kuhusu mama mboga badala ya ile kibanda cha mbao chenye kinanyesha ndani, mama hana pali pazuri pa kuweka vitu, bring containers mpatie wa mama na county, mweke containers, at least a secure place ya wamama kuweka bidhaa, ambapo hata food security na food hygiene inakuwa guaranteed. Tuache kuwa tunakula vyakula venye hata hatuwezi tukasema kwamba nilishikwa na kolera ama niliendesha kwa sababu ya kitu fulani. Cha mwisho ni kwamba Hii ni nchi yetu. Hakuna mzungu atakuja kutusaidia. Hakuna Mtanzania atakuja kutusaidia. Ni sisi wenyewe tutashikana mmoja kwa mwingine. Tuamue kama ni corruption. Corruption ni tamu lakini inadhuru. Leo wewe utatoa 200 usaidike. Kesho ukienda pale ambapo huwezi toa hiyo 200 ni wewe utaumia kwa sababu mwingine atatoa. So afadhali kama ni kupanga foleni, panga foleni, subiria. Njoo mapema kama unajua ni pale ambapo kuna foleni kubwa. Njoo mapema, tulia, kuwa na subra, hudumiwa. Huwezi ukatoa hongo na ukadai kwamba ni haki yako kuhudumiwa. Ukitoa hongo umejinyonga sauti. Ukitoa hongo umejinyonga sauti. Kanyagia haki, simamia haki na utakuwa umejilinda, umelinda ndugu yako na umelinda jirani na umelinda pia kizazi cha kesho. Asante. Alafu happy late Mother's Day to everyone.
Okay, sawa. So mimi nikimalizia nataka kuambia Wakenya wasiwe na uoga na BBI. The 2.5% will still remain mpaka hata tukiwa na 6 trillion, it will be 2.5% yenye itakuwa inaenda kwa CDF and it will be huge amount of money. Hakuna time pesa zitateremka, but since watu nimeona so many people fail mathematics, I like playing with the numbers and I know for sure everybody will be happy in the long run. Hakuna vile 2.5% of a budget that keeps on changing each and every time na inaendelea ikiongezeka, haiwezi remain the same hata kama ni 360 constituencies. But with the time, those supporting the 2.5% will be vindicated. Hakunanga shida. We have been vindicated for supporting 2010 constitution. Tukiambiwa pesa itapatikana kwa counties, pesa iko kwa counties sahi. Tukiambiwa kutakuwa na abortion hakuna. Tukiambiwa kutakuwa na gay marriages, there is nothing like that. And this time round, we will still be vindicated. Next year, but one MPs will be getting 200 million and people will be wondering imefikaje 200 million na ilikuwa sijui 130 tukipitisha BBI. So with those, sijui kama kuna mtu anataka kuongea anything tukimalizia. Me, I want to end the show tulale. Good night everybody.
Mutembe.
Yes.
Good night.
Tunataka senator wa Kiambu. I know you have the number. So yes, Nancy.
Tuko na namba yake.
Uliza hapa kuna mtu mwenye kama uko nayo unipatie. Utanipatia WhatsApp. Niko hapo kwa WhatsApp. Niko kwa group hapo.
Okay,
yes.
Nitakupatia.
Sawa. Good night you guys.
Okay, good night everybody and
good
thank
night,
you very
guys.
much.
Okay.